through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports Club presents Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me is myself, Augusta. With me, I have my co-caster Cresto, as we are here to talk to you about the two spots left for the playoffs and talk about yesterday's matchup that we've had. One which was up against Team Copium versus Team Fardeen is back. It went all the way to deciders 2-1. Copium had won it successfully. And the second matchup that we also had, Team Crouch Potatoes versus Team Gunners. The result was also the same 2-1. It went all the way to overtime match point, and in the end, we saw that Crouch Potatoes did take the win. But now, with the yesterday's matchup done and dusted, we still have two more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Team North Star, who will go up against Team Built Average. That will be our first matchup, and last but not the least, we have our final matchup for the second qualifiers, Kira Esports, who will go up against Team Airavath Esports. Four teams still alive in this qualifiers phase, and only two shall proceed into the playoffs. So who shall it be? Cresto, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful here, Baba, and thanks for having me here once again. And to be very honest, after yesterday's matchup, I'm really expecting some kind of a same players from this side as well, because these teams are also very experienced when it comes to the game itself. But to be very honest, I really want to know that if they are really up to those marks, because yesterday both of those teams, all of those teams went to overtime, and we have to talk about the last one specifically when the matchup was between Crushed Potatoes and Gunners, because that match itself went down to the wire from both sides, and we have seen a lot of questionable plays from both sides as well. But at the same time, it was all on the side of Crouch Potatoes as they pushed the border in the map of border. Are we gonna be seeing the same maps at the same time? Are we gonna be seeing the same compositions, the same kind of plays as well? That's gonna be remaining as $1 billion question. But then again, we do have a lot of experience. As I said, some teams might be a bit more experienced, but yeah, I called the same thing yesterday when it came to the side of Team Gunners. So I'm not going to be being the devil's advocate here by any means. I do have a lot of hope from the side of Kira Esports because they are a very dominant name in general. But can they really live up to their expectations of their fan base? Still a huge.
Yeah, I mean, last time I remember when Team Copium had a match in yesterday's matchup, we had Shinra in that team. So I'm pretty sure in Kira Esports we won't find Shinra in that player spot, but instead we might have players like Amar, Atharv, Zedux, Shrisha, Coffee, and Free. Maybe we might find the rest of the five players from the side of Kira Esports. But talk about Shinra, he won't be on Kira Esports. I mean, it's the Community Cup after all. They're just here to have fun and all that stuff. But let's just take a look at our tournament format. We went all the way from the first qualifiers, 64 plus teams. We've already got our four. Teams qualified on the first qualifiers. It was Team Uvu, Noah Killer Warriors, G2 Esports. It's not G2, it's GEE2 Esports. And
It's
then it was
G2, right?
Water. Yeah. And then last but not the least, it's Water Boys who did succeed in the first qualifier. Second qualifiers, though, it was Team Copium and Crouch Potatoes, I believe, who just got the spot on the second qualifiers. Yep, Crouch Potatoes and Copium, who just secured the second qualifier spot. And now we're just waiting for the other two players, the other two, I mean, our other two teams, as I meant. Either North Star, Built Average, Kira Esports, or Airavath Esports. They're still in the qualifiers, but today will be the deciding factor to determine whether if these teams are worthy enough to be on the playoffs. I gotta say, the prize pool itself, first place 6,000 credits, and that is per player. So if you make 6,000 into 5, and that's almost 30,000 credits for first place. So it's a huge prize pool when it comes to getting more Rainbow Six Siege credits in the Community Cup series. Second place, as usual, it will be a total of 3,000 credits. Third and fourth, 1,800 credits similarly. Fifth and sixth, 1,200. Seventh and eighth place will receive 600 credits per player. So all in all, you could say that this will be a fantastic matchup that we're going to have between North Star and Built Average, and talk about Team Kira Esports versus Airavath Esports. But I've got to ask you a question here, Cresto. The first match that we're going to have, North Star versus Built Average. You talked about the map itself, saying that maybe we could see the same maps like we saw on the previous matchup, like bring in Oregon, bring in Clubhouse. We haven't seen Villa and Theme Park yet, right? So is there a possibility that we could see them bring this map in this matchup?
I think we will be seeing a Villa in action actually, because Villa is usually a very uncommon map in the map. But then I would say it's a very, it is leaning to the current meta now because, to be very fair, it's been 4 years already. The map has been introduced to the game, and still we haven't seen any reworks. Just because the map itself still feels very balanced. Yeah, I personally was a player who used to play, very comfortably in the map of Villa. But when it comes to theme park, it feels like that you have to take a lot of considerations. You have to take the verticalities, you have to take the walls as well, and there's so many things like the dragon hallway, the yellow stairs, the arcade stairs, and so on. So maybe we won't be seeing a theme park, even though the players might go for a unpredictable play, even though the map bans are gonna be coming in eventually. But Villa, I'm not gonna be surprised if I see that. But then again, when it comes to the more common plays in general, we expect a clubhouse being in action, and obviously our beloved map of Oregon. 99% of the teams are gonna simply choose Oregon. If there was an opportunity, if it was a best of seven, obviously they would have, or best of five in general, they would have been able to go for a map selection instead of a map ban. So Oregon might most likely is gonna be there because in these maps in general, it's not about the strategies. It's rather how can you do it better because the textbook plays are gonna be simply present. But in the other maps as well, where the surprise factors are gonna be working, like chalet, like theme park, and so on, there is a possibility that we may see these bringing those up as well. But it's all going to be dependent on the player side because this is reluctant for the fact that how much confident they are on the scrims, how much confident they are as a team. So that is going to be a big problem for their side. And finally, it's all going to be dependent how they will have the flexibility from their team composition in general.
Yep, absolutely, Cresto. And talk about the two matches that we're going to have: North Star versus Built Average. I believe I have some players on the side of North Star too. I'm guessing it's Libra, it's Aries, Leo. It's funny how most of the names in North Star just comprises of constellations: Aries, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius. I mean, there's no Sagittarius in North Star, but that's of course. Still have Novax and Devil on the side of North Star. Interesting lineup. I'm not gonna lie. This is an interesting lineup from North Star's side. And then also we have on the side of Built Average, we have Sakib, Abid, Notnesk, Kuicha, and yeah, it's Abid, Notnesk, Sharp, and Bidrohi. Interesting. Nice names, but
Absolutely.
like we already talked about, Cresto, when we talked about map wise, we've seen a lot of maps regarding Oregon. We've seen maps like Chalet being brought up twice, and yesterday's matchup, there were some huge upsets being made from the opposition end, right? I believe it was Team Crouch Potatoes who just ended second map on a 7-2 score line with Team Gunners not being able to win a single round of defense on that second half. It was very unfortunate, but it had to be done. Map number 3, Crouch Potatoes evidently so wins their final overtime match point, winning their round and also getting the spot 2. But talk about this next matchup that we're going to have. This is the second qualifiers, which means that there's only 2 spots left. Apparently, as we did get some information from the producers end, indicating that North Star might have some issues from from their end, maybe some connectivity issues. So we're still working on it. We're just making sure that whatever problems might happen, we'll be able to fix it and ensure that we'll be able to get our match back and running. And I have to say, I do have to apologize to you, the viewers who are watching the stream right now. You guys are anticipating. I mean, I know you guys are waiting out to watch 2 of the matches here in the Community Cup series, but sometimes when it comes to connectivity issues or some certain issues, we couldn't do anything much more about it. So you guys might need to wait for more than a minute or two. So I do have to apologize for that, which means that we might be able to take a break here. Again, apologies. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And again, apologies for the big delay. I mean, the players on the side of Team North Star had a lot of difficulties, but with some problems solved for a bit, we might be able to head into our match right away. So, talk about it, Cresto. We forgot to talk about the map bans itself, and especially we talk about the first matchups. It's North Star versus Built Average. Map bans itself, Cresto, like you said, we might see some standard matchups, and turns out it is. North Star has decided to bring in Oregon to be their first map. Second map from Built Average will be on Chalet, and last but not the least will be on Decider Villa. So I've got to ask you a question, Cresto. Since we've seen Oregon, Chalet, and Clubhouse a lot, bringing in the Decider Villa, it's an interesting thought about seeing Villa being brought out, right?
Absolutely, because as I mentioned, the Villa is a map which has been introduced to the game like 4 years ago, and then again, it still remains a very balanced map. Yeah, you still need to bring a lot of utilities to go for the hard breaches, and at some extent, you need to go for the verticalities when you are going for the first floor defenses. So seeing Villa in action, it really, really fills my heart up. But at the same time, seeing Oregon and Chalet, those are pretty interesting matches as well. Even though there are a lot of maps which would have been a bit more unpredictable from either of these teams, but I guess for now they are going to be sitting the bread and butter. Chalet is still going to be available though, which is a bit difficult to going for the attacks because you have to think about a lot of things. Even you are in attacking, when you're defending, but the rest of it should be just fine because we know exactly how this game is going to be played. At least that is to a very bare minimum. At least it will be predictable. But once again, it's gonna rely heavily on the side of the player side. And as you mentioned, that North Star did pick the side of Oregon, and now you're gonna already see the sides as well, ladies and gentlemen. In every single games or in every single maps, we're gonna be seeing the side of North Star, starting with the attacking round. So I believe they have chosen attack on their opposition's map, which is gonna be Chalet. So I believe they want to allow their opposition to have some breathing zones on the defensive round, and then on the second half they will be going for their own comebacks. But then again, it is gonna be a question which will be answered. So having the map bans in the place, I'm really really happy to see these maps in general. I'm really excited to see how Oregon's will play out because yesterday we did see a lot of attacking wins. Actually, yeah, it was not attack, or was it? Most likely not. It was the defensive side actually, from the side of Fardin's back and so on. Actually, it was not Fardin's back. It was Crouch Potatoes and Gunners, and along with Fardin's back and Copium as well. So, is this gonna be an exception? But which is gonna be answered eventually as we move into the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. As Thatcher is definitely gonna be banned. Remaining, well, the remainder is gonna be interesting to say the least. Thatcher, I'm not surprised, even though Thatcher will be seeing some less bans as the next season comes in with the new Thatcher EMP, which is the secondary guy.
Yeah, but that secondary gadget will change the entire meta of Rainbow Six Siege, and I'm pretty sure that Thatcher would be unbanned most of the time, knowing that you have knowing that you have that specific ability. But you've got to wait for the next month, right? It's still released on the TTS. It still need to arrive back at the main game, so which means we're still stuck with this build as of now. Talk about the ban phase itself. We still have Thatcher and the Jackal being banned. Standard bans as we see fit. So that means I'd expect a Mira and a Valkyrie ban as well. Mira ban at the hands of North Star and Valkyrie ban at the hands of Built Average. You don't want to have the defenders have a lot of information regarding your whereabouts, so not having Valkyrie in their disposal might at least help them a bit, but no, they decide to ban Melusi instead. I kind of understand why they would ban Melusi, right? Especially on a map like Oregon, you know that most of the push would happen from blue bunkers, freezer, and also on basement laundry. So having that banshee deterrent will slow the attackers for a while. But, even though Melusi has been banned, you could still bring in the smoke. The smoke gas canisters would be more than enough to delay the push happening from the attacker's side. But as we take a look at the rosters on the side of Team North Star, we have Leo, Devil, Libra, Ultra Noob, and its 80s. On the side of Team Built Average, we have Sharp, Hardwork, Sam, Sakib, and Tatya Vinchu. As we proceed with round number one, the site will be on second floor kids' dorms and master bedroom. So let's see how North Star will proceed on round number one attack. Yep, round number one. It will be an interesting one to look at, especially from the operator's wise itself. You have the Aruni from the Sam, you even have Alibi. Great when it comes to having information, and how can I forget about the Aruni Surya gates? which can block almost lines of sight. I wouldn't say lines of sight. It forces the attackers to use a certain utilities to disable one of their the Surya gadgets so they can proceed in towards the site. But what's even more interesting is that with the passive ability that the Aruni has, being able to make a huge hole in the wall on second floor Kid's Dome, making a decision of not reinforcing the wall is an interesting one to be looking at from Built Average's end. Now with the action phase coming to play, let's see how North Star makes use of this situation.
Absolutely, it is going to be answered, but I believe they will be opting to go for a tweet-out execution as well, because as I said multiple times, even in yesterday, that in the map of Oregon, you cannot be that linear. I mean, being linear is a good option, but then again, when you are allowing your defenders to take care of on one specific angle, they're simply going to take a lot of advantage out of that, and there you go, Devil's going to be getting rid of Saki. I believe it was from onto the side of Armory, most likely, because there is a grenade presence I see there from the side of Maverick. But, and again, it needs to be answered. I guess this is a question which is not going to be answered yet for the time being, but instead it is going to be a very quick execution by the defenders, because they're simply going to toss in the free zone and destroy the mute jammer as well. A lot of utilities are going to be taken out, and now the wall is open, so they do not need to worry. They will have to worry about a bit for the mute going aggressive, because once they are going for those ace summer charges, they might go for the C4, they might go for the impact tricks as well. But it's also going to be onto the side of Libra, who's going to try to the grenade. He's going to try to destroy the shield, but he will not find success because the ADS is going to be catching it out. And the process, Mozzie also, not the Mozzie, it's going to be the Aruni getting into some action, getting rid of Finka here, a very important kill. And now we're going to be seeing Yana trying to hunt down the Aruni in the process, and he will find success as well. So the refrag game was really slow, but then it did come in eventually. Maverick will find some, he will make some progress on the side of hard work, and now Sharp will have to do a very tall task on the side of the Eric side, and he will find success on that as well. So the shots are pretty connected, pretty much every single time, but now the executions are coming to the attacking side. As Switch is that, oh my god, that was a close call from the side of Devil. He was able to evade death by a sliver of a damage, and now it's all up to the Jaeger in a 1v2 situation. He's gonna be able to go for one now, go to the second, not gonna find anything with in front of the AK-12 from Ace. Nice execution from both sides of the attack. They're simply going to find a better value out of it as they simply ignore the breach to land on the doorway.
Yep. Starting off with a cook nade from below, Team North Star will succeed in winning the site as well, clearing out players one by one, removing players out of the equation. Although making a hole on the wall, on second floor Kids wall, not quite sure if it was a good idea to be, making an angle like that in the first place. So although it would have been best for them to just place a normal deployable shield on Trophy instead of extending their roam much, that actually gave North Star the angle that they wanted to have. And because of it, we see Built Average losing control on the site, and they started losing a lot of players one by one. And I believe they'll still use the same tactic once again. You see Sam from the reinforced wall itself, making a normal wall instead of footwalls instead. That's an interesting one to be looking at, because most of the angles that are made from the defensive's hold are just usually footholds, because all you got to do is just see whether if you see the foot of any particular opponents, then you can just usually go for the simple wall bang, right? But once you make a hole like that, there is high likely a chance that the attacker also has the advantage, right? Looks like an attempt of a spawn peek happened, and I'm not quite sure exactly where it happened though, but it will give it the hands for the Finka. Yeah, I'm guessing it should be at the bedroom side. They will take out Aruni, which means that already they've lost one of the players, and that cook nade might be able to claim the life of one of the defenders. No, they don't. They'll still survive. But in this early round, the amount of pressure that Northstar is dealing right now, using that vertical lines of sight to their advantage. Although they don't have Buck at their disposal, Buck would have at least helped them to gain a lot of angles, but I mean, without them, it's working out. They have good information from the attack drones, and with it, we will see Libra take out Saqib, get an instant access towards the armory site, and slowly but surely, we see Northstar gaining control on that particular building. You see some retaliations being made. The SMG-11 Tatya still here to make some amends by taking out the Finka. A good frag of that too, because Finka deals a lot. Finka brings a lot of table for the attacker's end, and with him not being available, Built Average might have a chance to survive.
they might be able to, but I really love the way Roundhouse is playing is because they're not burning any time whatsoever. I do see aggression instead of build average, but going for those spawn peaks, I do not know if they're going to be commendable, but for now, what is going to be commendable, that's the side of hard work, doing some hard work here, getting rid of the Twitch. So, going for the damage here on is going to be very difficult. Loader is going to be getting rid of the shield, even though he didn't need to do that, but now, they're going to be eliminating the covers, and there's a lot of progress made by the side of hard work. He is doing hard work here, and now he's going to be brought back up by the mute. The 2v situation as the Mavericks are super low on HP, and he's going to be taken out by Tatya. It's all up to Devil here, and Devil will have to beat the Devil to make it happen, but he's now super low on HP. That is exactly where he won't have a hard time. But the Yana, he does have a good gun to work with, but no, it's not going to be enough to make the work happen. Hard work. We'll see for them now. The equalization is going to be there very quick, even though the side of the attackers did start in a very fashionable manner. The defenders will be able to retaliate, and they will be able to take the tables for themselves. In favor of none, that is. For now, we're going to be hitting the basement side as it's gonna be dependent on how the attacking push onto the basement is gonna be. We are expecting another Finka, maybe just maybe a Flores as well. And yeah, it will be the case. Along with the defensive side, we are not seeing anything unusual other than the Legion, but I'm not going to call Legion an unusual pick because he can possibly isolate the stairwells because when we are going for these basement defenses, you have to take control, at least have some sort of control on the main stairs and specifically on the freezer side. You can play actively on the tower side, but the Legion that kind of works out, but it all's gonna come down how they're gonna be denying that force. They have a mute to work with, but the problem is there's also a Twitch who's gonna be hunting.
Yeah, that Twitch will be a pain for the defenders, knowing that there will be a shock drone removing their important utilities, which could have been used to hold their ground on Blue Bunker. And I'm guessing that with the attack pick from Libra, bringing in the Flores is a good idea to remove the smoke from the Blue Bunker's elbow. That's the main place where the defenders can have a firm grip into the site. North Star, they will do whatever it takes to remove that chokehold and ensure that they have control in that situation. Round number 1, they had no problems on controlling the side itself. It's just that when they start arriving back into the side, built average, the main control that they had and the holes that I've talked about from the Amaru's end really did work out well from their favor. But in this round, look at the amount of attack drones is going around to give so much information. And also the Flores' drone trying to remove the deployable shield, and I'm pretty sure that's going to work out. Yes, it does. Cooked nade from Leo. Will that connect to take out the smoke? No, it does not. But a lot of utilities has been used right from the construction entrance to see whether if they can get an opening pick or two. But turns out they won't be able to find one. And the retaliation from built average is just a single use of smoke that would put North Star in a bit of a panic.
Absolutely, and now Northstar is going to have a hard time because I just know that we do not have a Hibana nor a Maverick. Even though the opposition is not playing Arcade, even though Harry is going to be available for the play, not bringing those characters in general, that's gonna give them a hard time to go for the heartbeat. I mean, you can still go for a heartbeat with the Ace Selmas, but then again, when you're going for the hatches, due to gravity, obviously, we're not gonna be seeing the side of Ace being a very, viable character when it comes to the hatches because you need to use 2 of them while with a Hibana or with a Thermite. I'm not even gonna say Thermite because Thermite is better off going to the walls instead. With a Maverick even, it's usually a bit of better choice that you save some of the utilities, but what else you have to save here? It's gonna be your manpower because the defenders are simply taking the attackers bit by bit. As the Jaeger's gonna make some solid progress. The Jaeger is super low on HP and not start. They're really not looking confident. Air is gonna take some damage here, but he's gonna be able to slap back as Devil is gonna be icing as his location was not known. But now he's looking for more with low HP. He's gonna secure his second as Ultron is gonna be taking some good control onto the tower side. He's looking for the Legion and he might be able to find a way with that because the AK-12 is gonna come just like that. And there you go. The floor's gonna be the floor's gonna be bloody. It's all to Tatya now with the SMG-11. He does have a shotgun. He's playing close proximity. He doesn't need the shotgun, but now he would have needed it because the SMG-11 doesn't quite have the good amount of ammunition. You have to be precisive, but it's really not good for the multi-kill, and he did not have the information onto the Yana, and that's exactly where the side of North Star is going to have another round. A very messy round to say the least because let's face it, both of the teams made their mistakes because when I saw the shield going down from the side of built average, I was like, okay, where are the mute jammers? Because the smoke, even without the shield, he did show good amount of resistance, but the instant the attackers simply rotated their way all the way back to the back stairs, and without the hatch being opened up, taking that round, yeah, that is a round which might have been a bit more debatable. But then again, kudos to the side of North Star as they are having the lead, but can they hold it, Baba? It's a bit of a question.
That may be the biggest question here, Cresto. Although North Star were thoroughly focused on construction, they almost got control on boilers too, but there were some retaliations being made from Sam's end, right? Sam was still in the blue stairs to contest the Finca, who just lost that gunfight, mainly because of that barbed wire being placed around. It didn't let Leo sprint out of that position, so he had to contest to it. Unfortunately, the shots couldn't find its mark. Mainly because of that, he had to lose that gunfight, but that is the only player that a built average got the advantage of in the early rounds. But suddenly we see North Star gaining control. Once we saw North Star gain control on the boilers' end, they started removing players one by one, and next thing you know, it was just it was nowhere that built average couldn't find a
Okay,
situation.
what?
But maybe a kill from Devil like that. Not quite sure what exactly happened from that shot. All from the blue bunker's entrance, and he killed two players, one from the electrical room and one from the boilers. He gets two kills just like that. That will put North Star in a very good...
Hello?
Okay, Jesus. What is happening? It's an accidental nade, and that too from blue bunkers itself. I have no idea what just happened, but all in all, if we have to focus on the round at hand, we see built average losing a lot of players one by one, and somehow they still haven't removed the deployable shield, mainly because the mute jammer is present from that deployable shield. So only two players left. North Star still left with three. They have the better advantage, but Hardworks' MX Force Tom might have to deny it though, because he's all by himself from the boilers room. You even have some supports being made from the stairs as well to see whether if they can remove the alibi. But he is determined. He knows exactly where the shots have come from, and that is from the stairs. He's not going to move an inch. He will retaliate back, but unfortunately he will just rotate back and give some help from Saqib. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't need that help because he has good hold on that blue bunker side. Gets to take out one. There is still one more. It's Leo who's still making that plays, but Alternate gets picked out just like that. Being aggressive, and another kill from Saqib. Using the line of sight that he had from the stairs will guarantee a win for Team Built Average. And in the end, it's a 2v2 equalizer as we proceed to round number 5. I have no idea what exactly just happened from North Star's end. First, I see 2 kills, taking out players from Boilers and Electrical. Next thing I know, a nade accidentally picks out one of the team on the side of North Star, and I have no idea where exactly did that happen. But yeah, yes, Cresta, it happened.
It happened in the bunker actually. Like, if I'm not wrong, Baba, what happened is Devil went for the 2 kills, and then Leo was like, okay, I'm gonna take care of the shield now. But when he was doing just that, the nade was coming in, and I think somehow he missed the nade, and he just took his own teammate's life. And I wonder what is happening.
I'm pretty sure that the nade where I believe Devil was the one who threw the nade, right? When Devil was throwing the nade, I'm pretty sure it bounced on one of the players because the player also has the collider in it, right? So what I'm guessing is that the nade bounced on the player into a place where Devil was not supposed to be throwing, and then suddenly he gets picked. He gets to take out his own teammate. That's what I'm guessing.
That might just be the case, but then again, that's around. We will have a hard time to digest, my guy. But regardless, we're gonna have to move on. The show needs to go on. It's gonna be the 5th round of the game as we are going back to the 2nd floor. But the problem here is, are we gonna see the repetition of history? Because every single time we're seeing the side of defenders taking around instant, the attackers does the same. We will be seeing some compositional changes here because the first time here we're gonna be seeing a bandit being brought out from the side of Tatya, and I believe he's doing it for the MP5. Because I do wonder, the Cade is not banned, and why are you not playing it? Especially on the objective of the basement, because you have to defend those hatches. Even those, for some reason, the attackers are not simply focusing on those hatches. There's a lot of question marks hovering on my head, and I believe, understanding there is going to be a presence of a bandit, they're going for a IQ pick, because I do not see any doubt. They're actually very fair. Vilker is also in the play, but even a Zofia possibly would have been a bit more better, choice here, because Zofia can go for this classroom wall and possibly open up the wall. Open the floor actually, and then he can allow his teammates to go for a breach and possibly for a, open up. But still, this is the flexibility, and looks like the flexibility is going to be given to the attackers because they have a good amount of speed, as they're simply going to be able to open up the wall within a couple of seconds, 2 minutes on the clock. And the defenders will have to be very, very worried because there's going to be so many angles they'll have to be wary about. And again, the bandits still are going to be on the roam, who can possibly make some damages happen along with the Aruni. But the attackers are taking the time. They're simply rolling this objective out. But the problem here is they have not hunted any of the roamers down, as I mentioned.
No, they haven't removed a single roamer on built average, which means that the more pressure would arrive from North Stars' end. For the past 3 rounds, we saw North Star gain advantage by having that early pick, and that early pick would be now, especially from Devil's Cook Nade. Taking out Sharp right from the second floor, and he wants to be aggressive from the white stairs. He finds 2 more. The same thing can be said to Hard Work too. He will try to find 1. The second can be said from Tatya, but he comes in with the refrag. The C4's been tossed around, seeing whether if he can get to pick out the player right from default. It's not going to work out. Sam is here. He gets to take out Libra, but it's too late. They've got the control on the defuse. Now it's post-prawn, 40 seconds, and we see they're starting to lose a lot of players. And here comes the final frag from Sam. Taking out the players from the Addict side and giving the win for Built Average by bringing their post-plant on round number 5. They went for a hefty execute, starting off with Devil's Cooked Nade, and then pushing all the way towards the white stairs. But then, while Cresto talked about the flanks not being taken care of from North Star's side in the early round, that was the main reason why North Star lost in the first place. They didn't have control on the flanks, they didn't have claymores, they didn't even had Nomad to even use their the abilities to block the flankers to arrive at a surprising angle. So none of those utilities was been placed from Team North Star, and I believe now they finally understood why they lost in the first place, right?
I couldn't agree more to that, Baba. Trust me, because the way the attackers are playing it, yeah, they're not taking too much time to go for the execute, but now it feels like they're simply giving away the map control to the defenders, which is fine if you are going to the flank punch, but nobody is executing that. And if you're allowing your team opposition to have so much flexibility, yeah, you're pretty much done and dusted, and this is exactly what the side the Built Average is relying on. I wouldn't say that even the side of the defenders, I just can't compliment that either, because the composition, it looks a lot more, reliant on the gunplays in general, not the strategies. But if the gunplays are working, we cannot complain about it. But it's not supposed to happen in these levels of play in general. Because let's face it, when you are going for an attack, you're supposed to watch the flanks, if not, hunting them down. You mentioned the Nomad. There would have been a bit more of a possibility that you have the claymores to go for you. Ladies and gentlemen, after the recent claymore buff, every single attacker who has a claymore available to them has 2 of them. So it makes it slightly easier to go watch the flanks, because it is possible that a defender who is being very careful, he might be able to see the lasers of the claymore and he might be able to get rid of them. But second one, if he plays it in a very unusual way, he might not be expecting. But then again, it's not simply available from the attacking side. They're having a good composition. They're getting the initial frags. They're good at getting good map control as well. But if they're allowing their opposition to have the best of them, this is going to be pretty much done and dusted for them. They do have 2 rounds, ladies and gentlemen, but on the very last round we have, if you're not having 2 rounds here, it's going to be tremendous for yourself. But looks like they will remain to do that. Oh no! Sharp with a 2K for himself. And 1 second, another lineup is going to be coming in. But it again is going to be a refrag. But I still wonder what is happening in the voice comms. Where is the coordination from these teams?
And it's always difficult to determine what exactly happened at that moment, but all in all, when it comes to major gunfights, Sharp taking out 2 players while he gets, refragged from one of the attackers might have given them the opportunity, and that to removing Osa out, meaning that they don't have to use any explosive utilities to destroy that bulletproof shield. And even more so, they've got control on their man count. Tatya is here. Gets to take out Libra. There goes the Finka, which means no more explosive plays coming in from the Finka's end. Now they just have to deal with the Nomad and the Ace. A lot of prefast being made. Sam gets picked a lot, but he still stays alive. And the main reason why we saw Aries go in for that pre-fire was that he heard Sam place his barricade, right? Mainly the sound cues was the main reason why he pre-fired in the first place. But the fire, the contest is still being made from Sam's end. So low on HP, and I think it would be a best idea for him to stay patient, wait for the attackers to arrive into his first floor kitchen, and then, and only then, does Built Average have the advantage. The only problem is that if they be impatient here, they still have a lot of ground to work out with, especially from North Star, because they haven't destroyed the castle's armor panel yet. And now now in just 40 seconds, they're now here to gain control on second floor Kids Toms. And I'm pretty sure that Hard Work has absolutely no idea what just happened. And Ultra Noob He'll be there to shut him down. He has the hatch control, which means that Team North Star, they're this close of getting this win, but that C4 won't be able to get a kill or two, which means that the attacker still has a chance. The drop down will come in from the meeting side, and Ares is in the side. The plan is happening, which means that the defenders knows exactly what's happening. They even have the cover for the attackers, which means the post plan can be a succession, but no, Takia denies it. He gets to take out Ares and Ultra Noob. He won't be able to find one more because Sam is still there, patiently waiting on the kitchen side, waiting for their opposition to arrive right at its mark and give Built Average the win on their defense, ending the first half on a 4-2 scoreline. And in the second half, let's see how North Star responds back on defense.
I hope they are going to be able to bring something out of the hats here, but then again, it kind of feels like the side of North Star are really struggling from a disciplinary act because, yeah, they are getting the initial frags. I can see Devil having 13 kills if I'm not wrong, or can be 14. But what is the point of getting those kills if you're not getting the rounds? Because every single time Devil has soft to you, my guy, going for the ARX, going for the nades, you are making some solid progress, but you're not staying alive. You're not getting the. I do not know if the information has been delivered because the refrag game is simply not available from the side of North Star whatsoever. I can give the kudos to the side of Built Average to be very specific because they do take a lot of time to go to the refrag, but at least those come in eventually. North Star, it feels like that whenever their teammates are going down, they're like, okay, he's gone. I think we have to move on, and now then we can go for the next execution. But deciding these executions that late, it's not going to be very beneficial. For now, we're going to be heading into their own defensive round. We're going to be having an Oryx in play. So I believe from the side of North Star, they're actually banking on the side of the fragging capabilities. And obviously, Oryx does have the T5 SMG with a 1.5x scope, which is really devastating when you are facing a fight against it. We remember back in the days, even Legion had that, and we know for a fact that how scary that was.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
there's no complaints about it. But on the brighter side of life, for the side of attackers, though, I can see them bringing up a Nomad. So finally, some flank watches are going to be brought in. But I still wonder, ladies and gentlemen, why do we have a bandit in play? I mean, you can play bandit if you're going for the bandit tricks, but that is simply not the case. So it might make a lot of sense that they're playing the bandit for the MP7, because other than that, bandit is not a bad operator by any means. But Cade, he can burn time because you have to find the Ada transfer.
Absolutely true, Cresto. Not bringing in Kaid, especially on a map like Oregon, really makes you wonder. Is not talk about Team Ultra on the side of Team North Star, Ultra Noob, one who's brought out who just brought the bandit. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to bring in the Kaid mainly because he doesn't like the weapon of the AUG or maybe the TCSG. But all in all, that C4 though from Leo might be able to give him the early pick that he wanted. And that too, taking out the Thermite as well.
Oh my god, no!
Nade, that was such good though from Sam's end. Right from the window side of second floor kids will get to take out the mute. Already we see a 4-4 equalizer. And if I have to continue back the conversation about Ultra Noob still bringing in the Bandit, Bandit is a 3-speed operator, and especially with a weapon like MP7, which is really great for getting headshots. It always depends on the player's preference, right? And I'm pretty much sure that Ultra Noob, who's playing as the Bandit, would actually favor more on using the MP7 rather than the AUG A9. But it's up to the player's preference, and I'm hoping that it would work out well from their end. But agreeing to Cresto, bringing Kaid would also cement their ground, which means that for the attackers, it would take a lot of time for them to proceed. Let's just focus on the round as we see Saqib, especially with the repel being made from the window side. He gets to take out the Bandit, which means there's only 3 players left from North Star. They are losing a lot of players, but they still have control on the side.
Absolutely. They can also go for a plan because they have absolute direct control, and I believe they also have some control onto the bedroom as well. But now there's going to be a player on top of the dorm double-deckers. So there's going to be a problem for the side of the attackers, but then again, the retaliation is going to be there as well. But the attackers, they're taking too much time on second. They need to take over. They do have the diffusers, so going for a plan is really possible, but they will have to make sure the alibi is going to be taken out. And there you go, the alibi will be taken out, but he does have a levitating ground here, so he might be able to run away with it. And yes, he will be. He will take a slither of a damage. Nothing he needs to be worried about. Now, Ace is going to be walking into the crossfire of the alibi. And there you go. It's all up to Saqib in a 1v2 situation. It is winnable, but the location is going to be revealed by the detector. And now Saqib is going to be under pressure. There's so many angles to be worried about, and he will not find anything here. That is unfortunate, but then again, there is a lot of questions from the side of both teams. What are these positions? Because I remember the mute going down by the grenade. What is your purpose playing in that specific location? Because that is a heavy, that is not necessarily a huge, how to put it? It is a targeted location. Somebody's gonna go below to the classroom, or somebody's gonna rappel on the window, or somebody's gonna go for a beach. It is pretty much guaranteed that the utilities you have there, if it's not a cave, is gonna be taken out in a matter of seconds. And usually it happens from bottom of the classroom side. Instead, they went for it's more bit more of a safer approach, so that they didn't cook the grenade. They went for the window, and that's how they won the. And again, side of build average, they were able to. They did find the round for them. Actually, no, that's gonna be the side of North Star. They will be able to recover. Still, it's looking very confusing to say the least. We will be having a disconnection issue from the side of North build average. So I guess they will be able to hold their grounds, and they will be able to equalize it for themselves. But from North Star, I have a lot of expectation from their side. Not gonna lie, as they will be going for a basement defense with a cap. So trap meta is not a bad decision, but once again, no Kate presence.
Kite presence. Yeah, I've got to agree on that, Custer. You could say it's still the same when North Star went on attack first. They'd usually either bring in the Amaru, sorry, not the Amaru, the Aruni with the Surya gates, mainly used to just open up walls. It was more of like an open way for the attackers to just not worry about hard breaches and then just focus on full on pure gunfights. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes to mainly gunfights, it's just balanced in a way that either one of the rounds North Star would win, or maybe on the other rounds, Built Average could just get the upper hand on winning on their defensive rounds. But on the second half, I gotta admit to Sharp on the way how he uses his grenades, cooked grenades, that is. Finding a kill off on second floor is a great way to find an opening pick. But once they start to gain control on the side, once they start to make a push, it was a little bit weak, mainly because the way how they've made their execute was a bit put off, one's pushing from wide stairs and the other from other rappelling from the window side. Although granted, he did get the kill off by taking out Ultranov, who was playing as the bandit. You still don't have enough control. We even saw both of the players pushing in towards the attic side. They even didn't had any idea about Ares' whereabouts, mainly was at a pixel angle spot in on the bunk beds side, in which the attackers are sort of unaware if they don't use their attack drones right. And mainly for built average, although their drone economy was looking good on early and mid rounds, you still got to ensure that you have some of the drones still available so that you could find out the rest of the attackers and know their proper whereabouts. Because that push from Attic was the only main reason why North Star almost won, right? Actually, yeah, almost won in the first place. The main reason why North Star won that round number 7 was mainly because Ares playing that powerful spot. It's a bit difficult to parkour from the desk, but it's still doable. And that angle is quite common for the defenders, especially on a map like Oregon. It would give you a powerful angle, but in order to counter it, it's best to have some drones. And that's the main reason why you see Devil use a secondary grenade. They even had the information on his whereabouts, but couldn't get the confirmation, mainly because of Ares just moved out, right? He just repositioned back towards the attic side, knowing that his location is already compromised. He already got good value out of it. He just fell back, and next thing you know, built average was all out of necessary grenades or flashbangs to proceed in towards the side, and they just slowly started to fall apart one by one. So all in all, with the pause timer coming to an end and with the players ready to go on round number 8, we will see how well we get to see built average proceed with their attack on basement laundry and supply room.
5 seconds left
Absolutely.
before
Well, we
insertion.
have to move on from that, and there was a lot of utility dump, as you mentioned, Baba, so I believe they
Attackers'
will be able to
objective
run
is to
from them
locate a
after
bomb
the
and
pause
defuse it.
timer. But now, as the faction phase comes down, we do want to see where the Captain traps are going to be placed. We do see a lot of Captain traps inside of the objective. To be very honest, if you are playing Capcan, just place them on the meaning side, because this is a heavy traffic area, and there's a 99% chance that at least the Habana, the going to be targeting that. We have seen Capcom plays even in Pro League that they especially targeted Mana, or rather the hard-reaching players, so that they can open up the walls. Even if they do open up the walls of the hatches, they will have to do a huge investment. But for now, I believe he has not quite placed any of them, as the attackers are going to take the control of the map, as they will start from the side of top floor from the looks of it. Drones are going to be there, and they're actually starting from the side of big tower instead. Usually, I would recommend the players to go for a floor rappel on the big tower and then clear it out, because there is a chance that somebody is going to be roaming or maybe hiding on the side of the third floor, the beam area, or the tier, the top clock tower, the water tower. So there's a lot of factors there, but then again, the rotation of the Jaegers will be known and the walls will be opened up, but then again, we will be seeing the side of Hardware doing some solid damage that he will be taken by Elias. It was actually a trade, never mind. I thought it was a refrag game, but it's not. So Jaeger, he can simply waste, but it's gonna be the Thermite who will be missed. So I wonder, why would you send a Thermite to go in for the kill? You have the Yana, you have the Finka. You're sending in a support character, whose utilities, whose gadget is gonna be used in the long run. Because now they can open up the wall, they can open up the hatches, but it's gonna be pretty difficult to go for the other ones in the upcoming seconds. But instead, I believe they're going for a front execution, because they will have some good information onto the laundry side. There's nobody to be seen, to be honest, near as Van, so holding that objective is gonna be somewhat difficult. But now there is gonna be a bait as well, as Zofia is gonna be coming in, and Zofia's gonna be taken out by the side of Ultra Noob, as now the smoke is gonna be aware that he's gonna be pushed onto the frontal side. The hatch is gonna be targeted. Is it too late? I do wonder, because with 1 minute left on the clock, they'll have to take good control of the objective, and then they'll have to go for the plan. Not to mention the diffuser is going to be on the floor.
Yep. And in a span of 50 seconds, build average, although they have some certain controls to maintain angles of sight, they still have to focus on removing players though. Libra, on the other hand, who did get tagged a lot from the Finker's weapon, Tatya still continues to use his grenades, see whether if he can flush out a player or two, but instead turns out to be a boon for Team Northstar, especially Ultra Noob. All the way towards the freezer side, gets a pick, which means that Built Average are slowly losing their players one by one. What's even more worse is that they have got the confirmation on the defuse, and this is not looking too good from Built Average's side. They've lost the defuse. They even lost the control on the side, but Tatya gets one. Gets to take out Devil. They need to push in aggressively, and he finds one more, only to get caught up from the Capcan ZDD. There's only one left. It's a 1v1. Sharp can win this, but that smoke gas canisters will not let him make any plays at all. Tries to make a push, but he has to succumb to the smoke gas canisters. Unfortunate that the Iana had to go out like that, but in the end, we will see Northstar survive round number 8. It was such a very close round on a 2v3 situation. Both of the players got caught out from the Finca, only to get blown up from the EDDs that the Capcan had placed a trap. Next thing you know, Iana was left in a decision where she had the smoke's whereabouts. The only problem was that both of the rotations as well as the doors, both of them were smoked out. So Iana, aka Sam, he could have just walked in towards the luggage's side and get to take out the smoke. That would have been a possibility, but what I'm guessing is that the way how the smoke was placed from the rotation also blocked out the entrance of that particular spot. So maybe, I believe, on a situation like that, when the smoke gas canisters just... I gotta say, that smoke gas canisters was just used to perfection. That 1v1 obviously had to go from Northstar's end. Beautifully done. Northstar will succeed to equalize their round 4-4, and in round number 9, kitchen and dining room will be a bit difficult for Northstar to defend the site unless and until Team Average starts to make their own mistakes.
5 seconds to go.
Mistakes have been popping out here and there, but I hope they will be able to reinforce some of their problems here and there, and as well, they might be able to, get away with it. Well, very honest, it's somewhat disappointing to see these silly mistakes popping out, but still, it is also giving us the entertainment we were looking for, so can't complain about it. But on this specific objective, as you mentioned, Baba, we will be seeing some control of the top floor for the verticalities, and I guess the attackers understand that, as they will not burn any time. But as you mentioned about mistakes, there's something I almost forgot to mention. That is, I do not want to see the Thermite take the initial gunfights. And finally, they will. I think they heard me loud and clear, because now they will be seeing the Yana, who is supposed to take the fights. I mean, Thermite's 5.56 side does the job just fine, but he has a useful kit, and you cannot risk it. Capcan is going to be off the board on the brighter side of life, so they pretty much guarantee that there are no more Capcan traps and no more impact grenades or C4, whatever he has, is not going to be coming in. The problem is if he has already placed the 5 traps he had in his arsenal, I'm very worried about it because let's face it, every single time we do see the Capcan placing the traps on near the objective. I think what he's actually trying to do is burn the time for his opponent, and when they're panicking, they're simply not gonna have the time to destroy the utilities. That is also a good strategy, but at some extent, on the top 4, your opposition may not expect that, but still, we can't complain about that. That is going to be coming down, the utilities are going to be coming as well, along with we're going to be seeing the verticalities. But what I really want to know is where is the control of small tower? Because on this specific objective, if you have the small tower control, it's really hard for the defenders to go for a retake if you get the plan down, that is. But I guess so they're going for a bit more of a scenic route, they're going for a bit more of a traditional push. I will make sure they're gonna have absolute control. And I think the Sledge sees the mute in the action, but the mute is also gonna be able to. That's not the mute, I think they're gonna kill instead, or maybe the Oryx. Yeah, it was the Oryx actually, as he will be able to escape just in time to safety. It's gonna be Saki who will secure the kill onto the Valkyrie in the process. So a lot of damage has been caused inside the defenders, as they will have to the time.
Yeah, built average is looking very good, especially on the mid rounds. They had to take out Libra and Leo, but Devil starts to fight back. A great shot of that too to take out Sam, but it's too late. They've got the control on the side and they're heading in for a post plant, but Devil is still here. He gets to find one more. Tatya's gone, but the post plant is still in. But look at Northstar. They just brought it back up on a 2v2 situation, but it's too late. Built average has got the high ground on towards second floor, and it's so powerful. Sharp gets to take out one. And now it's all at the hands of Devil, who needs to clutch this 1v2 at a mere 25 seconds. And you need a total of 6 seconds to defuse the diffuser. Not looking too good when it comes to information being gained, and with built average succeeding in this post plant, I'm pretty sure that in round number 9 it would go at the hands of team built average, and I believe my suspicions will come to a true. Sharp with the final frag will give built average the win that he requires on round number 9. And I believe that they will put themselves on the lead. 5-4 will be the scoreline for Team Built Average. And in a site like Second Floor Kids Doms and Doms Main Hall, things will look a bit shaky for Team Northstar, knowing that they had such great control, great potential on kids. But in this next future sites, Second Floor Kids Doms and Basement Church and Laundry, sorry, not Basement Church, Basement Laundry and Supply Room, things will be a bit different from Built Average's side, because those two sites were clearly in the hands of Northstar. The main reason why I'm saying this is because they won round number 7 and 8, so I'm pretty sure on 10 and 11 Northstar shouldn't have any problems regarding to this. Unless and until something happens to it, I'm pretty sure that Northstar won't have any problems dealing with those two sites, which in fact put themselves on match point 6-5, but the site on kitchen and dining room can go at the hands of Built Average.
Absolutely, the pattern is definitely there, Baba, but still, can we reinforce on this pattern? Because the way the defenders are playing here, there is a huge question from my side, because on a kitchen dining defense, it's usually difficult to hold on to, it's usually easy to hold on to the kitchen side rather than the dining side, because as I said, there's a lot of exteriors on the dining side, but the kitchen, two defenders went for the drop and then they went for the plan. And how does the defenders allow them to do so? Okay, I understand the fact that there have been a lot of vertical pressure on the defensive side, but still, you can simply escape to safety because you understand that there's a lot of solid ceilings above you, and you can simply allow the attackers to go for a drop. And usually when they are going for the drop, you can simply put them in a crossfire from the side of the CCTV side, from the shower side, from the dining as well, along with the meeting hallway, but none of them were present. So a lot of questions are going to be coming in my head, but for now, as we move into the 10th round of the game, as we mentioned, I'm seeing a Rook in action. I do not know when was the last time I've seen a Rook in action, even the Rook is going to be having a buff next season, which is going to allow him and his teammates, whoever took the Rook armor, that is, to revive, and actually not necessarily revive, to withstand himself or herself, but still, seeing a Rook, I believe it is a target play because he wants to have the MP5 with the 2x, but Rook in general doesn't quite bring a lot of utilities to the team other than expanding the health pool at the moment. Well, Rook did the same thing back in the days, but now Ubisoft did make it a bit more easier for the new players to understand. So that is definitely going to be there. And now we do see the attackers taking some good control onto the attic side. We're not seeing any contestations, but I am expecting the Alibi to hold the same angle once again. And once again, Baba, I'm really tired of saying this. Bandit is going to be seeing some action, which absolutely makes sense. But Cade does, burns a lot of time. It's simply not going to be the case here.
Yeah, but looking on the bright side though, Team North Star, although they do bring in the bandit, no bandit tricks been seen around from the defensive side. They still open up the wall
my
and
God,
somehow
how?
it's just not working out too much. The hard work, especially with the Thermite, finds the opening pick by taking out the Vomai right from the white stairs. And now the Alibi needs to do something about this. He needs to bring in the backup. Runouts being made from Devil. Unfortunately, won't be able to find someone because no one was present from that window. Actually, there was. Sam was present. Gets to take out the flanker, which means that North Star are left with a 3v3 equalizer. The only difference is that North Star doesn't have a lot of HP left, especially from the Alibi's end, right from the white stairs. So he currently will be playing according to the roam wise, just lurking around, seeing if he can get an opening pick or not. But Sam get to shut down Leo just like that. Ultra Noob will miss the opportunity. So does Ares when Saki gets to take out, especially from the rappel. And we see Built Average just slowly taking control of the side. I seriously don't know why North Star just lost that control.
I know, Baba.
I'm still trying to understand what just happened, because when we saw Hard Work get the opening frag, right? They opened up the wall on second floor, kids. They saw the Wamai right from white stairs. You could say the soft wall was a bit broken in a way that the Thermite could see exactly where Wamai's location was. He pre-fired it, he gets the kill. Next thing you know, it was just a barrage of entryways where there was where there was almost a chance for Devil to go in for a run out. Unfortunately, that run out didn't work out too much, but instead it just gave the attackers the information of the flankers' whereabouts, and Sam immediately took care of that. What's even more advantageous for Team Built Average was that not only did Sam get to remove the flanker, he also took out the player from the second floor, kid's bedroom window, and the bandit misses his shots. Ultra Noob, who immediately realizes that there is a Finka who's already vaulted in the window side of kids, misses the shot to take out the Finka, in which North Star, they could have had the chance to bring this match back up, but turns out to be the quite opposite. And now Built Average, knowing that they've adapted to the situation on round number 7, winning back the round on the same side. The biggest question here is, can they do the same thing on basement laundry and supply room? Now, I've known that they are a lot of... I know for the fact that there is a lot of mistakes being made from Built Average's side. But for now, if you look at the operators here, you see Twitch being brought out. You see double hard breaches. Saki with the Hibana and Hardworks still with the Thermite. You could still at least remove the hatches. But once again, I still gotta use the same thing that you were talking about, Cresto. Where is the Kaid? Kaid is nowhere to be found on a map like Oregon, which could have helped them electrify the hatches and not let the hard breaches do their stuff, right? And yet it's just confusing. Like, why haven't they brought in Kaid? Why? It's just the biggest. It's a biggest question that I have to ask for both North Star and Built Average when they're on defense. Like, why? Why not Kaid?
I guess we will have to post something in the in the universe of R6 that Kite has gone missing. Whoever finds him, he's gonna be rewarded with R6 credits. And obviously, the players who are playing here, who's gonna be having the advantage to go to the playoffs, they will be rewarded with R6 credits, obviously, because they will be able to find Kate, I believe. But that is really unfortunate that these teams are not gonna be having that.
Imagine the bonus. Missing Kaid gets found, an extra 2,000 R6 credits. Oh boy, you can get yourself your own Kaid elite.
Exactly. And that's how Kaid uses the time machine to become a younger person. Because, I mean, yeah, Sam Fisher, or should I say Zero, is the most old, operator in the game. Oh, wait a second. Hello, Sakib? You do realize that that is a very unusual place to go for a drone war, because 90% of a chance somebody is going to be holding on to that stairwell. somehow, somewhere, the side of the attackers are simply being used here. They will lose 2 bodies quickly and a very quick succession. And as you mentioned, the factor of confusion is simply gonna add up. And Sam, my guy, you didn't need to use the grenade to destroy the barbed wire, as you're not even gonna be pushing from that direction. A huge amount of utility dump is gonna be happening from either of these sides, but now the Jaeger's gonna be going hyper aggressive. He didn't need to go the wide swing, as I think is gonna be punishing him for that. It's gonna be 2v4 situation. The attackers really looking short at the moment, but still they can bring the round for themselves. They do have a good amount of utilities, and the adrenaline surge is available, as they will take the control of the elbow side, and now they're pushing in. I do not know if the defenders are still worried about it, but now it's all up to Finka. The quicks are gonna be there, the short is gonna be good as well, but it's gonna be Devil who's gonna find the kill on the Finka. So actually no, it was an injure. I believe it was the smoke who did injure him, but it was the mute who confirmed the kill. So good attempt once again. Northstar will be able to bring one of the. They will be able to deny their opposition's match. Actually, it is still match point. I believe, yeah, it is still match point, but they're gonna be able to deny their opposition's victory on the first map. But it is really a confusing map to say the least, because both of these teams, they're making so common mistakes which are not expected from either of these guys. And I believe, trust me, Baba, we have to put the you know, lost posture for the Cade, as he's not going to be seen anytime soon, as the Bandit is going to be seeing some
Defenders,
action.
protect
Not
your
a
bombs
bad
from being
composition by any means, but that is simply allowing the attackers to save a lot of time just to go for the utilities, go for the grenades, and take out the Bandit, because you know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, for team built average, it's all or nothing though, because they're on match point. The side on second floor kids Doms might be a chance, or you could say more of like a boon for built average to win it out, because they just won that on round number 10. Round number 11 was the site on basement laundry and supply room, in which
10 seconds to go.
North Star ended up having a flawless win, right? Almost a flawless win.
5 seconds to insertion.
And in this round, North Star can come back. They could equalize it to put
Attackers are
themselves
moving
back on
out to
6 to
locate a
6.
bomb and defuse it.
High likelihood chances for an overtime, but
Unfortunate.
that is unfortunate, especially when action phase is in play. That is, oh man, that's gotta hurt. Especially
it was a thermite.
what's even more worse about it is that at 0 0 seconds, when prep phase came to an end, that was the exact time where built average had lost their players. But yeah, anyways, hard work is back. But unfortunately, the only thing that he could do right now is just give info on the team's whereabouts with the help of the attacker drones. But with the loss of thermites, exothermic charges, and flashbangs, it will be a bit difficult for team built average to open up those important walls, both on attic side as well as on second floor kid storms. But you still have the Maverick and the Ace, so I mean, for team built average, they just have to make do with those abilities.
I think there's gonna be a bit more pressure on the Ace, obviously, but still they can still make the play happen. They can still take the control as well, as they will going for the default breach along with the one way, the head only breach from the side of the Ace, but no contestation is gonna be coming from the side of Maverick yet. I believe he will gonna take some time to go for the attic hold, but a heavy pressure is gonna be established from the side of the Finka and the Ace onto the game room side. But they have to secure the kills as well, because there's a lot of things to be worried about. I think there was an impact check, most likely, because I do see only one slither, one Silma reach going down from the ones which were supposed to have the breach, which would have been walkable.
Located a bomb.
But now the grenades are gonna be coming. It's not gonna do any damage whatsoever, as the players are not gonna be found in the vicinity. Now the Finka will be joining back with the Nomad, but it looks like he's having a very confusing moment here, because he's just running on the map. But now the Maverick is also making some solid progress, going for the vertical nades, but will not find anything. But Sakib, he may be able to find something, because the nades are connecting. Oh, almost getting rid of the Wamai, but the Wamai simply gonna get away with the kill on his own while getting rid of Shar. But now it's all up to the Ace here. He does not have good HP to work with, but he does have a good gun to go for, if not the best gun in the game. The Diffuser as well, but not enough time. It's the 1v5 situation. It's him versus the world. The pressure is gonna be very, very heavy from their
Attackers
side.
drop the bomb diffuser.
Not much he can do. And what is this pick coming in from the side of the Wamai? I do wonder, why would he go for a peek while he was lying on the floor? I mean, come
It's a
on,
sneak
guys.
peek, Cresto. It's a sneak peek. It's the
I mean, it
most
makes so much sound, my guy.
I know, but like when you know that one of the attackers is just holding on a headwise angle, and you see a slithering mute just going around seeing whether if you can get a kill or two. I mean,
looks
you still
scary.
gotta. It's a bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. But when it comes to peaks in Rainbow Six Siege, you have the stand peak, you have the crouch peak. Not a lot do we get to see a prone peak more often. But hey, if it works out, it works out. You know.
And it
Defenders,
did.
protect your
So
bombs from
if
being
it works,
defused
it's
by
not
attackers.
stupid, as they say in the military. So it's simply gonna be the case here, as it's gonna be an equalization once again. As we hit overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Though both of these teams are not done yet, it's all gonna be dependent on how these teams are gonna go for this OT phase. But what I really want to know is, I'm not gonna talk about the Kate anymore because it is pretty much confirmed that he has lost. But why are they going for the exact same setup from the Capcan and with the Oryx?
Why
I
not?
believe they. I mean, that's not a bad composition by any means, but
Practice makes
going
perfect.
exactly that is definitely there. But
10 seconds to go.
why put the Capcan inside the objective? I mean, the way Bill Tavares plays the game in general, I understand they burn a lot of time. But why not put at least one? Just one. That's a request, a very tiny request from my side. Why not put one on the meeting side? Because you know somebody's gonna go for the hatch. But then again, Mama, you have to agree to me on that. That there have been no occasions where any hatches have been breached. But then again, I just noticed this time there's no hard breaches either from the attacking side.
Really? No hard breaches.
I'll grab us some intel.
Confident,
Wow.
I must say. Really confident. I must say.
So, turns out Built Average wants to challenge raw gunfights. Team North Star has placed specific traps like the Cap Can, Alibi, and Oryx to develop some roaming capabilities on first floor. So you could say that this is heavily relying on raw gunfight itself. Some of the grenades which mainly be used on removing utilities on the defensive side, and then you have the smoke gas canisters to deny the push, coming in towards the construction place. But how can you open up lines of sight? That's the biggest question. How can you open up lines of sight? This kind of feels like Built Average wants to brute force their way towards the blue bunkers aside, and I believe it's sort of working. The alibi has, the alibi did fall back. But the main problem has to be the Jaeger who's still contesting towards the boilers' room. One single grenade should be more than enough to take out the Jaeger, but with the help of ADSs, maybe there might be an ADS or two on towards the boiler's side. Actually, there isn't. And still he is contesting in a way that Team Built Average has no idea on how to get control on that particular place. If only they had a hard breacher to open up the hatch on meeting, but never mind so. You still have Sam, the F2 looking so strong. He gets the opening peg by taking out the cap can, only get refragged at the hands of Ares, who is right in the side itself. He'll be able to fall back, he'll be able to reposition in a safe place that Team Built Average might have a lot of difficulties dealing with. And now they're making some changes in their attack push, especially from the Sledge, who's slowly making his way towards the freezer stairs, but he needs to do it fast because they're losing a lot of time here. 55 seconds. Built Average, Saki, still on freezer, still making a lot of, presence being shown around from the freezer's side. Smoke's been thrown around, and now Team Built Average are almost at the side, gaining control on the boilers' place. They're just losing time. So much time being wasted around. And you could see that North Star has things under control, but the only difference is that they don't have the necessary utilities to deny any push coming in from the attacker's side, so they have to deal with gunfights. That gunfight will be a lot. The grenade from hard work turns out. But Devil is still here for the refrag, still holding on from the freezer side. Sharp going in for the plant. Basement supply room and the control for Team Built Average, but not for long. Here comes Alibi. Removal of both players with the bailiff. Triple kill. And hard work needs to do all the work. 1v1 sprints around. Devil doesn't get it. It's hard work who will get the win on attack. Round number 13. Sprints away to success. And it will be Diana who will give Team Built Average overtime match point on round number 14.
Speechless, if I want to put it like that. Like, I mean, the attackers, they have to understand that in this map, oh my god, I've been saying this a million times, Baba, that Oregon and Clubhouse in general
Cresto,
are the most.
I'm sorry to interfere right there, but I have to agree on you. I have to agree on that, Cresto. Built Average, no hard breaches. They haven't removed the hatch, but they still did it anyways.
Attackers
They
need to
still
locate
got
and
it.
defuse as many bombs as they
And how did they get it? Challenging gunfights.
Now, I really appreciate those gunfight utilities, but you know that round itself went down to the wire. That was
Yep.
a round which they were not supposed to win, and that is exactly where I became speechless. Because now, if I want to be a person who is like, okay, I'm gonna blame everybody. Who do I blame? I'm not gonna blame anybody here because nice attempt by both of the teams. But if I was the person, who do I blame? Because build average, they went for the gunfights and they found wonderful success. I must give the kudos to the side of the Yana, predicting the location and going for the gunfights with the ARX. Hats off. Unfortunate for Devil, he could not survive for that long, even though he has 17 kills on his name.
And defuse a bomb.
It all came down to the opposition side as well, because come on guys, you have to understand that no heartbeat has gone down. What can possibly go wrong? You do not have any unusual angles. You do not have to calculate that, okay, now the wall is opened up, how do I hold this angle? These are the common angles, these are the walkways you usually expect. Usually in a map of coastline and cafe, it's not necessary that you must have a hard breacher. And in those maps you have some very common angles. You just have to outsmart your opposition, and that is exactly what the side of Build Average did. So hats off to them, because they're definitely not Build Average, they're Build Strong, but not Star. They'll have to shine like a star here. They will have to take 2 rounds back to back to take their victory here. While Build Average, they're usually looking for only 1 round here, but looks like their confidence is gonna be somewhat shattered, because the Mute understand the situation. They're simply gonna reinforce that wall. I do not know if that was able to burn any time whatsoever, even though it will be when it comes to destroying the wall in the first place, because then they'll have to go for some flashbangs or maybe some utilities to get rid of the Aruni gates. But speaking of the Aruni, she's become solid progress, going for the roamer. But once again, Baba, there's no possible pushes onto, I believe, this is actually the first time we're seeing there's no possible pushes from the side of Attic. So Sam is going to be he's going to have a lot of breathing zones, but going for this linear pushes, how beneficial are they going to be? I really wonder. Okay, never mind.
Starting off with the nade. It's just too much explosive utilities being used around from the attack side, in which both of them will be the victim too. At Hardworks goes down, so does Tatya, who just got eliminated, and Devil is just walking, just looking at the flanks. What? How? How does Sam gets away with this? Another nade from Leo. All right, Sam is still here. Still gets the knife onto one of the players and a second kill, but it's still not enough. North Star will succeed. Round number 14. What is happening? What is happening? Grenades galore on the site. A punch from the Aruni. Am I watching a Bollywood movie right now? 7-7. Round number 15. The final round. Basement laundry and supply room. And for crying out loud, please don't tell me the Kaid won't be in play on defense. No, they don't.
Won't be, I guess.
This,
I guess it
you know
won't
what?
be the case.
After this match comes to an end now, Christo, I'll make a total of 50 to 60 A4 sheets saying Kaid missing in Oregon. And I'm going to post it in the entirety of the plays. Kaid missing. If found, please let me know. Free 500 access credits.
Oh my god, yeah, definitely. I'll be joining you in the action as well. Trust me. But
jeez.
other than that, okay, 3 players are not available. 2 players
Yeah,
are not available.
I'm
for
guessing
the
this
attackers.
will go for a rehost. That's what I'm guessing as of now. But yeah, Jesus.
But even if the rehost does happen, we will have to go for the identical operator pool, right? So that's pretty much a guarantee that no Cade is going to be seeing some action. And
Yeah.
what are these players doing? I mean,
Kaid is
Come on, that
nowhere
is-
to be found.
that is a very simple character. By no means I would say Cade is a difficult character to play. I mean, yeah, the gun itself, the speed itself may be a problem, but you still have a 1.5x, you still have a very stable gun, and above
seconds to insertion.
everything else, you have a utility which can burn your opposition's time, and
Attackers are moving
when you're
out,
on
locate a bomb and
defense,
defuse it.
you're simply... The sole job you have to do, if you're not getting kills, it's fine. You have to burn the time. And even the simplest form of that is not going to be available. And from the looks of it, the rehost is not going to be happening. It's all dependent on the Ace, Finka, and the Yana. They will be able to take some good control on the map as well. They're going for a rush, but can the defenders hold on to that as well? So many questions are swarming on my head here. It's really not something I can comment on. The Seafer is going to be coming in as well, as it is going to be tossed into the side of the Finka, I believe it, and it's not going to connect, as the Finka will predict that just in time. The Barber is going to be destroyed. Now the guns fight is going to be coming in. There is a lot of utilities that they can go for the time. I mean, the time is still in their favor. It is good enough, but we'll have to come back to the same topic every single time because both of these teams are making so common mistakes. It doesn't quite. I maybe just maybe they're going for this experimental. Okay, what if we do not play Kate? Maybe they have made a backhand deal that okay, we won't be playing Kate. What if the game did not have Kate at all? Operation Wind Bash never happened. Still, with these times left on the clock, the execution is gonna be coming down. The wall is gonna be opened up with a 3v5 situation, no blood whatsoever. It's really looking, confusing. It is going down to the wire, Baba. Even with 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, you could say confusing. I'd call it ironic because not seeing a Kaid on Orega just makes me laugh a lot. But talk about the gunfight as of now. You see a lot of retaliations being made from Built Average's end, and turns out it is working a bit too much. Hard work. Only the last player left for Team Built Average to make their play, and unfortunately it won't happen because North Star have got things covered by winning round number 15. And that was map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 2 more maps to go. Map number 2 will be on Chalet. Map number 3, Decider, will be on Villa. Unless and until North Star decides to end the second half on a 7-5 or maybe an overtime match point to an 8-7, that can be a possibility. But all in all, map number 1 is just speechless. I wouldn't say speechless. I was poker face most of the time. I was like, what is happening? Round number 14, barrage of grenades, and then you see the Aruni just sprinting around the stairs of Armory, just punches the guy, and it's just nothing happens.
It's just a bro fist, I'm gonna say, because it feels like that. Okay, these guys are enjoying, but then again, so much common mistakes have been popping out here and there. I really wonder if are these even, are these even supposed to work out? Because they're not supposed to run away with this, and at the same time, so many common mistakes: not having the hard breaches, not going for the hard breaches, not bringing the K. And as you mentioned, we're gonna be printing some A4 papers right after this game, but my God, it's really heartbreaking. We did see a 15 round, so that is on the brighter side of life. That this is just an indication that this game itself is not a one-sided game. Both the teams are going down to the wire. They are having a lot of pressure, but pressure for what? Because we are not seeing too much flashy plays. I must give the credit to the side of Devil, especially the Yana players from both sides. They are making some solid progress. But that just to picture the fact that even you may have the best frags here, but you still may fall short because the frags just kept coming. The refrag game was never there. And it feels like both of the teams are just relying on one specific player that, okay, he's going to get some frags and then we're going to be going for the execute, but the execute never happens. Even when the plan is going down, we have seen a lot of questionable moments on the post plan. And I do not know how to explain this in a better word because let's face it was feeling like they were lacking communication, to say the very least. And I believe they will be able to make a better progression on the second map. It is going to be a map of Chalet, but Baba, Chalet is a much bigger challenge compared to Oregon because Oregon, come on, my guy, it is a much more common place for every single player who has at least touched the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege.
Yep, on map number 1 for North Star and Built Average, it was more of like an all-out brawl. They just kept fighting, mostly on gunfights, especially on at the ends of the round. It was just the execution which matters the most. There are some certain, but when it comes to the execution wise on the early rounds, we don't usually get to see a lot of early picks being made from both of the teams. There were some certain moments in the first half, but not a lot do we get to see that on the second half itself. It was just mainly opening up the walls on the important sites, just push, see whether if they can get an opening pick or two, remove the deployable shields, and by the time they push in towards the side, they would still have at least a minute and 30 seconds left. So at that brief amount of seconds, we'd see an all-out brawl where it's a 50-50 chance where either North Star would win or Built Average would win. And that 50-50 eventually ended up on an overtime match point, with Built Average having a lot of problems from their end, mainly because of their connectivity issues, and ending up on a 5-3. So you could say that since you talked about infinite overtime, Cresto, on on the yesterday's matches that we've had, if we had overtime matches by now, this match could have ended up all the way till midnight. That can happen because it is, like I said, mistakes being made from both the teams. they were just mainly focused on raw gunplay, in which, in fact, some of the shots were great, some of the shots were a huge question mark around it. But if I have to talk on the performance being made from North Star and Built Average, I still have to give kudos to them, knowing that they know some certain spots to go for a cooked nade, right? Especially on a site like Second for Kids Doms, you'd usually see players like Iana on both the teams from North Star and Built Average always use their cooked nades in a way that they have a 80 or 90% certainty of getting a frag or two. They know their cooked grenade spots, but they don't have the necessary the necessary information that they get from the attack drones. And attack drones, they just usually see the red ping, and then suddenly you see the defenders knowing that there is a drone. They immediately fall back, knowing that they might see a cooked grenade or not, and they just play to it accordingly. But like I said, it always ended up on the execution phase, and we all know what exactly happened. It was just two sides of the same coin. There was not a lot of contest being made. We didn't get to see a lot of flashy plays being made from both of the teams. It was just the usual traditional Rainbow Six Siege on a map like Oregon that we did expected it to happen. 8-7 will be the first map, and I guess this will be at the hands of Team North Star. Yes, it is. And now on map number 2, Chalet, this will be the deciding factor to determine whether if North Star can end this on a 2-0 scoreline, or high likelihood chances that this could go all the way to the deciders, which will be on Villa. We haven't seen Villa in Season 3 of the Community Cup just yet, so who knows, maybe we might see Villa being brought up, or we might see North Star end up on a 2-0 basis.
That might just happen because Chalet in general is a very, it's a map where
I
you have to be a bit
yeah.
more situational. You have to be a bit more careful because there's a lot of things which can go wrong in general. Oregon, that's a bread and butter, if I want to put it in a much more straightforward manner. So as both of these teams went down to the wire, I really have no clue what is going to happen in the map of Chalet. I expect these teams to have some good strategies and some good compositions on the side of this specific map because let's face it, they did not feel confident. And as I mentioned, the communication gap was there. And Chalet is a map where you need to have the communication because aside from the third floor, aside from the objectives, aside from the restructurability, it's a huge map. It is where you have to take a lot of time just to go for the rotation. Even as a defender, if you're giving the calls, okay, guys, I'm going for a rotation, you have to make sure your teammates know this because the rotation is not going to happen in a couple of seconds. It may even take at least 15 to 17 seconds. And to be fair, in the game of Rainbow Six, it is a huge amount of time. And not to mention, there's a possibilities of flank watches as well. So many equations needs to be taken care of in the map of Chalet. So the gamble has been made on the side of Oregon, but can you make the same gamble on the side of Chalet as well? It's a big question mark from my side, but the main thing I really expect from either of these teams are, come on, guys, you know exactly what happens in the game of Rainbow Six. Maybe they're experimenting these strategies, but it doesn't quite look like strategy. It feels like that there's simply 5 individual players running around them. They're just getting kills. At least it felt a lot like that when Devil was getting the kills because hats off to him. He had a crispy aim along with the grenade utilization. But the remainder, it just fell short.
Yeah, it certainly did, Cresto. But all in all, let's just say that the past is the past, and now you just have to focus on the present, and that present has to be
And the
on Map
future.
Chalet. Yeah, sure, why not? The future as well. And talking about the future, it is on Decider Villa, right? So, will we see North Star get a 2-0, or will we see Villa on map number 3? These are the kinds of puns that I usually should need to focus on more. But yeah, jokes aside, map number 2, Chalet. I've got to agree to the fact that Team North Star have to step it up a notch. The same thing can be said for Team Built Average too, and hopefully we might see them make some incredible plays. Hopefully on map number 2, because on map number 1 it was. It always went down to the wire, right? It always went down to the final seconds where most of the gunfights happened, and it's either Built Average or North Star who would win most of their rounds, mainly due to their confrontation gunfights. And on Chalet, when it comes to a certain map, this is heavily attacker sided, especially on a map like Chalet, because some certain sites like second floor master bedroom, first floor bar and gaming room, even you could include first floor kitchen and dining. Most of the sites are difficult for the defenders to, fortify themselves in the site. So what mainly the defenders would do is just that they'd usually do an extended roam in a way that the attackers would mainly get focused on, say, for an example, library. So you'd have at least a defender or two holding in towards mezzanine to delay a lot of time and then head back into the site to make their final play. That's how usually Chalet works most of the time. And I'm pretty sure that Built Average, who's going on defense on a map like Chalet, pretty sure that it's going to happen the same thing, right? The only difference is that North Star being the ones on attack, let's just hope that they still, that they stick to the meta wise, right? Let's hope we don't see, Kite being brought out, especially on a map like Oregon and stuff. But for now, folks, let's just take a look at the highlights and talk about the matches which has happened between North Star and Built Average. Map number one, Oregon 8-7 at the hands of North Star. A very long match, but in the end, it was North Star who did ended up winning this map.
Well, wonderfully done, Nini, but as you mentioned previously, if we had infinite overtime, it could have gone to the wire. It could have been an all-nighter game as well, because every single time either of these teams wins around, the follow-up rounds is going to be taken by the opposition. So those were there, but it would have been an exception if either of these teams really focused on their mistakes. They did capitalize on the map control, they did capitalize on the frags, but the common ones, the operator composition, the fragging capabilities, and some extent, I mean, I'm not gonna say there have been a lot of potato fests here, but I wouldn't say there have not been either, because we have seen a lot of French fries spreading around the place. So keeping these in the equation, not a bad attempt by either of these teams, but still, when it came to the refrag game as well, that was really, really lacklustering. And maybe that is exactly where their communication gap is really starting to show up, because it is pretty much evident that it is present, but it's not going to be very forgiving in the map of Chalet in general, because Oregon can be very forgiving because you have a lot of cover, you have a lot of opportunities to go for a comeback, even as even as an attacker, because you can be creative, and even in the map of Chalet in general. But the creativity factor is going to be much more escalated on the map of Chalet in general, because some teams may not even be able to predict it. But in Oregon, there are a couple of textbook plays which cannot be evaded, which cannot be exceeded. But still, we're having these impossible plays. We're having these plays which were not supposed to work out. But at the same time, which the biggest factor the side of the attackers have to be worried about is the time factor, because they're taking so much time just to go for the execute. And even if they are going for the post plan scenarios, there have been a few where the attackers were able to hold on to the diffuser itself, because somehow from somewhere the defenders were able to punch them to the faces, getting rid of the kills, and then going for the diffuser with enough time left on the clock. So if they're not understanding and if they're not learning from their mistakes here on out, not to mention the trap meta as well, things are going to be very difficult for either of these teams. I'm not going to mention the names, but it's going to be much more detrimental for the side of Build Different, sorry, Build Average. Apologies for that, because they are one map down, even though it was a very close.
Well, all in all, Built Average on the side of defense, they've made their good plays on the first half itself, especially from round 4 to 6. As we take a look at the match summary itself, 17 kills to Devil, Tatia with a total of 13, and a cost percentage of 64 percentage. And the first kill advantage always goes to the hands of Devil itself. Look at that, 4 first kills for Team North Star. They'll win their first map nonetheless, on a map like Oregon, but on map number 2, Chalet, this will be a different case scenario. That is for sure, Cresto. Because on Chalet, it requires teamwork. It requires good, map knowledge, and extended roam is heavily a necessity for the defenders. So hopefully, I'm pretty sure that team built average will be prepped and ready for this. And if they don't, and if North Star somehow gets the best of it on map Chalet, then maybe we could see map Villa being in play on this matchup, especially for the Community Cup series of Rainbow-Six-Siege. 4 first kills, 80% cost from Leo's end. You could say that most of the players inside of North Star and a team built average always have that double digits, right? 17, 15, 10, 10, and then you have 13 to 10 kills from built averages side. But North Star, they will be happy that they will get their first map win. But can they do the same thing on map number 2, though? On a map like Chalet, it will be a difficult one. And at this point, I am just here for fun. I'm not going to lie. Cresto, if I have to make a prediction, like I said, I'm not going to make any predictions at all. But if you are making a prediction, Who's going to win map number 2?
Pretty hard question, don't you think?
I mean, it's always a hard question for the casters,
I
Pesto.
mean,
I'm just giving the predictions directly to you
obviously
itself.
that is going to be there, but my point here is the first map, which is won by the side of North Star, can they really celebrate it? Because it went to overtime, maximum overtime, and then they won because there were no other overtime matches rounds left. So if that is the case, North Star, they cannot be too happy with the matchup, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be applicable to some extent to the side of build average, because because to be fair, they have pushed their opposition to a very high limit and they have given them a run for their money. So considering that into the equation, this map can go either side. But then again, this is a map which is chosen by the side of I believe the side of build average. Yes, so they might be able to run away with it. But then again, as I said, North Star actually no, Origin was picked by that was the case because but the side of Chalet was picked up by the side of build average. So they might be able to take something out of the hats here. So there's a lot of factors which may be in the equation. So we'll be fighting it out. And ladies and gentlemen, you still know that we need to find our lovely boy K. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be taking some break. We're gonna be going to the printers. Actually, we'll be printing a couple of missing posters, and hopefully on the second map of Chalet, Kate is gonna be found. So till then, wait for us, and hopefully Kate will be joining along with us. Kate is gonna be joining us shortly, so don't go anywhere.
run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could, I could.
I could run through the fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and yes, of course, our broadcast partner Loco here, with me as myself, Baba Gusta, with my co-caster Cresto. And yes, we gotta apologize for the amount of time which is taken for us to start out map number 2, but unfortunately, on map number 2, North Star didn't had the necessary players to join in on the lobby, and mainly because of that, they had to forfeit map number 2, which means map number 2, Chalet, we won't be able to see it because built average just got that default win, which means that we are going to map number 3, Deciders. And that Decider map will be on Villa. This will be a tough one though for North Star. Apparently, players on the side of North Star had a lot of connectivity issues, and mainly because of that, they had to lose map number 2. But map number 3, this might be a different case scenario. So, Cresto, talk about map number 1 itself. It went all the way to overtime match point 8-7, and now map number 3 being on Villa. What do you think is going to happen here between North Star and Built Average?
I just hope that Kite is fine right now. That's the only thing I want to take place, and to be honest, I believe it has been because we didn't get the confirmation for the time being. But if that is gonna be in the equation, there's a possibility that the side of North Star and Built Average is gonna be able to put up a good fight. But unfortunately for the side of Built Average, though, gonna be having a 4v5 game because at Built Average they could not find their fifth player. So there needs to be still there is a necessity to print a couple of more low missing posters here for the side of Built Average. But I believe be in the pool. But regardless of that, we're gonna be heading into the game. It's gonna be a map of Villa, as you mentioned, ladies and gentlemen. As you mentioned, Baba. The second map, unfortunately, is not gonna be seeing any action. As you mentioned, it is a 4 feet because of time shortages, and obviously the players were not available. that is heartbreaking for the side of North Star because they had the lead and without even playing a game, they just lost it. But moving to the third map, it is a bit more of a, I'm not gonna call it a vanilla map, but it should be just fine for either of these teams. But I just do not want them to make the common mistakes as we are gonna be seeing Jack off the board, even though we didn't see a heavy presence of Jack on the first map.
I'm pretty sure that this will be like the common map bans as we see in this ban phase. Thatcher, Jackal, Mira, and I'm pretty sure a Valkyrie will be banned on the start of team built average. Having a lot of information put through the table on map Oregon was not a lot. Actually, I just realized on map number 1, it was Melusi who just got picked out. And what's more interesting about this is that we never got to see Valkyrie, nor we got to see Kaid both at the same time on map Oregon. So for now, on map number 3, Valkyrie will be banned. So you could say that for team built average, they are going to start their round off on defense with a disadvantage. I'm guessing the player on the side of team built average, it's either hard work or Saki. Both of them apparently have connectivity issues, and mainly because of that, team built average will be forced to play a 5v4. And because of that, we took a lot of time, and yet again, folks, we do have to apologize for the delay which has been caused from both of the teams. At this point, we couldn't do anything much more about it, so the show must go on. So, map number 3, here it is, folks. 5v4. North Star did win map number 1. Built average won map 2 by default. And now this is the decider map, Villa, to determine who will get the spot on the playoffs. This is it. Now let's see whether if North Star can come back or will Built average see whether if they can salvage something out of this.
Well, they will have to find something out of the hats here because they had a really hard fight on the first but
5
well,
seconds to insertion.
unfortunate turn of them is that they are playing with a man disadvantage, so it's gonna make things much more difficult for them than it already is. But once again, it feels like our boy Kate has not been found yet. Even though I'm not gonna complain too much about it because on this specific objective, Kate is really not important. You can actually go for a mute instead on the vault wall, and you can pretty much jam the drone hole as well. So that makes a lot of sense to go for the mute in general. But with that disadvantage, it's really gonna be difficult for them to bring any values. But on the brighter side of it, they did bring up Thunderbird. In case things do go wrong, it's not much more forgiving for them. But the attackers, they're not burning any time as they would simply take control of gallery without any congestion. They're also positioning themselves outside of the study side along with the balcony side as well. But as you can see, Leo has already exceeded on the side of the main stage, and there is some vertical hold which will bring some effort, but it will not get it will be a nade effort from the side of the Yana, but it will not do any damage. But it is gonna be Sam who's gonna bait out the alibi just like that, even though he is also gonna be targeted by the Finka, but he's also gonna have the time to fall back. So it's gonna make it a 4v4 situation. Some recovery has been found from the defensive side, but there is also gonna be Fardin who's gonna make sure that he keeps the lead for themselves, even with the disadvantages. If it's gonna fall, but it's gonna be from the side of Kester.
Device
Easy situation, and now the odds have been evened out.
Odds are currently favored for team built average, taking out both Iana and the Finka. We're looking good from the defensive end. Now they've got to focus on the side. They even have the mainstay's control at the hands of Sharp. Here comes the denial, and Kester, right from the mainstays, gets to take out the alibi. And now all they've got to do is just head in towards the side, ensure that they have post-plant situation, and make sure that team built average wouldn't have a trick up their sleeves. And when I say trick up their sleeves, I'd see double C4s from both Fardeen and Vidrohi, who could use it. All they've got to do is just find the right timing. Cooked nade from Ares. Will that connect to take out the players from the vault side? No, he don't. They'll still stay alive. And now with the time ticking down to a minute left for North Star to make their push, they've got to figure out a way to see whether if they can get control in towards the vault's side or maybe on the other place. But no, Bidrohi, he finds an opening this time. He gets to take out Kester. I'm guessing this happened right from the hallway side. They've equalized it once again, 2-2. Now they had the entire control on second floor ABG and also the control from Ares. C4 being tossed around.
Wonderful.
Okay. Not quite sure exactly what Ares was trying to do. He could have just shot the C4 to save his teammate, but no. Instead, he decides to run away, and that would cause a great danger. Built average. Despite their 4v5 major disadvantage, they will win round number 1, second floor AVG and Gaming Room. Man, this is a close round. I would say almost a close round. Maybe it would have been best if Ares would have shot the C4 to save his teammate, because because that C4, if he could have just denied the C4, that would have been more than enough to get the win for Team North Star. But unfortunately, it kind of didn't happen, and he decided to fall back. And mainly because of that, he lost the players, he lost the man count, he even lost the defuse. Even more so, the vault control wasn't even at their hands as well. So very unfortunate for Team North Star to be losing an attack round like that, especially on a 4v5 major disadvantage being laid around from Team Built Average. But on round number 2, just like you see us now on the caster scam, it's a rehost being requested for Team Built Average, which means that their players have arrived, which means that we will continue our round 2 with a full-on 5-5.
Absolutely, there's a possibility for just that. But then again, the way North Star are playing it, I could comment that by any means because it feels like they're really falling short when it comes to fragging capabilities. They're feeling short when it comes to coordination, and they had a lot of time to get themselves back on the board. But it's like that they're going for these executions and even having the advantage for themselves feels like they're simply not taking any map control. My point here is you are playing the map of Villa. So why not go for an execution from the side of 90? You can go for an execution from the bedroom side as well. Going for a study push, it is commendable. But then again, you're going for another linear push. This is exactly what you replicated on the very first map. If you continue to do so, trust me, it's really not gonna be very beneficial for you in the long run. But it has to work either way, and I believe they're gonna be able to bring some value out of this, but still really not working out for them. There is a possibility that after the halftime or after the rehost, we will be seeing the side of apologies for that. The side of it was not it was not North Star, it was built average. Apologies for that. So if they build their manpower back online, things are gonna be much more difficult for the side of North Star. And if they just keep it up, it's gonna be heartbreaking to say the least because these are really questionable plays to say the least, Baba.
Yeah, absolutely, Crusto. And the way how Built Average has been played around in that first round, they played it safe, they played it passively, they know at what time a cooked grenade would arrive from North Stars' end. They even dodged the grenade, they even used the C4 to its full potential. Somehow, North Star had a lot of problems seeing on how would they have a control in towards the Waltz' side, because you saw the way how Mute held his ground from the Waltz' side, taking out the players from the attacker side of Team North Star, giving them the control when it comes to man count. And when you realize that the entire side of second floor, aviator room was clear, they could have went in for the plant. And also, just like we saw from the sledge, it would have been better to take out the C4 in midair. And I can understand running away would also be a good idea, but if you do that while the Nomad was keeping its trust towards you, indicating that no matter what happens, you would be there to defend. And knowing that you make a decision like running away towards study room to save yourself, I'm not quite sure if it was a good idea. But all in all, a great attempt for Team North Star, especially on the attack side rounds. But all in all, you gotta give kudos to Team Built Average because they just survived that 4v5 round.
Absolutely. Then the attackers made a lot of mistakes. As I asked, that where was the Sledge running to? Because he had good control of the aviator side in general. But there is one thing I do want to know. When he is going for a defend onto that vault side, he knew exactly there was nobody who was pushing the vault side. Why did that nomad go for a plant behind the vault door? He simply could have planted next to the bomb chassis. There's a lot of things, a lot of common sense, put it like that, because yeah, in the objective of aviator in general, the safest possible place is to go for that vault door, obviously. But then again, you have to understand that your opposition is not positioning themselves inside the vault. In that case, just simply stick yourself on top of right next to the bomb chassis, and you are safe from the C4. And these are really expected from the players from of these levels. I understand he was trying to be very safe, but while he was trying to be very safe, he played it predictably. And while he was doing just that, that is exactly where the Thunderbird came in. He went for the C4, he went for the Spare 308, and he just did the cleanup duty. And that was a round that defenders should not have won. That attackers, it feels like they simply gave it away. It can be said that the first round can be an experimental round, but it simply didn't feel like an experimental round because the aggression was there, the execution was there as well. The defenders, they simply dominated the opposition. And from the looks of it, the average have been able to bring the entirety of the team back online. So we're gonna be getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna be looking any more time here as round number 2 is gonna be going. But my question towards North Star is: are they gonna do the same mistake over and over again? Because if they do, this is gonna be a problem.
It can be. There is high likely a chance that it can happen though. Round number one was not looking too good from North Stars' end, and they will give the first round win on defense for team built average. Talk about round number two. The site will be on second floor trophy and statuary room. We gotta know what exactly would happen.
I think Ferdin did not rejoin.
Huh. Guessing we still have some issues that needs to be dealt around, and I believe the admins are still working out on this on the other side. So when it comes to issues, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to apologize for that. I mean, we had a lot of shaky starts from the beginning, and I do have to apologize for that. Sometimes when it comes to matches like this, we are bound to have some issues being laid around. I believe on both the sides, for both the North Star and Built Average, both of them had a lot of connectivity issues. So at this point, we tried our level best, but it always comes down to the end result and what's going to happen. So I'm pretty sure that the admins on the production end are looking into it. They're going to see what's going to happen, what solutions that they could give according to this endeavor. So we just got to wait it out and see what would be the end result. But all in all, if I have to make a prediction on whether if North Star or Built Average would win, knowing that knowing that on a map like Villa, the Cresto, you could say that on the defensive side, Villa is popular when it comes to cooked nades, right? Especially on second floor. On both of the second floor sites, second floor AVG and gaming room, trophy room, and statuary room, you are bound to be cooked from below, unless and until you have a certain information that can be gained. But talk about the third site that I'm going to be talking about on a map like Villa. Site like first floor kitchen. That's the site where Pulse is being picked on defense. The main reason why Pulse gets picked on mainly below the site, especially on a map like Clubhouse, where you have the sites like Basement Church and Arsenal Room, and then you have on a map like Villa, round number three, where you have first floor kitchen, you'd usually bring in the Pulse that could give them a lot of great information, and also you have tons of C4 from the defensive side that all it requires is just a heartbeat sensor that can give people's whereabouts, and just by a single button you'll be able to use your C4 to full potential and get a kill or two. So maybe unless and until we see that site, we're still stuck with the main traditional sites itself, and that is on second floor AVG and also on trophy and statuary room. Those two sites will be the deciding factor for the defenders to determine whether if they can hold their lead or would they give it back for the attackers. And I'm pretty sure the way how North Star proceeded with their attack on round number one, and now since on round number two it is trophy and statuary room, I'm pretty sure the fact that you saw them push towards the study room instead. You saw them push towards study room on first round itself. I'm pretty sure on round number two they'll do the exact same thing, but instead of pushing in from the study room itself, they'll just make a normal push from second floor master bedroom, just open up the normal wall and just push in without having any repercussions whatsoever. So just like we see the same example on map number one, brute force it is from both the sides of North Star and Built Average, and I'm guessing on map number three this will be the same case scenario.
Might just be the case here, Bob, because to be very fair, these players going for the split pushes, but then again, I would still expect some pushes. When it comes to this objective in general, you need to take control of the aviator side, and not the aviator side. Actually, it's the astronomy side, and aviator side, it's gonna be a bit more, viable if you are having some plans to going for a statue plan, because this objective in general, there is a skylight right in the middle, so there is a lot of possibilities through the long line of sight. The defenders can take the attacker who's going for the plant. So to be very fair, the only reason defenders goes for this objective in general is because it's very hard to plant. It's very hard to find the cover. The only cover you can possibly find is right next to the half wall, next to the statue. If you're targeting the statue, unless you're going for the trophy side, you have to stick it next to the deer. And other than that, even if you're doing so, there is a lot of angles you can be shot from. So as an attacker, you have to take at least some control of astronomy. If not astronomy, you'll have to go for the trophy window. At least the trophy window in general is a very it's an underrated place, if I want to put it like that, because it's a very heavy traffic area, and you can literally isolate the defenders who are going for the long line of size to take out the attackers who are going for the plans. But people simply ignored that. They don't even, they feel, it feels like that they feel like there's no window at all. You can take the advantage into that specific objective and you can simply isolate the defenders. Even if you're getting killed, the defenders are gonna be like, okay, the window's open, someone's gonna be coming in. So do I really go for that long step? Because if I want to do that, I will have to leave my cover. Is exactly where you can get in the veins of your opposition. But for some reason, if it is gonna be the case, it's gonna break my trust me. Because yeah, Villa might be a defender side in general, but then again, it's not like the attackers cannot win the rounds. The only thing you need to be in this map as an attacker is to be smart, outsmart the defenders. And this is exactly what I said. The map of Villa is a very balanced map. There's a reason that Villa have not been reworked the past 4 months of it. Just because Clubhouse is a map we love, Oregon is a map we love, and even Cafe Dostoevsky is a map we love. Even it goes back and beyond. But Villa, it still remains the way it is. Italian, it's just as chasing.
Hmm. Yeah, I totally agree on that, Cresto. I mean, the way how Villa works is that most of the attackers can understand how to make a push, and particularly when we watched, the yesterday's matchup as well as today's matchup, the way how the attackers go in for the execute is just usually straightforward. So for the defenders, you could say that they mainly focus on one particular place instead of the other, but if I do have to make a slight change about the way how North Star operates, Team North Star, that is, not the Operation North Star, the way how they could make a push is that I'm guessing that Devil, who usually plays the Iana, might usually get control on first floor kitchen and just go in for a cooked nade. And that's the only thing that they could do at this moment. And when it comes to windows, yes, on a map like Villa, you have tons of windows. You have the astronomy window, which is one of the most powerful chokeholds for the attackers, which can have the entire access of the hallways of astronomy. You can even have the entire statuary room as well as trophy room. You could even include the bathroom side entirely covered from the attackers by a single line of sight. That's how powerful that window is. And if the defenders do be careful on that particular rappel, that would be more than enough for them to secure the win on a site like second force trophy and statuary room. All in all, these two sides that we see built average, it always depends on how they play around it, right? And since we might see Bandit and Mute more often, Bandit charges will mainly be used on the deployable shields. I wouldn't say deployable shields, on maybe on reinforcement walls. And Mute Jammers particularly being used to just block a lot of information being given from the attacker's side, in which they necessarily have to do so because those cooked nades that you get from Team North Star, they get it mainly because they have the information regarding the player's whereabouts. So the more drones you destroy for the defenders, the higher chances you have of concealing your position, even though if you're in the site or not. So you'd still have that element of surprise. And folks, if you're still wondering on what's going to happen on map number 3, it's going to take a while here, folks. We do have to apologize for that. It's been a while. Yes, we were supposed to play out map number 2 and 3, but yeah, there are some issues that needs to be fixed right upon. So when it comes to connectivity issues, I mean, we all have connectivity issues, right? Especially when I used to have connectivity issues, I'd usually get stuck in a freeze frame like this for more than 5 seconds, and then it just happens. You can the power of internet connections and power cuts, it's out of our reach. We cannot do anything when it comes to issues like this, and the only thing that you can do is just wait it out and see whether if we could, hopefully we could get our power back or internet connectivity issues done and dusted. So it's always those kinds of issues where it's out of our hands. We couldn't do anything much more about it. So you guys might need to wait for more than 2 to 3 minutes for that, folks. Again, I do have to. I'm really sorry about this. We're still working on it. Still, just we just need more time. The more time. Should be more than 2 to 3 minutes. It should be more than enough for the issues to be sorted out from both of the teams. And when it is done right, we'll be able to head back into the match without having any problems.
Do agree? We really apologize. For now, we do apologize for the inconvenience here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, unfortunate turn of events, but I believe these amount of times are gonna give these both of teams to have their breathing zones, to understand exactly how and when they're gonna play the game, because there have been a lot of questionable plays. Let's in the map of Club Oregon in general. I apologize for saying Clubhouse because Clubhouse is not even in the map pool. It was banned out, unfortunately. Even though I would have loved it if it wasn't the case, but still Villa is here, so which is my favorite map in general, personally. But going for these split push, I mean, they're not going for split pushes. There's something I actually forgot to mention from that side. When you're not going for the split pushes, the refrags are much more easier to get because at least two players are supposed to be together in the game of in general. Even when you're on the defensive side, you're going for the roams. I would personally suggest go for roams with another player around the corner. He doesn't need to be a very active roamer. He doesn't need to, destroy the drones and stuff. You can be a roamer. You can destroy the drones. Hitting the attackers, hey guys, I'm here. You can hunt me down. And a second one, bait, or he can be a person who can possibly bait you here because it's like things go down. In case the things are not going according to plan, he's gonna be able to take the refrag if you're not, able to make the frags happen, even though you may just be the main fragger. So a lot of team combination is possible and it is to be predicted, it's to be expected. But for now, either of these teams are really lacklustering. And obviously the main reason here is definitely the communication gap, but I believe they will be able to recover from it after this break time as well, ladies and gentlemen. We are still taking the time. As we are taking our time, they're also taking their time. I believe the connectivity issue is going to be resolved eventually, but what I really want to see from either of these teams on a very specific manner is strategical play, because I did mention there is the map of Villa in general is a defender-sided map. But if you can outgun your opposition, you can have the best of it. But so far, when it comes to outgunning their opposition, so many silly mistakes have been happening because there are some common strats. Like, for example, let's say you have a default plan spot. There is a possibility that you may not go for the plan. So you can go for a bit more of unusual plays where your opposition is not going to be expected. But you never know. Some pro players opt to go for a pre-placed C4 on the default spots. Not to mention with the introduction of Thorn in general. 99% of the teams who play Thorn, they place a Razor Bloom in the default plan's position, so that even if you happen to make yourself inside of the objective, inside of the default plan, you have to burn some time to make sure that the Razor Bloom goes off, or he will have to shoot the Razor Bloom. Those are also part of the strategies, and those crucial seconds from the defensive side, detrimental, can be very useful. But sometimes going out of the book is also allow you to, take the rounds, get inside your opposition's veins. Simply has not been the case, and really it really breaks my heart, and I'm pretty sure it breaks my heart as much as it does to you, Baba, because players, they are really experienced, may not be the best experienced player we have out there, but still their experience are not simply at such a level which can be counted out such an easy manner. So what's your thought on
I mean, my thought about this, Crusto, is that first things first. This is the Community Cup, after all, right? Community Cup is a place where where we get to find young talents or young teams who are still trying to gain their reputation on being a professional player on a game like Rainbow Six Siege. Now you still see a lot of returning back players coming back to the scene, especially we saw in the first match itself. We had Psycho, the returning player, who she used to be on a team. It's been a long time.
MIG, I think?
Yeah, it's MIG. It's been a while since I've heard that team's name before. MIG. She mainly plays as the support ace, and she still is playing as the support when she was playing on with the team itself. So you could say that there's a mixture of both young talents as well as the old just joining together to form their own team, which in fact doesn't have any coaches or anything, but it's just a random, it's entirely random, but it always depends on how well you can communicate with the team, how coordinated you can make with your attack executes, and how well you can defend the sites. And talk about the two matches that we've had. Yes, there were some sorts of difficulties that they had when it comes to communications and mistakes, but all in all, there were some great moments that actually did happen on the first match itself. Although the second match, North Star was built average, also has its fair share of plays. I mean, there were some funny plays. I'm not gonna lie about that. I mean, the punch from the Aruni from the armory stairs was just. Uh, it kind of shook me up. I was like, wait, you can actually do that? That's actually a thing? I mean, I wouldn't say that it's surprising or anything. It's just that getting knifed like that on armory lockers, it was just like the most confusing thing that's ever happened to me. But yeah, like I said, memorable moments, some funny moments, and there might be some great moments too, which will happen on the playoffs itself. We still have our first four qualified teams, right? Our first four qualified teams in the first qualifiers: Uvu, Nova Killa Warriors, G2 Esports, and Water Boys. Although we didn't get to see any of their matchups in the first qualifiers, because most of the matches did happen on second qualifiers, and we just started our Community Cup yesterday itself. So we're still waiting on two teams who still needs to be qualified on the playoffs, and today is the last date for second qualifiers. So the two spots, whether if Team North Star or Built Average can get the spot, or will it be the second matchup, which will happen as well from Kira Esports versus Airavath, which will happen on the next match after the first match comes to an end. But again, we do have to delay a bit more again, folks. I'm really sorry for this, and we'll be right back after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the TEC Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. And yeah, we're back with map number 3, folks. Again, apologies for the delay, but we are back on round number 2. Apparently, there was some issues that was... you could say it's been fixed as of now, so without having any further delays, we will just proceed to round number 2, with Northstar being the one who just lost their first round, with team built average already successfully defending on second floor, aviator rooms, and game room. Now they're here to do the same thing again. It's just a different site, with the site being on trophy and statuary room instead. The operators will be the same nonetheless. From the defensive side, we have the alibi. You even have the Thunderbird to give them necessary health back if the defenders do
protect your
try
bombs
to,
from being
you know,
defused by attackers.
do decide to go in for a spawn peaks or an aggressive peaks. But so all in all, we are back with round number 2, and hopefully with no more issues, we would be able to proceed to the round itself. So with a bit of a recap on what exactly happened on the 3 maps that we're supposed to have. Map number 1, Oregon. It went all the way to maximum. Actually, yeah, it went all the way to the maximum overtime. 8-7 was the scoreline. And then map number 2, usually players on the side of Northstar didn't had enough players left. The timer went up. The timer ticked down to 0, and usually team built average did get the default win. And now we are here with map number 3. Round number 1, it was in fact a 5v4 major disadvantage from team built averages side, but in the end they did get the win nonetheless by securing round number 1 second floor AVG, and now they're here to do the same thing by winning trophy and statuary room. So with the action phase coming into play, as we see most of the attackers spawned in towards the fountain side, it's a bit as I expected it to be. Players on the side of Team Northstar has made a decision to push in towards second floor master bedroom. It's as usual as you'd think. 3 ADS has been placed towards statuary room. What's more interesting is that we don't see a deployable shield being placed from the side of the team built average. So they've got to rely on peaks, and I believe the Vomai will do exactly just that. The air jabs, which is supposed to be placed from the statuary door, has been caught from the Vomai's magnet nades. One of them has been caught. The second, though, might have been. First frag will come in, and it will be Leo on the side of Team Northstar, and another kill from Devil as he takes to take out Sharp. Already deep within the astronomy side, but it will be denied from Fardeen, but it's not for long as Team Northstar gets to take control on the second round without having any issues at all, and Team Northstar will respond back by winning round number 2 itself. Easier said than done. That is, you could say by the time they got control on the bathroom side, they just immediately went in towards the place, and they just usually took control of it one by one. Not a lot of drone works being made from Northstar's side. It was just exchange of utilities being placed around. But all in all, round number 2 has come to an end. It is 1-1 equalize. Let's see whether if Team Northstar can do the same thing on round number 3 as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Right, round number 3. I know you guys have been waiting for a long time, and yes, we were supposed to start map number 3 in less than 30 minutes, but when it comes to connectivity issues like this, again, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't do anything but to wait, so we were really sorry for that. But still, we've got the match back on track, and with a lot of further delays which has happened, we are not having any more further delays, folks. That is for sure. So we're heading back to round number 3, and don't forget, folks, we still have the second matchup. It's Team Kira Esports who go up against Airavath Esports, which will happen after the end of map number 3 up against Northstar and Team Built Average. So with the action phase coming to play on round number 3, with all the players prepped and ready for their defensive hold on the side of Team Built Average, here they are, Northstar. This time we see some utilities though from the statuary room itself. Deployable shield, mute jammers, quite a lot to be honest.
Bomb has been located.
Even the Melusi Banshee deterrent has been present from the statuary room itself. But for now, Northstar will do the usual push as they did on round number 2, gaining control on master bedroom and bathrooms aside, using the drones to give vital information, and when the time is right, they'll be able to push in without having any issues whatsoever. What's more interesting is that they haven't made any repels, but that shot though from Vamai, taking out the Nomad, while he was a bit too busy placing those traps, being put to good use. Apparently being open like that did ended up costing his life, and we see team build average finding the opening pick will at least gets to equalize it 4-4. Now we get to see the attacker side knowing that they've lost one more. It's best to get control. And looks like the refrag will come in too from the side of the Hibana. Taking out the Vamai into a saturated room will at least give some composure, knowing that they have some control on the side. The cook nade from Devil. Will that head in to take out the player from the Astro? Yes, it does. So does Fardeen at the hands of Ares. And now it's just Sharp left all by himself into the side. He needs to defend the Astro room, in which he will find one. He gets to take out Devil. He needs to find three more. Ares, Leo, and Kester. All three of them nearby the side. Flashbang will sting and gets taken out from Ares nonetheless. The LMG looking strong on this one. The statuary room in the hands of the attackers of Team Northstar, and they will continue their winning streak on the attack rounds on both round number 2 and 3, putting themselves in the score count of 2-1, with round number 4 being in play. AVG, second floor aviator and games room will be the site. Shouldn't be much of a problem for Team Northstar to hold on to. Last time I remember on round number 1, second floor AVG was a bit of a different case scenario, because team built average, although they did lose a lot of players in the end, they did had a firm grasp on control, especially when Northstar only had 2 players left. Ares, and I believe Ares was playing Sledge at that moment, and he also had Ultra Noob with the diffuser in hand. He went in for a default plant, unfortunately gets caught out from the C4, and that's exactly what happened on round number 1. Team built average succeeded this side, second floor AVG, thanks to that C4 in the end to conclude their win on their first round of on round number 1.
10 seconds to
Now,
insertion.
talking about round number 4,
5 seconds to insertion.
being the same side, we could say that Team Northstar could win,
Attacker's objective is to
and
defuse a bomb.
they surely can. It's all 5 players, and team built average, they're just left with 1 player down already, and you could say it's even much more because Devil is here with that headshot to take out Sam. I'm thinking that it was a spawn peek right in towards the window side, and hoping to get a kill or 2 in towards the ruins side, ended up being his own demise. And losing 1 player like that from team built average will put Northstar at a very great spot. Got some good lines of sight being held around, but with Rohi, he really needs to be careful though. Again, sprint and a cooked nade right at the hands of Devil. Might be able to get another cooked nade. No, it does not. But I've got to say, while Mute was making a decision to run away towards the wall side, he was a bit too late, and that cooked grenade really caught
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
with Rohi off guard. Only 2 players left on the hands of team built average, and you could see that the entire defensive hold of the site is just slowly falling apart. They're losing a lot of ground coverage, losing their deployable shields. No matter how many times that they try to hold their ground, the attackers are slowly gaining control. Do they have any explosive utilities? Yes, they do. Fardeen has the C4. They could use it to deny it, but it's too late. It's post-plant, and a flashbang will force them to not make any decisions whatsoever. Leo's here with the bearing 9 to take out Fardeen, and in the end, it's just Sharp who gets caught out from Kester. All the way from the hallway side, it will be Team Northstar who will win yet another round on attack, winning 3 rounds back to back, which means there's only 2 rounds left on attack. Team Northstar looking very confident, and I'm pretty sure that they're here to end this once and for all.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Lost it good. Corner deployed.
All right. Round number 5.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
What
bomb.
can Northstar actually, instead of saying no on Northstar, I mean Northstar has already won 3 attack rounds. I have to think about built average's perspective here. On defense, what can they do on a site like second floor AVG?
10 seconds left.
Could they try to use some round capabilities? Maybe Bidrohi might, roam around on the entirety of first floor, see whether if he can remove Devil off first, because that cook grenade has been a menace for team built average for more than 3 rounds, including on map Villa as well as on on map Oregon as well as on map Villa as well. So I'm pretty sure a roam would be in play for team built average, and I'm pretty known for the fact that they're not going to be aggressive as you think so. So playing it passive, playing it near the rooms itself should be more than enough for the defensive side to see whether if they can get an opening pick or two. So staying as patient as possible, but I'm kind of have a feeling that Bidrohi might have a problem from their hand. Oh boy, yes he does. Lost a lot of players though. Again, connectivity issues. We tried our level best, but it's still not enough. Ultranob is still here. Gets to take out Sam. And it's just 2 players left. Sharp and Fardeen. Both of them in the site, and they will be met with a heavy LMG player, but Fardeen will get the kill nonetheless. It's all by himself against 4 players on the side of Team North Star. Although you could say that Fadeen is currently concealed his position, but his position will be compromised knowing that his entire location is in towards the walls side, and Leo won't have any problems getting the final frag as well. Round number 5 at the hands of Team North Star, and for Team Built Average, well, it's an unforeseen consequences from their hands. They already lost 2 of their players, mainly due to connectivity. It's just mainly due to connectivity errors, and again, we can't do anything much more about this, folks. We did give them a lot of time. We made sure that whatever happens, we did help them see whether if they could, get their players back, and mainly because of that, we did ended up
Defenders,
and an
protect your
hour
bombs from
late.
being defused by attackers.
So yeah, the show must go on, and with team built average already losing both of their players right now, kind of feel it would have been better if all 5 players were available,
Attackers have
but
discovered the location of a
unfortunately
bomb.
we tried our level best, so did the players, so did the teams, but in the end we just have to move on. Round number 6, North Star on a hefty lead, 4-1, and with round number 6 coming in play, this will be the end of the first half. You see some change in the operators being made on the side of the attackers. You have Kester with the Nook. We have Ares Leo. We have Ultranoob switching from the Sledge to the Nomad. I'm pretty sure that using the soft reach capabilities doesn't really help a lot. So what they could do is just get some information regarding the defenders' whereabouts and see whether if they can remove the players one by one. But having a major disadvantage like this for built average is a lot to talk about. And there you go, with the action phase coming into play, I'm pretty sure the Team North Star will be doing the same thing that they did for the past 3 rounds. And that is push in towards the study room. I mean, 3 rounds as in when they went in on the site on second floor aviator and gaming room. So twice, 2 times did they go in for the same push. And I believe on round number 6, they'll be doing the same. Still see Sharp with the Oryx. The D5 SMG, which is great when it comes to, roaming around. You don't need steps. You just need a hatch to just parkour yourself all the way from first to second floor. But that nade, though, from Ares will just stop Sharp just like that. I've got to appreciate North Star, though. The way how they use their grenades is just work to perfection. But that shot, though, from Fardeen. The Spear 308 doing wonders for him as he gets to take out Leo. But can he hold his ground with a total of 3 more players just arriving right at the sides for Team North Star? There's a lot of things that you should be worried about. And Sam, using the roam capabilities of the Vigil, will be able to find one. But can he deny the plant? Because Ultranoob, he's already in the side. He's already punched in the digits. Post-plant it is for built average, only 40 seconds, and he needs to find all 3 players, which is currently situated in landing zone, and Sam might be able to find an opening to equalize that. They found a way. The air jabs will give away the position, and now all North Star has to do is just wait, and wait it shall be. Devil, he will be able to find 2 players, and with it give the win for Team North Star, ending the first half on a 5-1 scoreline, which means North Star requires 2 more wins in the second half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Alright, round number 7. Role swap is in, and so does Team Built Average being on the attack side. I'm pretty sure that North Star won't be having any problems on the second half itself. They could easily win the rest of the 2 rounds unless and until Team Built Average has some tricks up their sleeve, especially Sharp with the Amaro.
Seconds to insertion.
He could use the Gara hook to gain instant access from the 90s hallway, see whether if he can get an opening pick or 2, and then when they finally find a weakness, maybe we could see Fardeen going in for the plant on towards second floor AVG because, second floor Aviator room. Because mainly, that's the main place where most of the attackers would go in for a default plant. But it always comes down to the way how Built Average plays to this accordingly. While North Star has control when it comes to man count, the same thing cannot be said for Team Built Average. There's only 3 players, and that 3 players from Team Built Average needs to find a way to come back and see whether if they can win a round or 2. And you can see how North Star is playing as of now. They're just playing it freely, they're just playing it right from outside. Both of them already on second floor trophy. They know exactly at which spawn the attackers have arrived. And that is towards the fountain side. All the 3 players just patiently waiting around, waiting to see whether if they can find an opening pick, and I believe they will find one. Kester, the first frag, and there goes Sam. Still need to find 2 more though. You could say that no matter how many times we try to see Team Built Average making their best share of efforts, finding a pick or 2, it's just, you could say that they are in an impossible task. And I gotta say, on round number 7, North Star, I'm pretty sure that in the next round as well, on round number 8, they will get this because they're on match point. 6-1. One last round for Team North Star to have a spot for the playoffs in the Community Cup Series. Well, I'm not gonna lie. The first map, especially on Oregon, didn't work too much from Built Average's end. The first half itself, it was Oregon. It went all the way from overtime match point, 8-7. Both the teams started to make their own mistakes. There were some certain rounds where the attackers did. I wouldn't say the attackers did take a lot of time. They just usually did their usual work done. It's just that when they go in for the execute, it's just usually a 50-50 chance where either North Star would win or maybe Built Average would just figure out a way to just hold their site effectively.
Attackers need to locate and
Map
defuse
number 2,
bombs.
we couldn't get to see much because it was a default win nonetheless, so there's nothing more that I can talk about on map number 2. And you could say it's also the same thing on map number 3, mainly because of a major disadvantage from Team Built Average's end. They've already lost 2 players, right? Especially on the recent 4 rounds where Bidrohi wasn't available at that time, but now he's still back on track. He's still back on the game. But would it be more than enough for Team Built Average to mount a comeback and equalize it to a 6-6? Well,
5 seconds left.
not quite sure that can happen. Action phase is in.
Moving out to locate
Round
bombs
number
and
8. North Star on match point. And you could see how it's running around. I believe that was a C4 right from the fountain side. Yep. Just sprinting right outside fountain. Just throw the C4 and gets the kill just like that. And now we all know what's going to happen here, folks. It's the outside plays. North Star just taking control of every single situation that they see. But you still see some, just some actions being made from the attacker's end. Kester will also take out Sam, unaware right from the main stairs. And now it's Sharp left in a 1v4. Cooked nade, throws around from the window side. And yeah, so we all know exactly what's going to happen on map number 3 here, folks. It is North Star who will get their win and also get the spot on towards the playoffs. And there you have it. Final kill from Kester. North Star will win map number 3. And there you go. That is the end of the first matchup. And again, folks, we do have to apologize for the delay. We had a lot of issues, but in the end, we finally got it. We completed match number 1, 7-1 at the hands of Team North Star. North Star will succeed and they will proceed into the next phase. Congratulations to them. And now, that would be it on the first match, folks. Second match, though, will be an interesting one. So hopefully you guys can stay tuned on that. Kira Esports versus Airavath Esports will be our second matchup. It will also be a best of 3. The match was supposed to start at 8, and I know it's already 8-9. So, yeah, sometimes things happen, folks. And this entire match that we've had between Team North Star and Built Average, I'm pretty sure that it didn't work out like it used to, right? Even though when we talked about map Oregon, we usually didn't see Kite being brought out most of the time, and especially on a map like Oregon, Kite is more effective than the Bandit. Sure, if you want to bring Bandit, you just need to ensure that you can at least trick the walls right, and it also is a best option to ban Maverick on attack if you want to make a bandit trick like this. So ban Maverick, especially on a map like Oregon, use the bandit charges and see whether if you can trick a wall or two. That's usually how it works. And even though Maverick is still present, usually you just prefer taking Kaid because the Electro Claws, it's so very small. It's difficult to know exactly where it is unless and until if you have an attacker drone or maybe an IQ scanner to detect exactly where that Electro Claw is. So we usually didn't see a lot on a map like Oregon. And map number two, we didn't talked about it much because it was a default win. And map number 3, the usual result, 7-1. North Star did win, and there you go. That's we still have one final spot, folks. We still have one final spot for the playoffs, and that matchup will be underway. Team Kira Esports versus Airavath Esports. These two teams, I gotta say, these two teams are very promising because when you talk about Kira Esports, we all know who Kira Esports is, right? And talk about Airavath Esports, there are some memorable players who are still, coming back into the scene of Rainbow-Six-Siege, right? You still have Virtual, Asteroid, Rux, Roximo Killer, Ninja Freak. It's been a while since I've seen Ninja Freak be in the Rainbow-Six-Siege scene. It's been a while. Last time I remember, he used to play on Team Mercenaries. I still remember on the major stages, he used to play as the Clash on defense. They had good strategies involved right around it. It was back in the majors, I believe. And now seeing Ninja Freak back and running, back on Airavath Esports. So he might be able to get some good, useful information on the Community Cup itself. I mean, you still have your Pro League seasons appearing in the next month itself. So the more practice you have, the better chances you have in focusing on the big leagues. So Community Cups, it's always a mix and mash about how the scene is in the South APAC region, and I'm pretty sure that teams like Kira Esports and Airavath Esports, the second match, it will be an interesting one, folks. And I can guarantee you that this second match, there won't be any issues whatsoever, folks. Let's just take a look at the match summaries itself. On map number 3, North Star will win 2 maps. And for the on the side of Team Belt Average, they will win 1 map, which is of course map number 2. It was a default win nonetheless. North Star, as we take a look at the match summary itself, Aries with 100% cost, 7-3, 7-3, and 7-2 from Devil and it's Leo. So that is pretty much it on this match itself, folks. The match results itself went all the way 8-7 on a maximum overtime on map Oregon, and then we had Chalet 7-0. Decider went just as it expected it to be, 7-1 in favor for Team North Star, as they will get their spot on towards the playoff side itself. So there you have it. That is our first matchup done and dusted. We still have second match to go, and that will be Team Kira Esports versus Airavath Esports. It will be an amazing matchup to be looking at. So for now, folks, we'll be taking a short little break once again. I do hope you guys bear with me for just a minute or two, and we'll be right back with the second matchup. Please don't go anywhere.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire. I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could.
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me as myself, Bob Augusta. With me, I have my co-caster Aggressive, as we are here for the second matchup of the second qualifiers. Only one will proceed in towards the playoffs. Will it be Team Kira Esports or will it be Team Airavath Esports? Only time will tell, especially with the map vetoes already done and dusted. Aggressive, welcome back. How you doing, and what do you think about this matchup?
Honestly, I ran all the way from a university, finished my function, ran all the way here. You can see the sweat just coming off of my forehead, but I did not want to miss out on all the intense action that we have for this entire community cup. You know what? I had a blast casting Siege last time around. We saw a lot of upsets. There was a lot of long games. We had a lot of technical difficulties, but still, it was fun regardless. And the teams, they showcased their prowess to the very end. And hey, I'm now back here in the hot seat again. Forgive me for my lack of knowledge on a lot of the Siege terms and some of the plays that Siege are really known for. But hey, I have you on my side to just catch me up to speed whenever I do make a mistake or whenever there is an issue. But for both of these teams, I personally don't know the rosters, but maybe you can enlighten me and also enlighten the audience about what we could expect here from both of these squads.
Yeah, absolutely aggressive. And again, welcome back. It's been a while since I've seen you, casting on Valorant as well as on Siege as well. But yeah, talking about the match itself, yeah, we have two of our teams, Kira Esports and Airavath Esports. Kira Esports, they've been in the scene, especially on the Pro Series matchups, where they've secured a third spot on both Summer Edition as well as Spring. So they've secured third place on the Pro Series. And then we have Airavath Esports, where they are yet to make a response. Now, I'm talking about the Pro Series, not the Community Cup. So when it comes to Community Cup, their main focus is to ensure that they get their first prize, and the first place in which the team would receive a total of 6,000 R6 credits per player, which means that they would have 30,000 R6 credits in total for one team. So yeah, talk about Kira Esports. It is an international team, and we have Team Airavath Esports who are yet to make an amazing plays. And talk about the players that we have from Airavath Esports. You have some player who just came back from the seed scene for almost around like a year or two back. You have Virtual, Asteroid, Rux, Roximo, Ninja Freak, and OG Kush. And on the side of Kira, we have Death Amar, Atharv, Flit, Shrisha, and Copy. And talk about the map bans itself. It's always the usual here, aggressive. Oregon, Cafe, and the decider being on Theme Park. What do you think about this?
Yeah, at this point, I would personally say the first initial map going on to Oregon, not really like we don't know what the map pool is going to look like just yet. So let's just wait and see which map is going to be played out first. But if Oregon is the first map and if Airavath are able to take the first initial engagement, Oregon, very balanced map. We always talk about Oregon being one of the much more balanced maps to play around with. Both sides have advantages, disadvantages, depending on whichever they want to go for. But Cafe being the first initial take, and Kira being the pickup here, I don't know how I feel about this. Normally, whenever we see Cafe,
Mhm.
us as casters, we're in for a treat because this match could go either way. But Kira being on the pickup for this map, maybe they have a strategy for us that Arbot don't even know about.
It's usually rare for a map like Cafe Dostoevsky to be brought out, especially
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
Community Cup. Most of the maps that we'd usually have would either be Oregon, Clubhouse, or Villa most of the time. But seeing this second qualifiers matchup, having a different map out gives you a certain interest towards these first and third map. Oregon, as usual, it is the standard maps of the South APAC region. There's not a lot of changes being made unless and until if your coordination works out well on attack and defense. It should be much of a problem though. But for Airavath Esports, knowing that they're going up against one of the international teams in the SA region, Kira Esports, that's the biggest question that we have to see whether if Airavath Esports can defeat Kira Esports, or will Kira Esports stay true to their name and just show fear to their opposition team.
We can already see Strisha being on the team. And I remember this guy, he is just a living, breathing highlight reel when you allow him to work his way across the map. But again, Siege is a game that really does award you for being mechanically skilled as well as having a high enough IQ to pull off incredible plays. And Cafe is one of the maps that you can easily play around with when it comes down to going in for spawn peaks. There are multiple different spawn peaks that you can abuse to just isolate your opposition, take that first initial pick and get out. But if Airavath are able to just hold their forts really well, they are expecting a lot of the plays to come in properly, then Kiri Esports, they could be walking into a trap being set by Airavath. Yes, this map is very powerful for spawn peaks, but that can also work against you if you try to play it in a much more orchestrated.
Yep, it certainly will. And now, with no more delays being laid around in the second matchup, we are heading right in towards the ban phase here, folks. Airavath Esports on attack, Kira Esports and on defense, and I'm pretty sure a Thatcher ban will be in play for the attackers. There you go, Thatcher's been banned. And also on defense, you will
Casual
see
bans.
Amira being banned around. It's just the usual. You won't see any changes being made, but on the next update we will see on the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, introduction of Grim. You have a secondary EMP grenade, which secondary impact EMP grenade, which can be used to just disable most of the electronic gadgets, which will happen in the next week, prior after 10 days. So I'm curious to know what kind of meta will be changed around and what kind of ban phase do we get to see. But the second ban, though, on the side of the attackers, it will be the Ying at the hands of Airavath
Wait,
Esports.
no
The
mirror
usual
ban?
bans. I think they will. They will have a Mira ban on the side of Kira, though. Mira is quite strong on a map like Cafe Dostoevsky, especially when you turn around on the third floor side. Yeah, there you go. Mira will be banned nonetheless. But for Airavath Esports, their main concern is to take out Ying, mainly because they don't want to, they want to handle the aggression, the aggressive rush plays that you might expect on Community Cup. So who knows, they might do it. So let's see what will happen on the first side itself, being on kitchen service and cooking.
Top floor, they're going to be on the top end of it. But again, 1 second, they're going for a composition that is pretty much standard for them. But the Frost getting picked up here, I'm a little bit more on the susceptible side. What do you think that the Frost is going to achieve, especially on the first floor? I could understand why they would go in for it on the second floor, because you have a lot more of the windows to worry about when the jump-ins come in. But for this, the Frost is going to play a pure role. What's the plan with the Frost in this engagement?
I'm pretty sure that the Frost is mainly used for her secondary weapon, the secondary shotgun that you have, which in
Just
fact
for
helps
breach
you to
opens?
make. It's mainly used for making rotates,
Okay.
footholds, and also you have the deployable shield as well. But Forger, not using the deployable shield but using deployable cams instead, will give a good amount of information regarding bakery's information. And most of the traps, the frost mat traps, will be laid around the window side of small bakery. That's what I'm guessing at this point. Windows, it will be specifically trapped at that specific moment. And you also see that trap already being placed both the sides on courtroom, surprisingly. But all in all, Frost's her main kit is to just ensure that the traps that's been laid around from the window side could be used as a distraction for the attackers, because when they vault in, they are forced to look down to remove the trap and then look on the other side. This way, you have high likely chances of winning that gunfight whenever you're playing as the Frost. So that's the main reason why you see Frost being played around a lot more often. But talk about the action phase itself, a lot of info games being running around as the shock drones are trying to gain some information on the player's whereabouts, but it's been stuck. So they'll just wait it out and see what kind of other information that they can find out in this hall.
The Kaid not really getting much done there. Immediately, the Frost Rap's going to be able to shut down a couple of the problems that could be early in. But good God, the first initial frags are already coming out. Sophia takes a back seat for this one, but the trades are perfect from either side, holding it down from lobby. Look at the plays to be coming in. The Frost doing work. This one, the first initial couple of frags, and with a swing out, death. Beautiful peek, shuts down Stoneheart, and the attack before it could even start just immediately got put to a halt. They all funneled in from one side, Baba. What was the game plan here?
Pretty sure the main objective was to open up that wall, but since it didn't had much information regarding that hallway's whereabouts, I'm not quite sure if it's gonna work out though. Kira Esports, they will secure round number 1 defense on kitchen slash
Oh, nice
service.
shot.
Yeah, that was actually a good shot though, especially from a weapon like that. Although, round number one, you could say it more likely went in the hands of Kira Esports and Airavath Esports. You could say that they mainly focused on one hallway. They didn't show their presence towards the bakery side, nor we didn't get to see them head towards the third floor, open up the hatch, and then proceed to go downstairs. We didn't get to see any of that being made from Airavath's presence. Just
Defenders,
that the
protect your
usual
bombs from
push
being defused by
from one
attackers.
particular entryways where Kira Esports, all they had to do was just realize that there was four players holding one angle in that hallway, and they just removed players out one by one. That's exactly what it happened on first round itself. Hopefully it will be a different scenario on round number two, with a different side being laid around on third floor bar and cocktail lounge. This would be the place where Airavath Esports might get a win or two if they work out their coordination perfectly.
Towards the second floor. But again, it's not that easy pushing into piano now, is it? Especially when the site has been expanded this far. If you have proper piano control, then there is no way you can easily push your way in. But Red Stairs is there. There's a lot of different avenues that the attackers can try to work through to maybe just get their way in towards the site. But again, all of these frost traps, they can be a nuisance to deal with as soon as you want to go in for the jump down. And with a couple of these windows open, there are multiple different areas that the attackers need to worry about for a possible run out. And because of it, they can't easily just push their way in properly. They need to keep each and every avenue of this map under ropes. But again, for Kira, they're just going through the motions. They have no worry at all in the way they want to play this. And with the entire site now properly fortified, they're all playing inside with not a single person going in for a lurk. This could be interesting from Kira.
Yeah, this can be. For Airavath Esports, though, I'm pretty sure that they're already repelled in from the window side of Cigar Lounge, hoping to find some information or at least a player's whereabouts. But Etamar, seeing of going aggressive peeks towards the Cigar Lounge, hoping that he could find the player repelling from the window side. But they cannot get that information from the bulletproof cams, only sound cues to indicate their whereabouts. Hatch has been removed. They're even using flashbangs to get direct control from the red stairs. And I'm pretty sure that a single player or two might be roaming around the side of second floor to see whether if they can remove a player or two from the red stairs itself. But we haven't seen Airavath Esports still make their, push just yet. I just heard the Hibana 6 Karos pellets being used around to open up lines of sight. C4's been tossed around from the mute, but it's not gonna find a player or two at this moment. And in this mid round, it's all silent. But I'm pretty sure that Airavath Esports, knowing what they're trying to get some information from the attack drones, they have now opened up at least some lines of sight from Cigar, and now they're thinking of a way to get control on Cigar and hopefully getting the entire control on the side itself.
It's the first kill already, though. The defenders, they found the pickup that they want. And to lose out on your Nomad this early, oh no, this is not something that you want. 45 seconds still left on the clock, but without those Nomad charges, you can't really just run straight in. But okay, never mind. Risha peeked out a little bit too early there. It's Roka's gonna be the one to start to take him out, and piano control now established, but still, they have a long road to go. 30 seconds left. How do they really want to go in for this push though here, Baba, is the real question. Virtual getting lit up like the night sky. Not once that he get to survive that one. Dedamar again with the secondary kill, looking for one more on the side. Still survives. He's gonna be able to dip out, but not for long again. Virtual, good shots from him all the way from the skyline. That's gonna be another. And the defenders are just not able to hold it down. The last 15-second execution was just way too quick. And Airavath, they come out of absolutely nowhere. They should not have won this round whatsoever, Baba. You know that as well. They didn't have a lot of control, but the defenders beat them one by one.
They absolutely did. You did know how much control Kira Esports had on their side, right?
Yeah.
Not a single player from Airavath Esports have ever set foot on Cigar nor at Red Stairs. But when we saw Airavath Esports gets to find out Copy, gets to find out Srisha. They started to remove players out where they were trying to control Cigar, and once they got that opening pick, they decided to rush all in. Cigar Lounge is theirs, Redstone is there, Red Stairs are theirs as well. Even the new hatch was in their control too. So all they had to do was just go in for a full-on execute, and despite all that chaos happening from the side itself, they somehow managed to rack up more kills as I'd expected it to be. And Airavath Esports, I've got to say, no matter how many times was it wasted on that previous round, finding those important picks was so crucial for Airavath to make that presence being shown around. Because if that early pick did not happen, then Kira Esports could have just got it in a heartbeat. 2-0, that would have been theirs if
Attackers have dropped the bomb
they
diffuser.
did not overpeak. That overpeak happened on that small room that you see on the third floor side itself. So I'm pretty sure on round number 3 they won't be making those same mistakes, like, you know, peeking over it, or going for like a peak shot. So on round number 3, I'm guessing it will be the same site once again, third floor bar and cocktail lounge. So let's see how Kira Esports manage in this round.
This round will just be as paramount though as the last, because
Attackers drop
again, the defenders, they have taken the top floor for themselves. That last round really should have gone in their favor. You pretty much painted the picture perfectly. Again and again, you cannot overcommit to your peaks. I understand that you want to take as many engagements as possible, but as soon as you start to get a little bit too overzealous, you want to dip your toes into dangerous territory, and that is when you will start feeling the heat, feeling the pain. Default cams though getting broken down early. Ninja Freak playing it so beautifully on each and every one of these rounds. One more on the top side to try and get the info. And I love this play. He's utilizing his drone so beautifully to gain bouts of information all across the map. And his teammates can play purely based upon the drone. The drone play is beautiful, but Virtual with the jump down, that's going to be a catch over under one. Player getting caught out on Cocktail. And I'm pretty sure that he's dead. Oh, wait, no, he's going to be able to dip.
Okay. Yeah, but for now, you can just see Airavath Esports just holding out from the Red Stairs itself, hoping to find a pick or two. Even the diffuser has been dropped from the roof right itself. The grenade, Srisha! Oh boy, he still stays alive though in just 20 HP. Still holding that pixel angle. He's not going to let a single player from Airavath Esports set foot on that Cigar Lounge. Good amount of damage being dealt around as he just swings back to safety. And Rux, he's also still alive, but he's tanked a lot of damage, so he could use a Adrenal Surge or two. But is it more than enough though? Because Forger might be able to find one kill. That's Roximo down, and Rux misses the opportunity to take out the alibi once more. And Ninja Freak is just deep within the side. He finds one, Rux finds the other, but Flit is still here to revive it back, but it's still not enough. Airavath Esports, they have finally managed to break the code of third floor bar, and I'm pretty sure that Kira Esports won't be going back to the site again.
Not in this situation, not after what happened to them. Straight back to kitchen that they go. And again, whenever you are holding kitchen, one of the most strongest and one of the most optimum plays that a defender can make is to hold down mining. As long as you have mining control in your favor, there's no way that the attackers can take full control away from you. That is why the second floor play is so crucial from both Airavath and of course Kira. Let's see how they play it out though. But at the same time, you need to ask the question, one of your strongest sides for the map of Cafe has to be your second floor. Unless you have proper second floor control, your defensive side has a massive gap that you have no way of trying to reconcile.
True. Absolutely true, aggressive. Because although second floor has its own best set of ups and downs, if you have proper control on third floor for more like 2 or 2.5 minutes, denying the attackers to give them vertical lines of sight, I'm pretty sure that the defenders won't have any problems dealing with the attackers, no matter even if they did get that vertical line of sight, right? So second floor, it always relies on how well you've succeeded in wasting a lot of time from the attacker's end.
True, perfect.
But when it comes to execution, there's always that 50-50 chance, right? A 50 chance to see whether if the trade-out's working out well for Airavath, or maybe the C4 plays from the defensive side working out well from there. And it always comes down to how well you've utilized your abilities, and also when it comes to gunplay, you've got to be precise. And in this round, round number 4, kitchen cooking and service being the site. I'm pretty sure that Airavath Esports won't be making the same mistake. And Ninja Freak just doesn't want to give, he'll just ensure to get the dining room control from his ends too. First frag it is, and it's Death Armor who gets to find out Rux. That's a great shot, and also he gets to take out the finger.
Getting out the finger early. You know how strong that pick is. Wait a second, Srisha. Where did you get this kill, buddy? And he's possibly going to be able to get one more for himself. Srisha gets shut down, but he's not going to be able to live for long. Stoneheart with the immediate peek catches him out behind the bar. But one by one, they're dropping their bodies. The defenders, they're in such a bad position. They're losing control, and with bar control already established, the lobby is now theirs. They can work their way inside of the kitchen slowly but surely, but they still need to worry about the second floor player. I'm very surprised the attackers, they don't even care about the second floor as much. They're giving it up to go in for a side take. Is that a smart plan here, Baba? Because this could easily bite them in the butt if they're not careful.
Yeah, they really should. They don't have control on second floor, which means they cannot establish vertical lines of sight. And with just a minute left, Airavath Esports, they've got to do something about this. I do see some flashbangs being thrown around, see whether if they can get some information or maybe just try to blind one of the operators, but it's still not enough. Copy and Fled, both of them, all three, or right from the hallways to take out all 3 players on the side of Airavath Esports. And apparently, the first sight for Kira Esports proves to be efficient. 2 wins on first floor kitchen cooking and service round. And in round number 5, with the equalizer coming in play, we will see third floor bar being brought out from Kira Esports. And I'm pretty sure that Airavath Esports won't be having any problems at all when it comes to gaining control on Cigar. You could say that Airavath Esports would take more than a minute or 2 to get the drone works right, to
Attackers
get the
need to
control
locate
on
and defuse bombs.
Cigar Lounge, maybe try to remove players as quick as possible, denying the man-con advantage from Kira Esports. They could do that. But I'm pretty sure on the side of Kira Esports, if Shinra was here, if Shinra was on Kira Esports, you'd expect to see him make those risky plays. No matter if it's on round number 1, round 3, round 5, any round, that surprise element that Shinra had for Kira Esports was just more of a gamble. And with him not being in
10
play,
seconds left before
and instead of Shinra, you still have Mr. Forger, who's just playing as a support most of the time as the Frost. Not only just using the utilities to its right potential, but having that bulletproof cams, giving them information one by one, and the ability to ensure that you have those trades working out right in them proves to be more efficient from Kira's end, especially on defense. But I'm not quite sure what would happen from the attacker's end though. But on a 2-2 equalizer being on round number 5, the side on third floor bar, you could say that Airavath Esports might be able to win this one.
It's a good chance, especially because of their track record over the last couple of rounds. But again, Kira, knowing that they have a lot of experienced players on their team, you know, they're not going to falter as easily. They've lost out on this side 2 times, and they've chosen the side for the 3rd time. I'm pretty sure we're going to see an adaptation coming out from them. But again, good workarounds from all the members of Airavath. You can see that they're spreading themselves out, taking out each and every entry point one step at a time to keep the defenders guessing. Where do they want to go from? Where do they want to come in from? So at this point, the site has been opened up quite well, but the attackers, they're still looking for that one proper entry point, that first initial peak that will give Airavath the opportunity to just brute force their way in towards the site. Not going to be easy though, because there are frost crabs littered all across the floors, and Stoneheart, he just jumped straight in. Okay, the guy has full Red Stairs control, that's perfect for him. So now he just needs to wait. He needs to play around with each and every member of the defense. The more people that he can get to look at him, the more opportunities his teammates are going to have to play from the propels and get that first initial kill that they need.
Not a lot of information from the drones though. They will find some utilities nearby towards Cigar Lounge. That's the only information that they'll ever get. Still moving on. They're still pressing the attack, seeing whether if they could find a loophole towards Kira's Esports' defensive maneuverabilities. Would it be more than enough? Some of breach charges being used to open up an entryway towards the Cigar side. Here comes the entry, and so does Rux. Gaining control from Cigar Lounge, and just like I expected it to be, Airavath Esports, they took more than a minute and a half to get access towards Cigar and Red Stairs. And in mere 40 seconds, Kira Esports, they've got to defend their hold. With all 5 players still being available, they've got to make their play, and I believe that will be the first Death Hammer. Proximo Killer is downed, and so does the Finker from its Rux, but with the help of the Adrenal Surge, he'll be able to pick himself back up. But the second though,
what?
Okay, second headshot. Stoneheart will reply back, but is it more than enough? No, it does not. Shrisha and Death Hammer, both of them retaliate back, and here comes Kira Esports, patiently waiting as ever, as they get the win on third floor bar finally. With Airavath Esports securing 2 rounds back-to-back on round number 2 and 3, they finally got round number 5 aggressive.
Again, let's talk about the outlier problems from Airavath. Okay, Kira, they played it really well. Yes, they got the round finally, and they were able to hold down the third floor. But what's the reason behind it? Look back a couple of rounds. How did Kira win out when it came down to the first floor? Airavath, they constantly went in from pushes together as a unit, holding from piano in that last particular round. What happened in the first floor? They all took lobby control and they all started pushing in from bar. Where's the split take? Where's the pincer strategies? If the defenders are going to start to peek you all the way from one sideline, of course the defense is going to have much more of the advantage. They're the ones who are peeking you. Peek's advantage is a lot more viable at that exact moment. And when you have 3 people peeking you at the same time, doesn't matter how many attackers you have on your side, you're going to die out on the trades because you're not going to be ready for so many of these engagements. Plus, with the sheer level of map control that Kira have, do you really even think they're sweating about any of this? No.
5 seconds left.
Kira, they're dropping the ball when it comes down to the most basic of plays. Sorry, not Kira. Airavath, they're dropping the ball when it comes down to the most basic of plays of just playing for map control. And without that control, they're trying to go in for executes.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
They need to figure something out here. Otherwise, this last round could easily go in Kira's favor.
It definitely can. And what's the site for Airavath Esports to attack? It's on second floor. Dining and reading room. The site where Airavath Esports needs to get third floor control immediately. Ensure that they would not take more than a minute and a half to get control on Cigar Lounge, just like they did on round number 5. Because the site's on second floor. They've got to get control. They have to open up they've got to open up lines to ensure that none of the players are holding in towards second floor reading. But how can they hold out in towards Fireplace Hall? That is the biggest question here, aggressive.
Large amount of information that they found. With 3 players already being spotted over onto piano, the defenders, they can finally play around with this, get those crossfire setups beautifully, and as soon as the attackers try to jump their way in, that's when they're gonna take the first initial big hit. A couple of pre-fires coming in from Virtual to try and deter the defenders from pushing up a little bit too far, but look at all the way towards Lounge. Wait a second. 1 player's already in close. The defenders could just get an easy pick, or this could be a complete and utter detriment over for the other end. They have some level of third floor control, and Ninja Freak getting that kill on the Srisha, the Aruni going down early. Now that is going to be a problem that they cannot get themselves out of.
Yeah, and that too on a minute and 15 seconds. Airavath Esports have just gained control on the third floor, but no, disaster struck and it's Flit who gets the confirmation on the defuse. Now we see Kira Esports gaining control of the situation, and Forger, he's right here, especially with the shotgun. Removing both Rux and Stoneheart in the process. Actually, it's just 1, but removing 2 players out in a mere 50 seconds clearly shows that Kira Esports have just recovered this round. This might be huge though, but in a 2v3 situation and a triple kill from Virtual, he somehow downs Ninja Freak with the shotgun. Forger is thinking going back third floor. He knows that one of them has been down.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. The diffuser's been down right in towards the pillar side. They could play to it accordingly, but Virtual has already been picked up. Virtual already picked up the diffuser, so all he has to do is just ensure that he could go in for the plant. They have no idea where Forge's location is, so he could just play this patiently. Ninja Freak, he'll get downed out. But in a post-plant in mere 40 seconds, do you really think that Forger can get this aggressive?
There's a good chance, but with a shotgun here in this situation, I don't think he has much to play around with. He has a secondary to do a little bit of damage, but even with the time 99, yeah, that's just not. Then yeah. You know there's no way. Too many angles to clear, especially when you're trying to go in for a retake over onto mining. Good luck trying to break into that site. Airavath, they take a clean round away, and that's what I mean. They didn't go in for the single individualistic play. They split themselves up, took white stairs, they took red stairs, and they went in for a pincer strat over on towards the mining. That's how they got their way in. And I love that play coming out from them. That is how you need to play the map of Cafe. You need to pincer your opponents. But if you try to overwhelm them with numbers, it's just not going to work because the defenders, they have too many avenues of defense to try and shut you down. The trades won't be as perfect as you would hope for. But now it's Kira's turn. Will they make the same mistake though here, Baba? That's what we're going to find.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's the biggest question that we're about to find out in round number 7, aggressive. Kira Esports, roles been changed. Now they're the ones on attack. Interesting changes of operator specs, especially from Rux's side as he brings in the Oryx. Ninja Freak with the Azami. Those Kiba barriers are very useful when it comes to, you know, creating an entire barrier that can patch up an entire reinforcement wall if it's been blown up. Or you could just make your own lines of sight by making your own protective cover if you combo it with the ADS. And that's exactly where Roximo Killer comes in play. Okay. Alright. First kill already.
Wait, how? What?
I'm pretty sure that Rux went in for an early peek in the window side of Cigar and he got caught out from Flit.
We already highlighted that, didn't we? This map does facilitate a lot of aggressive run-out plays and aggressive spawn peaks, but yeah, that does also put you in a place where you could get easily read out and completely shut down.
And that too, action, just the 1 second on the action phase, we see Rux just get eliminated out.
I think he got pre-fired, the poor guy.
I guess they had the info from the attack drones. Maybe that has to be the reason behind this.
Reloading.
At this point, though, the entire map has been terraformed into the form of what the Azami wants. So now, they're gonna take a little bit of a backwards approach to this. Waiting it out to try and see what they can get away with. They're at a massive man disadvantage already. And especially in this scenario, Virtual. He's working his way on the bottom floor, but again, the first floor, it's gonna be his best friend because the attackers, they're not working through there. But god damn, Virtual, he still catches out Srisha, who's stuck at the bottom floors. And with that first initial frag up, he can easily work his way back. And because the Pinka is now dead early, the attack won't be as explosive as it could have been if he was still alive.
Now, what's even more is that Kira Esports, despite losing Srisha, they still got control when it comes to man count. Get to see Copy remove Roximo Killer, the ADS. I mean, the Jaeger will be gone, but the ADS will still be alive to give protection on the side itself. They're losing a lot of time. Only a minute left for Kira Esports to make their mark. And I believe now they're just gaining control on Cigar Lounge and also on Red Stairs. Everywhere is present. Now all they've got to do is to see whether if they can remove some of the important players, and that has to be Stoneheart. He has the C4. He could use it to deny the plant. They even start to use their heart breach capabilities to just enter in towards the side instead of heading in towards the door itself. But Virtual, my goodness, the UMP shots just getting headshots once again. This time taking out Copy, the man who was playing as the ace, and the third flag from Ninja Freak. Flit goes down 2, and suddenly we see Kira Esports' attack just slowly falling apart. Miss Forger, not looking too good, not looking too good at all. Virtual, a triple kill with the UMP, interestingly enough. And it's a 1v1 gunfight. Forger, he's done all he can. He doesn't have a lot of time, but he gets the kill anyway.
He pre-fired it. You saw that yourself. He had no idea he was present, but he had the inkling feeling. He expected it, and that pre-fire was absolutely gorgeous. Using the entirety of the Peaker's advantage that well. Kira Esports, that was down to the wire. But again, you have to give credit where credit is due. They got that first initial kill. Arbat had no idea. The Oryx going down early was a pretty massive hit for them. But still, regardless, they were able to work it down over to a 1v1 situation. That's not something that's very common, especially when you lose out a player on the first opening seconds of a round. But Kira,
Attackers
they're
need to locate and
relentless.
defuse as many
Their
bombs as
attack
they can.
has a couple of flaws here and there in the way that they want to go in for that execute, but now they have taken away that third floor surprise. They have an idea of how the map will play out. They have an idea of how the Azami is trying to make the site her own. So at this stage, what's the game plan here? What's the switch up for Kira? Because they're expecting another third floor take, but is it going to be simple? Not really.
Yeah, first, Rux needs to make sure that he doesn't get picked out early on round number
10
7.
seconds to go.
Because when Rux was eliminated, it was a huge pain for Airavath.
Insertion.
Especially when Virtual was the one who was sticking his neck out with the UMP. Playing as the castle, it's not that easy to get a headshot with the UMP, knowing how bad the fire rate is, knowing how moderate the weapon damage is from the side. Okay, Kira Esports. The second
They
time.
have to stop. They have to stop taking
This-
these spawn peaks. It's just not working for them.
This is the second time I'm seeing Kira Esports get an early peak at the early round itself. This time,
And it's
we're taking out
versus a
Roximo
Jaeger.
Kramer. Yeah, Roximo down already. Virtually still alive though.
That's the thing. Virtual, he's been one of the most star players for Airavath. If he dies here early in Kira, they're gonna have a lot of different open sidelines, but they need to stop taking such aggressive peaks. It's not working against Kira, and the way that Kira is playing, they're constantly getting every single advantage in their favor. But on the other side of the spectrum, we can see that Airavath, they're in a pretty tough spot again. Look at their defensive lineups and look at their defensive positions. They're playing so far in towards the side that Kira, if we get a bird's eye view, they have control of the entire map.
Okay.
All right, nice bounce.
Yeah, that jump nade was a bit unexpected.
What?
Okay, this was unexpected too. A wall bang to take out Flit right from red stairs. And look how risky his positioning is. He almost got the headshot to take out Forger, but he's still alive nonetheless. Look how powerful Rux's positioning is right now with the help of the Kiba barriers, just blocking the entirety of the Windows side. And he's just placing one more. Rux is in a very safe spot. He can just casually watch the entire hatch and the windows, but Copy catches him just like that. 3v4 and out of Esports. Though Lux did get to take out Flit from the red stairs, they're losing control on their bodies. And in just 50 seconds, although Kira Esports are losing a lot of time, they somehow get into the site in just 30 seconds. So I hope they're ready to make their fight.
Engagement is on point for all of this, but still, nope, not really. Kira again, they have so much control all across the map that the defenders, they're like lost sheep being corralled by the shepherd's dog over onto a corner. The fences are gonna go up, and the defenders, they're trying to maybe stop them from taking too much away from them. 20 seconds left on the clock, and the diffuser is just about to get planted soon enough.
15 seconds
And with
remaining.
that, one last kill. Last player remaining will be Virtual. He's been doing God's work, but not today. Not against Risha. Beautiful swing out, and the LMG just goes brrr.
Yes,
Shuts it all
indeed,
down.
aggressive.
And that's it. That's another round for them.
Another round in the bag for Kira Esports, 5-3, and now they're making it as it's, and now they're just making it as their 6th win. 6-3 will be their main concern for Kira Esports, as they're looking very confident winning both the rounds on attack, third floor bar and cocktail lounge. And the way how casual Kira Esports is right now, taking it
Defenders,
time
protect
to
your bombs
time,
from being defused by
droning it
attackers.
out. See exactly what happened. You saw how aggressive Airavath Esports were on that place, especially on the cigar lounge where Rux was playing that position. He had so much cover from Ninja Freaks' Kiba barriers. those barriers just help them provide sufficient cover for Rugs to hold out the entire hallway of the red stairs, the hatch, including the windows. All three of those angles being watched by
10
Rux,
seconds left.
and he doesn't have to worry about his back itself because it's entirely
5
covered.
seconds left.
There's
before
no
insertion.
explosive utilities for Kira Esports to remove those certain elements, but Copy somehow succeeds in removing Rux out while he was rappelling in on the Windows side. Now knowing that Airavath Esports needs to win round number 9, kind of
Wait,
like
the
that
clash?
360 turn from Ninja
What?
Freak. Yeah, it's a clash pick from Ninja Freak. Although
Cover me.
I'm curious to know how well this would work out for Airavath Esports, because this clash is an essential operator when it comes to information gaining, and even if they do see an attacker, they will be annoyed knowing that there is a clash right in front of their faces, constantly stinging them constantly stinging them like 5 damage per second. You could say it's a walking Legion mind trap.
Legion Mind Trap that you can easily destroy, that is. Oh, good God, at this point.
Yeah, but a bulletproof Legion Go mind.
Yes. And whenever I see a Clash player, just instantly have a different form of a hate towards the game. But at the end of the day, the Clash is there to get picked up. She's such a strong operator. And the way that you can use her is very versatile. You can even have a player going on behind her to just give that level of edge. And she can easily utilize her own body to gain massive amounts of information, break drones, and still be safe in the process. But check the positions properly, because it's not that safe, not just yet. Ugh, the level of damage the members in Kitchen are taking is massive, but still Death Amar dies out to the C4. That's a beautiful frag up over onto 1, but still 4 grenades in hand for the attackers and no more C4s left for the defense. How can they hold though? That's the real question.
Yeah, this is what happens when you leave the entirety of second floor at the hands of the attackers. They can open up vertical lines of sight, and mainly because of that, they thought that they would get the first early frag, but turns out it's quite for the opposite. That Hummer gets picked out mainly because of that, but Copy still here to engage in the gunfight. He will succeed, so by removing Virtual out, the same thing can be said to Rux as he gets picked out from Forge's vertical lines of sight. They're losing a lot of time though, 40 seconds, and now we see Kira Esports making a bit of a progress by removing 2 players out of the equation, but we still have Ninja Freak, the Clash, the barrier that Kira Esports needs to remove it quickly, because when they start to reach at more than 20 seconds, it starts to be a pain for them, and they don't have the necessary grenades to remove Clash out. This is concerning because here comes Airavath Esports fighting back. Proximo killer with the first. Trisha desperately making an attempt to get a kill or 2, but here comes Forger from behind. There goes Ninja Freak and his Roximo killer who needs to make the plays, and unfortunate he can't be able to make though. Kira Esports, man. For a moment I thought Ninja Freak would be able to hold their ground, but turns out they forgot to take care of the double doors in towards the kitchen site. And all Nomad had to do was just sprint towards the place, see Clash's back, and just remove her just like that.
I want to ask the question here, Baba. I know I'm not that versed in the strategies of Siege, but how many players were inside of the site? I think every single one of them were playing inside of Kitchen. There was no side extension. They gave up the entirety of Bakery,
Yep.
and they gave up Cafe. They gave up the hallway. They gave up Red Stairs. There was no one playing the vertical.
No roam on second floor.
Attackers have discovered the location
What's
of a
the
bomb.
game plan here? Am I missing something?
You could say that this entire hold that Airavath Esports are trying to make, it's a turtle hold. Although it's great if there isn't a soft floor on the second floor, it would have worked out. I mean, even if the site was on third floor, having a turtle hold would have been a good idea.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
it's best to have some roams, right? On first floor kitchen, you saw the main tactic that Kira Esports used was just drop down from the red stairs, get control on second floor trade museum, use the sledgehammer to open up lines of sight, and whenever you see a player or 2, you just remove them out. Although it didn't work out well for Kira Esports in the previous round, where that Amar got picked out very much early in the round, they still had control on second floor. This
Yep.
clearly shows that Kira Esports, they had the control on third floor and the second floor for the entirety of the round. And Airavath Esports, they just made a turtle hold on the first floor, hoping that they would defend themselves, but turns out they started to lose players one by one.
What is happening? There's now a team for the attack. Okay, we're running out a little bit of memes here, but hey, even that is very much probable for them to take a win out on this. Flash on one end, Zane on the other. Let's see how they really make their way in towards this sight line, though. But again, I think this is another turtle. I don't see a lot of the players outside, but wait a second. Ninja Freak, he's actually over on the top end of this. So there's a possibility of them being able to shut this one down. Oh, baby. That's such a good hold. Look at Ninja Freak. He has a perfect angle over towards the side. He just needs to wait. He just needs to chill, and no one's going to clear about the third floor. No, they haven't played vertical at all, but Flint! Perfect day. He's going to be able to cook it down to perfection. Catches one player. There's one more over holding in towards the kitchen, but again, more grenades to worry about. Too many angles to check. Sonar gets shut down. A very low HP shuts down Flit. But those are the kills that they have found, and Ninja Freak all on its own to try and clutch out a 1v3. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, not anytime soon. I like the plan, I like the hold, but Ninja Freak, he was isolated from his team. And because of that, they could just lose out this entire map.
Turns out they can. Cornered, dazed and confused, and removed at the hands of Shine towards the bakery side will give the win for Kira Esports 7-3, ending map number 1. And I've got to admire the way how Ninja Freak played, right? The whole angle that he made all the way from third floor, removing the hatch, using that line of sight to hold that ground. It would have been better if they had a smoke. Even more so, instead of smoke, you could have just bring in Tachanka, because why not? Tachanka's incendiary should be more than enough to just hold them towards the prep room, and that would have been more than enough for Ninja Freak to find an opening pick or two to get that kill. But since they started to lose a lot of players from the side itself, Ninja Freak was forced to go back to the side all by himself to clutch out a 1v3 where he has to meet with an extended shield Monty, an LMG with 150 bullets in it, and the other player who was just planting the defuse. But nonetheless, 1v3 couldn't get to succeed. Unfortunate for Team Airavath Esports as they will lose map number 1. Cafe will be theirs on a 7-3 scoreline aggressive. And now map number 2 will be on Oregon. And I'm pretty sure when you see a map like Oregon, you could say that there will be a huge tough fight between Airavath and Kira.
That's guaranteed here. Plus, Arva, they're going into a map that they're very comfortable with. But on the other side of the spectrum, can you say that Kira are also not comfortable with this map as well? You took a team down on Cafe. Is one of the most unconventional maps. Personally, we all know that no one really likes to play Cafe in a competitive setting. But when you're very comfortable on that particular map, it shows that you have a very good sound basic when it comes down to playing Siege. You know how to hold your sights, you know how to play your anchors, you know how to roam in with each and every one of your side lanes. You know how to establish proper map control so you can pincer the attackers or the defenders from multiple different side lines. And Oregon is a map where your basics always will reign supreme. If you have a strong foundation, then your team can easily take over that particular map. But for Airavath, we saw them not have a strong base. They were turtling in on the first floor, and they had no control on the second floor whatsoever. Their attacking side was a little bit lackluster, but they could work with it. And again, the tried and tested thing about South Asian Siege. Everyone loves the attack. Any map that is defense favored is somehow attack favored in like a couple of seconds and a couple of rounds. And I'm like, in the background, yeah, I don't know Siege as much, but even I know that the bare bone basic and the statistics of the map points to something else. But as we jump on down over towards the highlights and relive all of the incredible moments that the teams have set up for us, at the end of the day, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt over to Kira. They should take Oregon in style, but you never really know. It's South Asian Siege. We're just here for the ride.
Yep. That's the main reason why Casters Curse is a thing, isn't it, aggressive? No matter how many times we say Map Oregon is a defender-sided map. Ends up being the opposite. The attackers win most of the rounds. And when we say it's an attacker-sided map, it just it kind of feels like the thing doesn't even listens to me properly. That's how caster's curse is a thing. It's not. It kind of feels like it's a myth, but it's still not. It's has that stuff. But yeah, focusing on the match as of now, focusing on the highlights on map number 1. Kira Esports definitely looking strong on the first half itself. Although they've had some fair share of mistakes being made where Airavath Esports had no problems dealing with the attack push on third floor bar and cocktail lounge, they did take a lot of time onto, using the drone work, see whether if there's any roam presence being detected from Kira Esports' end, and a lot of close encounters being made from Airavath Esports' end too, especially from especially on Airavath Esports' end on round number 3. It was a 1v1 gunfight where I'm guessing it was Raximo Killer or Virtual who had won that gunfight. But all in all, it was a 3-3, and then suddenly when we saw second half, when Kira Esports starts to be on defense, you saw how great they were looking on. Actually, no. Kira Esports were on attack. Again, apologies. On second half, when we saw Kira Esports do their attack phases on third floor bar, kitchen, and third floor bar and kitchen, you saw how slow and methodical they were when it comes to information gaining. They even know what kind of roles were they supposed to do, at what time do they have to execute. Every single time that you see from Kira Esports have been well conserved. And the better you conserve the time on attack, the better chances you have in winning most of the rounds, and that is a fair share of example on how coordinated attacks feels like from Kira Esports.
It's just looking at the statistics as well. They've been pulling their weight, but on one side, Virtual, he's been an absolute dominant beast for the side of Airavath. But at the end of the day, it's the team playing coordination that gets you through this. Amar with 14 kills and 6 deaths. The man has a 2 plus KD.
Mm-hmm.
How do you even get away with this, especially on Cafe? He's just so clean with it every single time. He knows what he's doing. And you gotta love it when you see it.
Yep, 10-8 for Virtual, and 14 kills to Death Armor.
Look at his
Cosmos.
first kills. Look at his first kills. That
First
is
kills 3-2, and that too it was up against Rux.
Yeah.
Remember the action phase? What happened on round number 6? But the time action phase came into play. The next 2 seconds, Rux just gets deleted. How? I guess we'd never know. We didn't even get to see it from the player's perspective because it was so fast. We couldn't get to catch it on cam. But yep, 7-3, first map. Cafe. I'm pretty sure that everyone was just having a cup of coffee because it's cafe, right? So yeah. Anyways, our map number 2 will be in play. Oregon. I'm pretty sure that Kira
Good,
Esports won't have any problems, but I have some hopes for Airavath Esports aggressive. I do have some
Yeah.
hopes because it's Oregon, right? It's the standard map, and I'm pretty sure that there is a lot of chances for them to come back and see whether if they could succeed by bringing us on map number 3, which will be on Theme Park.
Yeah, let's just wait and see how it all really goes down. Oregon, again, the map has a lot of surprises for us, but it's always about the strong foundation that we always need to talk about. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description. Check out our sponsors and also check out Ubisoft as well and get yourself R6. You never really want to miss out on all the action. And of course, the big update that is right around the corner. Then and then, don't forget about that. But for now, we'll see you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club presents Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second map for Team Airavath Esports versus Kira Esports. Kira Esports has successfully won their first map on Cafe Dostoevsky 7-3. And this was a map picked by Kira Esports. Map number 2, on the other hand, is picked by Airavath Esports, and that map will be on Oregon. And if Airavath succeeds, then we will see the decider map being brought out. Theme Park will be the map. And Aggressive, seeing how Kira Esports played on map number 2, what are your expectations on map number 2, Oregon?
See, I'm just gonna put my hands up in the air. I'm not even gonna say a damn thing because every single time we try to make a prediction, it always goes haywire.
Yep, it
CCV
always
has
does.
taught me one thing about R6, that you just do not give any form of a prediction, because as soon as you do it, you're gonna pay for it with a couple of rehosts.
You know,
I don't know. Every single time we predict something in this game, there's always a rehost waiting for us at the other end. I am not risking it.
So mainly we need to stop making predictions in order for the rehost to not happen, huh?
Yes, for some reason, R6 just works well whenever the casters just shut up and just watch the game happen.
Okay. All right, then. Map number 2 is a go with the Oregon map coming in play. We will see the usual bans coming in from both Kira as well as Airavath Esports. Kira, on the other hand, banning the usual standard operators, the Thatcher on the side of attack, and pretty sure Mira would be banned on the side of Kira Esports nonetheless. Airavath, on the other hand, decides to make a different approach by taking out a Nomad first. Those air jabs will not be available for the attackers, which means that the defenders would be free to roam around as they wish to do so. But on the defensive side, it will be the same bans nonetheless. Valkyrie will be taken out. And you could almost see like both Nomad and Valkyrie are like shaking hands. You know, it's just like all the best.
Yeah. But hey, at the end of the day, I don't think that Airavath are even shaking hands with Kira. Not after what happened on the map of Cafe. They know they need to win this. Their tournament lights are on the line. And again, this is qualifiers too. This is their last chance. They played in qualifiers 1, they didn't make it through. And now in qualifiers 2, Kira could just be the team that takes them down a couple of notches. But now that we see Kira starting off on the defense in Laundry, normally you work your way from the top to the bottom, but they're starting from the bottom, going up to the top. Could be interesting here.
Yeah, it can be. And with the first round coming in play, the site will be on Basement Laundry and Supply Room. So without having any
Attackers need
further
to
delays,
locate
we will
and
just
defuse
proceed
the
to
bomb.
map number 2, round number 1. Let's see how Kira Esports defend the site and Airavath Esports make their play. Interesting changes in their operators picks, especially from Rux and Virtual's side. Bringing in the Nook and the Jackal is an interesting way to look at. The Jackal is an extremely great anti-roamer operator that can help in finding out footprints of the defenders. So maybe operators like Forger or maybe Flit needs to be careful if they want to roam around the first floor site itself. And talk about Nook, there is high likely chances that Rux could go from the freezer stairs, and the amount of distraction would be laid around from the construction door. And with that distraction being laid around, we could see that we might see Rux just, you know, find a way getting deep in towards the freezer place and see if he can get a kill or two. Let's see what will happen though in the action phase as all the attackers spawned in from their respective spawn sites. Let's see how let's see how it will work out for them.
Just to wait and see how everything's gonna pan out for their side. So at this point, the drones are gonna come in for the first bouts of information. Info will be delayed, drones will be broken down, but I'm really interested to see how the members of Airavath are opting to go in for this site. Now, looking at their plays, they're finally not going in for the full-on rush from one single avenue. They worked their way from the top, cleared out most of the roams, and now they're starting to take this fight. The entirety of the freezer stairs still has not been completely cleared out yet, but with the first levels of aggression, they cleared out tower. And that is such a crucial part of the map for them to hold, because now with the tower play in their control, they can start pincering the defenders from multiple different sides.
Yeah, but in order for that to happen, they need to have some good information on the defender's whereabouts. Because if he gets caught out of nowhere, then that would not be a good way for Airavath Esports to be losing a lot of bodies. Reinforcements being made already in the mid rounds to make a good angle towards the freezer side itself. As we hear the Ace Summer breach charges being used, Rux on the other hand will choose to go down from the basement laundry stairs with the barricades being opened around. Cook nade, will that connect to one of the defenders? Not quite sure. He will stay alive nonetheless. The one player was playing very close, but Forger on the other hand does not. With that early frag, now we get to see Airavath Esports slowly making their progression in towards the site itself. With the control on both freezer and basement laundry stairs, you are now met with a place where all angles will be a bit more problematic on the defensive side. And look at that! It's just walking way too much at the hands of Airavath Esports. Already, only with the loss of Rux, we see all three players from Kira Esports just gone. And it's just Copy who needs to figure out a way. Copy and Fled. Grenades gets caught around from the freezer side, but he still stays alive. They've got to stay alive for more than 35 seconds. More gas canisters used. Good plays. Flit gets one, but the refrag instantly comes back as Stoneheart. He's here to get that shot. All at the hands of Copy as he needs to find a way. The smoke gas canisters will deal major damage. That shotgun will also give the confirmation. He has to run away from the frag grenades, but he gets caught off at the wrong time. Airavath Esports will just confidently remove the final player at the hands of Kira Esports and secure their first round win on attack. A job well done on that execute. Push from basement laundry and freezer stairs. Not a lot of distractions being made from the blue stairs and the construction. A different method, a different approach on the way how Airavath Esports made that execute, and turns out it worked out well for them.
That was beautifully done. A masterclass when it came down to how to control the side. And I take it back. I believe that Airavath, they were just very uncomfortable on the map of Cafe, but they're showing proper fundamentals when it came down to that first initial take. Good levels of control being established over towards the second floor. They forced all of the roamers, mind you, to completely start anchoring in towards the side. They went in from the pincer, from freezer, from the main staircase, and they started slowly working the defenders in a position that they were very uncomfortable in. And as soon as that play came in, they were able to shut them down one by one. And the engagements were always in the favor of the attack. Airavath, they played that round beautifully. But again, Kira, they have the opportunity to do that. They have the opportunity to learn from their mistakes. And I really want to see how their strategies are going to evolve now that they have taken that first initial hit.
Let's see how it works out for Kira Esports, especially on round number 2. At least they know that the way how they'll make that push has to be towards on basement laundries or Death Armor. Oh boy. You can still hear that barricades being just removed. And I'm pretty sure that Death Armor's location has been compromised by that drone we just saw from the hallways of kitchen. I think it would be best for Death Armor to just fall back and see whether if he could find another way to remove these players out from construction. It's a silent round as of now, and Shrisha, my goodness, too confused to take out the drone, but instead, Virtual, with the power of timing, he gets to take out Shrisha. It's already an early frag, and now they're just hoping to find 4 more.
They're giving up a lot of the map though. And I don't know how much I like this. Airavath, again, they have the entirety of the second floor all to themselves. Yes, of course, they're not able to open up a lot of the hatches, but at the end of the day, does it really even matter? If you have second floor control, you have so many different positions to play around with. And Airavath, they lost out on one of their players in the worst of moments. The 4 versus 4 situation already, and the members of Kira, they are going to be ecstatic because of it. The player's not going to be able to reconnect anytime soon, so they're now stuck in a position that I think could just be their downfall.
Yeah, they could. But there's still a chance for Airavath Esports to come back. And when I say a comeback, you could see a total of 6 grenades in the hands of Airavath Esports. One of them has already been used for Roximo Killer to see whether if he can flush out the players from nearby site itself, especially the hallways. He won't be able to find one as of now. Ninja Free taking his sweet time to use his breaching torch to open up the hatch. Will be done. And now Airavath Esports are making a decision to find a different method to go for this execute, and turns out it's not working too much in their favor. Flit will be able to find one. That's virtual gone, and the second frag will come in from the hands of Death Armor. Both Finka and Jackal will be out, and they know exactly where the third player is, right from the basement on the stairs. But he forgot about Ninja Freak, already sprinting towards the side, has control, and look what just happened. Airavath Esports, they've got things under control, but not for long. Copy decides to shut Ninja Freak down, which means it's Rux who has to clutch this 1v2. No grenades, but that shot would have been more than enough to get the confirmation on the kill to take out Copy. But it's still not enough. Close range shotgun in hand. Plan's been happening. It's just playing this slow. Forger. Do they know Rux's information? No, they don't, which means there's still a chance. 1v2, but no,
Gotta
the
get the
shotgun to the
shotgun,
face.
yeah.
Oh, the shotgun to the face. That's gotta hurt.
I
In
think
the end,
that's
we
gonna
will
give you
see Kira
PTSD for
Esports.
your ranked games as well.
Bomb defusing
Oh
attack
man.
failed.
Yeah, it certainly
Friendly
does. It certainly does. Round number 2. At the hands of Kira Esports, a shotgun to the face. So although succeeding the post plant on a 1v2, knowing that you are met with a smoke or a mute with an M5 shotgun, which is so devastating in close range, you have nowhere else to run. Nowhere else to run.
Nowhere to run and also nowhere to hide. So at this stage, how do you really want to play it all out? They had that early man advantage, but due to an unfortunate disconnect, there's not much that you can do. Your entire strategy got to a full-on stop. You didn't have enough utility to burst your way in towards the side. It does happen at the end of the day, but they had different opportunities. They had different avenues that they could have gone for, but the engagements just never swayed in their favor. Flit coming in strong with that first skill, and as soon as he did get it, everything spiraled out of control. Death Amar getting another one, and the man's just been doming people consistently. His headshot accuracy is insane. And the fact that he is such a star player for the side of Kira, that gives them an even bigger edge. But for now, they've already won out on the bottom floor. The basement is theirs. Now heading on down onto kid storms and, of course, main dorm rooms. I really want to ask you, what's your strategy here for Kira? What do they normally like to do from your perspective as you have seen them play before?
Hmm. For like, are you talking about on Airavath Esports' end or from Kira Esports' plan?
Kira Sports and
Kira Esports' plan. So you could say on round number 3, they could play it as passively as they could, but I'm pretty sure that in the previous series that we talked about, I'm talking about the Pro League Spring Edition. The way how Kira Esports played is that they'd usually find opening picks on defense first by going for spawn peaks and runouts, and if they find one, they just usually fall back and stay protective. That's exactly what they did on round number 1 too, right? On round number 2, you saw how Kira Esports get an early peak and just fall back successfully. That's the main thing that Kira Esports usually do. And you almost saw that Death Armor was playing nearby closely towards the construction. If the attack drone wasn't present at that time, he would have gotten a kill or two and just fall back instantly without having any repercussions being made from Kira Esports' end. That's how mainly Kira Esports play most of the time. And when it comes to operator select, it's just the same. There's no difference at all. The only interesting fact about this is that they haven't picked Smoke. Smoke is an efficient operator when it comes to denying the execute from the attacker's side for more than 30 seconds if timed right, thanks to his smoke gas canisters. So instead of opting out the smoke and bringing in frost instead, brings a lot to the table. First, you know that the frost mat traps are highly effective when you place it at the windows of any places. So even if the attackers do try to vault in, unaware of the trap, you'd still get caught out. And even if you don't, you could use it to your advantage by placing an angle immediately, knowing exactly where the attackers would arrive. So using that to its advantage, I'm pretty sure that Kira Esports might play a bit aggressive because you saw the same examples on round number 2 and 3, right? You saw Flit, you saw Death Armor playing aggressive in the early rounds, and then they slowly start to converge into the side in mid rounds itself. So I believe that is exactly what Kira Esports plans to do. But for Airavath, their main focus is to ensure that none of the roam presence should be there for Kira Esports. And apparently, it has not worked out for them ever since.
Really hasn't. But again, let's just wait and see how the entire map really pans out. It's just been 2 rounds, so we don't really have any sort of an idea of how we really want to paint the picture. It's just been one singular site. So at the end of the day, let's just take a look at the overall picture. Let's just take a bird's eye view for everything. From what we have seen, not just on this particular map, but also in the previous, Arvad, they look like a completely different squad. They have a much more stronger sounding game plan in the way that they want to hit a lot of the sides. And now with Stoneheart coming on back, we're going to be able to jump on down over towards the game, have an understanding of how things will look in the short run and also in the long run of things. Because for me personally, Arvad, just as you said before, they have a good opportunity of getting this one done. But in my eyes, I'm a little bit more surprised that Kira, they're giving away so much control to Airavath. I understand that you're giving away a lot more room because you don't want to lose out on your players, but sometimes wasting the time of the attackers is so crucial that losing your life in the process is kind of worth it if you're able to just, edge out one kill
Attackers
there.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yep. Whether or not if Kira Esports has a chance to, win most of that important sites, we have to figure that out in round number 3 itself. Second floor kids dorms and master bedroom site will be the place where Airavath Esports needs to make a play. We see some changes being made on the operator specs from Virtual's side. Instead of bringing in the Jackal that can give a lot of information for their team, he decides to bring in some utility
10
game
seconds to go.
by bringing in the Sophia. Impact nades and concussions are
5 seconds
important
left
when
before
it comes to, removing ADSs out or maybe
Attackers
having
moving
some
out to
information on
locate a bomb
players'
and defuse
whereabouts
it.
with the help of concussion. And then you have impact nades to remove deployable shields or maybe may open up soft holes. So you have necessary utilities and equipments to deal with. And I just realized for Team Airavath Esports, they have a total of 8 frag grenades at their disposal. 8 frag grenades and only 2 claymores. They could use claymores to mainly block some of the windows, but they could only just place 2 claymores on 2 certain windows. They cannot place claymores everywhere, so you have to just ensure that whatever information that you've got, if there is one roam player just lurking around one particular place, it's just best to place that utility in a way that you'd predict that they would arrive. And okay, all right.
What a shot. God damn.
Okay, Rux. By the time you saw that breaching torch just open it up, Rux just casually pre-fires it, and suddenly he gets to take out copy.
Yeah, that's a free kill and a half. Man, oh man, you just don't want to face something like that, especially when the demon has arrived on towards your server. Beautiful tap to the face to open up not just the map, but open up the entire round to go in their favor. For now, though, Airavath, they're just going to need to wait and see how things will be looking for them here in the long run. Because, yeah, they got the first initial pick. They have some levels of control, but they still cannot get comfortable in the positions. Even with the first skill, we have seen how Kira can work with the 4 members that still stay alive here regardless. And Stoneheart, going in for the jump plate, doesn't really want to give any sounds from the propel. Has the best forward place over on towards bedroom. Trying to get the drone to get that slight bit of information. That could just be the catch over on that end. And wait, what? Full bedroom control, he's already in, and the breaches are going to open up the entire side. They've lost control of everything here.
Oh, especially on 50 seconds, though. What's more problematic is that Kira Esports, they've lost one of them, but I could say the same thing for Airavath as well. Death Hammer just casually running away, hoping that he would get away from his life, but it's still not enough. Still need to focus on the side. And you see 3 of the players still holding around on the side itself as Airavath Esports are mounting their plays, angles after angles, but somehow one of them gets removed from Flet. Still need to worry about two more, and Flet gets one more. Gets to take out Roximo Killer, and what just happened?
Flit?
An entire clean out
Flit?
from Kira Esports. Alright, just drop down from the hatch, and Frost gets the final frag just like that. Okay. And for a moment I thought Airavath Esports got the upper hand when it comes to control on that wall, but turns out it's quite the opposite.
Oh man, just no. That's not how it goes. That's not how this play is supposed to be. And again, we witness these players just constantly take out so many of these rounds. That doesn't make any sense. Baba, Arvad, they had the man advantage. From there, we saw Kira regain it because Split just hit 3 of the nuttiest shots of his entire career. First player on the propel, he was completely invisible. You only could see the tip of his head. He got shot. Then he turned around, immediately got the pixel perfect shot as the player was peeking out from the left side of the main lobby all the way towards the right of bedroom. Then he just kept going. You can't make some of this up. Some of the shots that the players hit are just so incredible that even if you have the best and the most sound strategy in this entire game, if you get out aimed or if the players just have a pop-off moment, there's nothing that you can do to try and stop them.
Yeah, absolutely true, Aggressive. The way how Flit showed his presence towards that site, knowing that this is their last, this is their last resort, they had to control it. They had to remove players out. Even with them getting control on opening up the entirety walls itself, removing one players out at the early round where Rux got that nasty shot from the attic side itself. Somehow Kira Esports came back. And this will be even more problematic if round number 4 can be the same thing. Knowing that the side is on meeting and kitchen, Kira Esports has successfully defended both the sites, basement laundry and second floor kids dorms. And since both of the sites are locked and you need to wait 2 more rounds in order to get this, in order to get the site back. Although if they lose round number 4, they could, play basement laundry back again on round number 5. But second floor kids dorms might be in play on round number 6. So unless and until Kira Esports doesn't have any problem in this site, meeting hall / kitchen, the site where the attackers have the most advantage of, all they've got to do is get the main control on second floor, ensure that most of the armor panels have been destroyed, and you've got to need some utilities. You still have Zofia for that. The impact nade should be more than enough, but you've got to be careful for the ADSs that Jaeger places. But would it be more than enough, though? 2 grenades from Nook, 2 grenades from Finca, that should be more than enough. It could act more of as a backup. But for Kira Esports to succeed round number 4, we also have to include their raw talent in aim, right? It always depends on whether if they can perfectly get their frags, get their headshots right, and if they do it, and if Kira Esports succeeds in fighting just like we saw on the previous round where Frit makes an absolute save, 2 kills like that, an instant control on second floor kids, I'm pretty sure that in round number 4 this might be the same case here, Aggressive.
And that's pretty much guaranteed. Again, I have to reiterate this. Siege is a game that does allow you to play very aggressively when it comes down to your strategies. You can have certain strategies that can completely bamboozle your opponents. You can have certain wall bangs, one ways, and of course, bullet holes that can easily make someone rage and break their monitor. But at the end of the day, it's still a game about your raw mechanical skill. It's still a game where your aim will be on centerfold whenever you hit an incredibly nutty shot. And Kira Esports, they're utilizing their own aim to just completely triumph over any of the strategies that Airavath are putting on this case. But for now, the real questions start to arise. After such a massive break of momentum, I'm pretty sure that Kira, they're going to be on a little bit more of a back foot. They're not going to have that level of coordination like they normally do. But for now, let's just go on back a couple of steps. Let's just think about the bigger picture here. because the way that everything is gonna pan out for them in this 4 versus 5 situation, due to a couple of the problems that Airavath's having, they're not gonna have Stoneheart for just maybe another 10 minutes or so as he's trying to fix out his issues. But I don't know, Baba,
Attackers need to locate and
because
defuse
with the
bombs.
raw mechanical skill being showcased by the members of Kira, Airavath, they have a lot of their work cut out for them.
Yep, a lot of work for Team Airavath Esports. They have to start it out with a 4v5 disadvantage. Without Stoneheart, they need to figure out a way to get control on meeting. But how can they do that? They could bring in the Osa, bulletproof shield, open up the walls on meeting, maybe go in for a smoke plant. That, I believe, has to be more than enough for Airavath Esports to succeed on a post plant, but
5 seconds to go.
I'm pretty much sure that Airavath Esports wouldn't
Attackers
bring
are
out the
moving out
Osa
to
this
locate a
time,
bomb and defuse
but
it.
instead it will be the Amaru and the Nook. Rook has been brought out from Rux thrice this time, and Ninja Freak is the one who would like to go a bit aggressive with the help of his Gara hook. But the only question is, at which window does he want to go through? Would it be at the windows of kids' dorms, or would it be at a different window? Only time will tell. Stella hasn't used his Gara hooks just yet. The information game will be done from the drones itself, from the attackers. Just the usual stuff. There's nothing more that we could say at the moment. You've got to see how they could remove those armor panels which have been placed around the kitchen side. Castle plays a heavy role when it comes to fortifying the site, especially on the site like first floor kitchen. And you could see how closely Airavath Esports are playing right now, especially Ninja Freak, who hasn't used his Gara hook just yet, interestingly enough. I believe he used it, it's just I didn't hear the line set off it, but he gets Death Armor. There you go. That's the important frag, and just like that, they have second floor control. Easier said than done.
For some reason, that actually just worked out for them as well.
Bomb has been located.
The Amaru just casually walked in. Death Amar had no idea that the push was coming towards him, and he got immediately put a stop to before he could even react to it. But still, utility a little bit more spread out this time around for the attackers. They're not going in for the 6 frag nades that we saw on the previous round, but still 4, 3 flashes, and 1 more claymore to play around with. But at the end of the day, Flit has been that one danger man that's constantly been on a thorn on their sides. And he does have that level of control that he wants, working his way back towards the front end of this, but with the entire control of the weaponry in his favor, I think he's looking to close things out with a shebang. But Jaeger with a shotgun? Wait a minute, what?
Alright.
Did I miss something? Was there a
No,
meta
he actually-
shift?
No, yeah, it was a shotgun from the Jaeger, and what's even more so virtual, he gets to win out his gunfight.
What?
But Flint, on the
Flit!
other hand, okay,
What?
I
Against the
don't
LMG?
know. I guess he just won the dance off, I guess. Just constant peaks and somehow dodges bullets like he's the Neo from the Matrix. He gets to take out Roximo Killer with an LMG with 150 bullets. Imagine that.
Dodged out
An
the
LMG.
LMG bullets and then just
LMG.
tapped him in the head.
With a UMP. Aggressive. With a UMP. Oh my goodness. But as we talk about the round at hand, they don't have a lot of time, and that impact nade
Killed him
from
with an
Copy.
impact.
He's here to take one kill, and here comes Rux, sneaky as ever. Able to find one, but they're losing a lot of time, and it's just Rux who's all by himself, and Flit. He does it
roaming
best with the
castle.
UMP. Yup, a roaming castle. UMP with less fire rate gets to do a salsa dance in front of Finca, dodges every single bullet he sees, headshot. And next thing you know, he saves the day by getting an entire control on kitchen by taking out Ninja Freak from the top and Rux on that rotate. This is why I love Rainbow-Six-Siege, the unpredictability that you have. LMG with 150 bullets. I mean, do we really need that?
Attackers need to locate
Although
and
it's in the
defuse
meta
bombs.
for so many months, seeing a UMP take out an LMG, it's just a different vibe, aggressive.
It just makes you feel better after you died to it 100 times, right?
Oh boy.
Just say it. Just admit it. You just feel happy just because you got the revenge that you wanted.
Man. LMG, this entire operation that we've had, right? This update itself.
10
LMGs
seconds
are
left
so
before
powerful for the attackers that it's difficult for the for the
seconds
defenders to re-peek and see whether if they can get a kill or two, right? It's always been a pain
Attackers
because
must locate and defuse
the
a bomb.
LMG
Attackers
with the
dropped
LMG you can
diffuser.
just constantly pre-fire every
Attackers have
4
recovered their
seconds,
diffuser.
and if a defender gets stuck in one place without having any other places to rotate, he's currently stuck in a very bad place, right? So LMGs, although they are very destructive and powerful with this nature, still gotta be careful on some certain situations though. First frag it is, and it will be a Ninja Freak who gets to take out Death Armor. An important kill of that too, but Flit, he will respond back with a refrag.
And it was just so perfect. Refrags are going to be clean, but still the man advantage is going in the favor of Hira because this was a 4 versus 5 situation. Beautiful usage of utility copies, no longer even going to be able to play from that corner, but the smoke canister stops any of the aggressive pushes that the attackers could have made early on down the line. Good amount of information already found by Virtual, but still, couple more drones to play around with. So how do they really want to try and go in for this entry? I like this play from Airavath. They're not being overly cocky and they're waiting for the back end of things. Oh my, just causing so much of a nuisance. The grenades have been thrown out a little bit too early without really any form of space to be gained. Wait, they just threw out grenades for what reason? They already cleared the shield.
Maybe they're just trying to remove the player holding out from blue bunkers, but suddenly
can't
gets
push him.
countered. Yeah, it suddenly gets countered from the smoke grenade, and Virgil, oh no! Loses the gunfight with Shrisha, and now they've got to move without the presence from that stairs, and Shrisha will be so influential on that particular place art. But Rux is here, he's making his own plays, headshot and triple, and the fourth from Ruximo Killer to get the final frag. Well, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Team Airavath Esports, they've managed to snatch a win on round number 5.
Got this win out of absolutely nowhere. It was a 4 versus 5, mind you, and they were able to take this one away. Nicely done at the end of the day, and the way that this all pans out, things will just be an even more interesting affair. Again, Airavath, they're now back towards the 5 versus 5 situation. Stoneheart is back as the proper entry that they need to break into a site.
Defenders
They
protect
didn't
the
have
bombs
any
from being
form of a
defused
hard
by
breach on the
attackers.
last couple of rounds because they couldn't afford to get it without wasting, without really losing a lot of the utility that they could have had to clear out roams, clear out players who were hiding around corners. But now that he's back, they can finally take each and every site properly with the game plan in mind. But now that it's on towards the second floor, Hero Esports, they should be feeling a lot more comfortable, especially after the plays that Flit has been making. The guy is on fire, and the way that he hits his shots, it's just like watching poetry in motion.
10 seconds to go.
And I hope when Flitz completes his
5
poetry,
seconds
I might get an
insertion.
autograph when he, publishes his book. But all in all, round number 6 will be in play, folks. 3-2. Kira Esports are here to put themselves in a very strengthy lead. 4-2 will be their main objective. And for Airavath Esports, by presence of Rux, who just made an unbelievable play, 2 kills from this man right here. And Death Armor, you really gotta be careful though, because Rux has got you on your sides. Cooked nade, bye-bye. Ninja Freak just bids goodbye to Death Armor.
Those are the only flags that you want. And again, Flit, man. As soon as you get one of the kills, he's always there to go in for the immediate refrags. But you lost out to your Sophia. And the Sophia has utilized any of its utility? No. That's an LMG getting taken down. That's 2 concussive shocks that have been lost as well. And now you also lost Stoneheart because of a second.
Oh boy.
Ouch.
Yikes. It's just not fair, I mean, I can understand the amount of connectivity issues that happens. You know, you still have a lot of issues being made from the other places. You know, power cuts, connectivity issues, but couldn't do anything much more about it. Flit is still here. Headshot demon, as you'd call it, aggressive, is still here. He's dealing major damage in towards the attic side, and he continues to do more. But for now, he'll just fall back and let the attackers get control on the attic for now, so that they can lay their own traps for now. But with only 2 players left for Airavath and 4 players for Kira Esports defending the site, Kira, they're just waiting for them to arrive right at their crossfires. And when they do, they'll just met with a heavy shot to the head, either from a bullet or from a shotgun pellet.
Couple of pre-fired shots coming in from Airavath to try and equalize it down. They have the timing for it, and the shotgun, for once, really did not pay much dividends. The Frost taking that first initial engagement early, and Shrisha on the back end catches Roxy off guard. Perfectly done. Ooh, that was a clean shot. The man just had it all down to perfection. Read him like an open book and tapped him in the forehead for the final kill. Kira, they take a 4-2 scoreline before the side swap does happen. The last player still not available for Airavath. They can feel his presence. And because he's not there, their team is taking a massive hit for that one.
Yeah, it really did. If Stoneheart was present on round number 6, things would have been a
Attackers need to locate and
different
defuse as
scenario
many bombs
for
as they can.
the attacker side. And especially when that nade from Ninja Freak, when he removed Death Armor out, that early peak got them the entire control. And if Stoneheart was present at that time, it would have been all the way to the hands of Airavath Esports. But unfortunate that in round number 7 it had to be this way. Role swap is in. Kira Esports will be the one on attack, and Airavath Esports will be on defense. Virtual will make a decision to bring in the Capcan EDDs, entry denial device, as it's the full form for it. We'll just place it hidden in a way that the attackers should be careful, especially when they're trying to drone it out. So, interesting placements from Virtual's side. Placing the EDDs on the classroom window. Now in the action phase, we get to see whether if Kira Esports take good notice of it, or just mainly ignore it. That would cause a major problem for them in the near future.
It's bound to happen. But for now, the setup's already done, and the attackers are going to be coming in soon enough. Still ample amounts of time, but okay, Ninja Freak!
Okay.
Wait, okay, Flit, stop. What? What?
He's just flicking. He's just
No,
flicking
it's
his
not
shots.
a flick. It's not a flick. He just knew.
Thanks to the power of the attack drones.
Bomb located by attackers.
You
Dude.
could say you could say that he just got a taste of his own medicine. Remember that nade kill that happened from Ninja's end? Maybe it's more of like a revenge on that previous round.
Yeah, who needs a nade when you have a machine gun in your hand to just tap people with?
He just casually peeks and just takes out Virtual like that, man. How does Fred get away with that? 12 kills from this man right here. 12
How
kills.
does he sleep after doing something like that? Like, come on, that is absolutely disgusting. But, ooh. Poppy. He could just be on the receiving end. Oh, okay, an absolute run out. Wait, the grenade! Couldn't get away.
Good effort though. Good effort though from Rux, but that grenade, man, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt for Rux. He was just prepping the barricade. He was about to get in the hallway, but that grenade stopped him. While the Maverick was prepping out the second nade, Rux just waltzed in, an amazing leap of faith to take out the player. But unfortunately, when it comes to a dire situation like that, it's just, oh man.
Defenders,
Great
protect
attempt
your
though.
bombs from
I gotta
being
give it to
used by
Rux.
attackers.
Good attempt from Airavath Esports, but all in all, this will end up for Kira Esports winning their attack round on round number 7. 5-2, with Flit making great awareness with his performance. 12 kills. And on the side of Airavath Esports, I'm guessing the man with the highest kills has to be Rux. 8 kills from this man right here. Kills from the knock on attack and also on defense. What a play, but in the end it will be Kira Esports who gets to snatch that one.
Airavath, they have the 5-man going for them once again. Stoneheart's been just dipping in and out constantly. But maybe with the Kaid, he's going to be able to just leave something for his teammates to play around with. The poor guy's not been having the best of times, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to the last couple of plays that they can make that will give them that edge. Flit doesn't really find the early pickups for his entire team, but again, does he really need those early pickups, or does he need to just have those consistent frags for his squad? For now, he just needs to wait. He just needs to play it down slow. Because Airavath, they're the ones who are on the defensive end. But Kira needs to work their way in. Okay, Flip. Again, this guy. He's just so quick on these plays. He's still going to be able to get that burst of information and immediately work his way back up. He's not afraid of anything.
It's funny how he just dropped down from the hatch, only get to go down upstairs from the arbor. He just get picked out from virtual. My goodness. Oh man. Oh man, that's funny. He just went downstairs, used to rappel back upstairs, only to get picked out from virtual. It's just, oh man, that's gotta hurt for them. And you could say for Airavath Esports, they'll be looking very good from this hold. But not for long, as Virtual gets downed and out, but you still have protection from Rux. All the way from the attic side, and that cook nade from Copy might be able to get the kill from Rux. Does it, though? No, it actually gets caught out from the ADS. Saved from his man, Roximo Killer. Now he needs to make a play of using his weaponry to destroy the player holding towards the attic. And Miss Forge, you might be able to have something else to say. That's one. That's the second from the LMG. Can he get the third? No, instant refrag from Stoneheart. And now here comes the chaos. Here comes the fight. Copy still here. He gets the control on the attic. They still have 1 minute left, and Kira Esports, they're down with 2 men. They've equalized it 2-2. Both of them are on full HP, except for Death Armor. He has a diffuser in hand. He could go in for the plant. You even have Copy for the protection. All he has to do is just figure out a way. But no, he cannot.
Wait, that's a thermite. That's a thermite. He can easily open this.
He could, but he doesn't want to risk it. And that C4 from Stoneheart. Man, this is good. Looking very good from Airavath's end. Now Copy. He needs to make this play. He needs to get the kill, and he evidently does so. No frags, no refrag.
Wait, where's he looking? Where's he looking?
He's looking at the wrong side, and then Jeffrey gets it. Look at that. Such close encounters, and Ninja Freak. For a moment, I thought that there would be a refrag from that rotate. Turns out it did not. But in the end, Airavath Esports will fling back getting that win. A job well done from Ninja Freak as he gets to win that clutch and put a good amount of hopes for Airavath Esports to come back on this defensive hold.
And you would question why he did not want to open up the entirety of the hard breach. He could have opened up the wall, couldn't he? What would be the bad play in that situation? You open up...
Yeah. Go ahead, Aggressive.
No. I'm just saying, like, if you opened up the wall, he takes much more of the sidelines. He creates an entry point where he could have planted while his teammate could have held for him in the back. He would have been cleared from door. He doesn't have to worry about players on the back end of the kid's dormitory. Was there a bad play there?
Although I gotta give props to that Aggressive, the exothermic charge to blow up the entire wall from the second floor kids, right? But if you look at the time itself from Kira Esports, they've only had 30 seconds, right? They had to look from both of the players, one holding from kids' dorms and Dom's window. And when it comes to the thermite exothermic charge, you've got to place the thermite charge, which requires 2 seconds, and detonating it would require another 2 seconds, and now you've got to wait for the duration of that breach charge to blow up. So in and itself, it would take for around 7 to 8 seconds to blow up that wall, and in that particular moment, you would be vulnerable for an aggressive push that it could have happened from Airavath's end. So what I could say from the Thermite's end is that he didn't want to waste time. He just wanted to ensure post plant. But unfortunately, that post plant did not happen, mainly because of that C4 that Sonhart threw. Mainly because of that confusion being laid around. You saw how Kira Esports, they just lost control mainly because of that C4 player Stoneheart that gave Airavath Esports the win on that round itself. So yeah, that's the devil's advocate if I have to talk about from Kira's perspective.
Absolutely. Because on this particular round, things could have gone a lot more in their favor if they just had a bit more time to work with. But again, time pressure. You have to give it to the members of Airavath to just completely run the clock down against Kira. But now over towards his bottom floor, this is not going to be that simple to hold. Look at where Kira is. They're all the way across the map. Freezer control established. They have hatch. They have the main entrance over on towards White Stairs. So what else is left? They have full control of each and every site. Lobby is theirs. The lobby hatch is also open. I don't know what else to say. They're turtling in the side, but will this turtle work?
Yep. It always comes down to time here, aggressive, and I'm pretty sure that Kira Esports, they want to do the split push again. Rock sees some info of the prone player Flit, but it will be Shisha who gets the first, goes aggressive, wide peeks at that too, but Ninja Freak immediately denies it. Copy is still here. The aggression continues for Kira Esports as Flit takes a lot of damage from the smoke gas grenades. He needs to fall back, which would give Airavath Esports some breathing room to indicate that the freezer room has been pushed around, and Copy almost gets picked out, but he still stays alive, but not for long. Flit is still here. Headshot of that too. Only 2 players left in Airavath Esports. They are slowly starting to lose control, and even more so, Flit is just doing major damage towards the defensive side, and it's just Stoneheart left to cluster out a 1v3, and it's not gonna happen. Death Hammer will finally get that frag out, and Kira Esports, they'll put themselves on a huge lead here, folks. 5-2. Actually, 5-3. No, it's 6-3.
Oh, it's 6-3.
It's 6-3.
6 to-
Apologies. It's late night 10:30, and I think I'm having hallucinations about Airavath Esports winning most of the rounds. So apologies for that. 3-6. Kira Esports on
They're at
match
match point.
Let's see whether if Airavath Esports can just fling back once again.
Hey, I think that you were witnessing the future where Airavath
Yeah.
Esports just come back out of absolutely nowhere. They
Yeah,
take the fourth round, they take the
yeah.
fifth, and they push us on to overtime.
Yeah, but I'm
could
guessing
happen.
it could happen in a different dimension. You know, multiverse.
It's the alternate universe.
Yes, in an alternate universe where Airavath Esports could have won that matchup. Yeah, I guess I was mainly focused on that, and then I just came back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
You gotta love it when you hear those sounds. It's been a while since I heard that, man. I miss casting Siege. It's a lot of these chill moments that you have at the real start of the rounds, because at this point, we have pretty much beaten the dead horse to the point where we broke down every single strategy. Airavath, though, again, same issues. They lost control way too early. They started turtling in towards the side, and Kira Esports just started to pick them off one by one. You can't make these type of mistakes. And it feels as though Airavath as a team, they start making those mistakes when their backs are against the wall, when they start second guessing themselves as a team. Where's the control? Where are the different plays that you were normally known to do over on the last couple of rounds where you did win out? The defense just seems to be one of their weakest sides. And that is surprising, especially when you consider the game of Siege being a lot more favored for the defense on most of the maps.
Yeah, Oregon has always been defender favored most of the times. But if done right, and if Flit has some information on Legion's whereabouts, he might not. Oh, gets caught out from Virtual. He was at Freezer Stairs at the beginning, and then when he heard the Legion's boom mines being destroyed, he decides to change his position. And turns out he did make a good decision. Flit had no idea exactly where Virtual was, and getting an early peek just like that without facing a refrag is a good thing for Airavath Esports to survive in this round.
Plus, you took down Finka.
Yeah.
So now there are no more adrenaline surges for you to even try and go in for a brute force push over towards the side. You don't have that extra HP. You don't have that recoil reduction. You are now susceptible to a lot of different plays. Wait, he gets away with murder. That's a first. That's the first time I've ever seen a player just completely crab walk. Not even crab walk. He just crawled his way in like a snake to find one more frag.
Battle of the snakes. Yeah.
It's like I
Oh,
played
man.
Metal Gear Solid out here.
It's like, Snake! Talk to me, Snake! The C4 is being tossed around from the defensive side, but it's not gonna work out too much though. But Srisha is
Attackers
feeling
dropped
the
the
aggression. He wants to put the pedal to the
Attackers
metal.
recovered the diffuser.
He wants to do it. And a minute left, Kira Esports, all of them are prepped and ready with their explosive hold. Here, holding an angles from Freezer, holding angles from Basement Laundry. All Srisha needs to do is just do the initiative. And let's not forget, he also has the defuse in hand too. Just 40 seconds. Can Srisha finds this pick? He knows that one of the
He
players
knows.
is playing so close from the bomb chassis. And it's Ninja Freak.
Drop the bomb.
The MP5 in hand. A peek and a beautiful headshot of that too. Gets to remove Srisha out, and also they've got the confirmation on the defuse. 25 seconds, and Kira Esports now have to go with frags, and Drux is just using those smoke grenades at the perfect timing. And Miss Forger had to go aggressive, but he lost that gunfight towards Drux. 3v1 and Airavath Esports, they're looking confident, and it's all down to Copy. Can he clutch this 1v3? Not quite sure, because the players on the side of Airavath Esports are playing the
seconds.
safe. They know exactly where the defuse is. Copy goes aggressive with a bearing 9, but not a lot of time left. And they will win round number 10 without any hassle at all. Airavath Esports, they're slowly coming back. They'll get to win one more defensive round, but they're going back to second floor kids dorms. Will this work out, or will Kira Esports end this? It's only a matter of time.
It's just one of those players that you can't really stop that easily. He's been just running amok in every single one of these rounds, and that's one of the main reasons why Airavath have been in such a tough spot. But now that Flit's been taken down early, you can see the cracks in the way that the members
Defenders
of
protect the
Kira are
bombs
starting to
being
play.
defused by
They don't
attackers.
have their star fragger to just push their way in to a lot of these sidelines. So I believe that Flit playing a little bit more slow, waiting for his teammates, would be the much more optimum play. But I like the idea that they're going for a Lion and a Finka at the same time to stop them from going in for any form of a rotate for just that last couple of seconds. For the game of Siege, at least, if you're stationary for at least 3 seconds when there's a fast rush coming towards you, you know that you're royally screwed in the position that you're trying.
Yeah,
10 seconds left.
especially knowing that Ninja Freak was at a very
5
difficult
seconds to
situation
insertion.
from that side. He somehow gets away with the frag from
Attackers
Shisha.
moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And now this will be even more concerning from Kira's end, because they are on match point. And if they give more chances for Airavath Esports to win 2 rounds on defense, then this will be crucial. And now talk about Virtual. Bring in the Oryx this time. He wants to play the roam. And with the help of Bailiff, a Bailiff shotgun, he could, he could use it to destroy the hatches and just climb instead of using the stairs to go upstairs. So it's a very versatile roamer. And having a versatile roamer like Oryx, you are bound to see some aggressive plays. So Kira Esports, I hope they're ready.
Dokubi? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that too. And I'm pretty sure that bringing in the cabby will bring a lot of problems. And the
Oh
nade!
my god, Flit again! How?
To
Why?
perfection.
What?
Cooked to perfection as Fred gets one. But let's not forget, Virtual is still alive too. He gets the frag out immediately as you saw that cook grenade being just used it so well on that second floor. And this will be the main cause of threat here. Virtual. If all he has to do is just remove the cabby, and that would be more than enough for Airavath Esports to secure this round.
But it's not going to be an easy feed whatsoever. The drone's going to catch him out. That's a lot of information. Oryx! You're stuck here now, buddy. How are you going to live through this one? Free Fire's coming in. Yep, the Dokubi just has the better weaponry. takes him out a couple of pegs here and now with the Maverick working through the reinforced wall. They're not stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're getting worked in from the top, the bottom. Every single sideline is no longer theirs, but now the spy is so crucial. But they just dropped Trisha. Coming in now strong, taking out Stora. Last two players remaining, especially on match point. This is not a position that you want to be in. The smoke can delay for as long as he possibly can, but there's too many sidelines he has to worry about. Players coming in from the top side of Attic, and he also needs to worry about the stairs. Where does he go, man? The poor old Smoke, he's just stuck.
That one a risky place. He hears. I mean, he even hears the frag noises. But he's just staying stealthily. He's not gonna give a single sound cue.
That's
But
a kill.
that's not gonna happen though. Deathhammer will be
Wait,
there.
that's a
It's all
diffuser.
by
Wait a
himself.
minute.
But wait a minute, Rux has this under control. Oh no. Maybe this can go in the favor for Team Airavath Esports. They could just play this right. Oh no, the flashbang also blinds all
canister?
three players from Kira Esports.
Canister.
Smoke gas canister is just placed to perfection. He still, does he have one more? No, he doesn't.
30
He
seconds
does
left.
not have one more. And Shrisha, he has to get up. Rux, can he remove Shrisha out? Does it happen? Yes, it does, Rux. He can clutch this. All he has to do is just stay safe. Stay safe, and he will do exactly that.
My
Airavath
God.
Esports. No.
That's a heartbreak, man. You gave it to your Maverick. You gave it to the Maverick.
Oh man, mission successful.
We'll get
Solid.
it next time.
Solid. Solid stealth.
Dude.
An S rank. S
No.
rank for Rux.
What did we just witness?
Oh man, we just witnessed the clutch for the Community Cup, Aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that can beat something like this. Not after this kind of a play. You
20
cannot tell me, Baba, that there will be another play like this in this entire tournament where the guy had the entire odds stacked against him. He's playing a Smoke, mind you, who was holding Attic.
Yep.
He had the
two smoke
diffuser
grenades,
placed
yep.
in front of him on a silver platter.
Can you imagine a clutch like that? Jesus. Kira. Back on round number 12. Meeting and Kitchen is the side for Airavath Esports to defend.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And you know for the fact that Airavath can bring this back.
Yeah, especially after a round like that, the morale of Kira has to be shattered. Again, Kira didn't do anything wrong in that round.
Yeah, they did not.
They played it perfectly. They cleared out every angle. They won out on their gunfights. But at the end of the day, you have that one sneaky little Smoke just sitting straight right next to the breach. The Maverick had no idea. You can't even blame him from the way he died.
I mean, he had no info whatsoever from the breach side itself, right? Because they're mainly focused on the side. They thought, yeah, you know what, Rux, it's smoke. Gas canisters, he'd usually play near the smoke itself, so I'm pretty sure we'll get him there itself. But turns out, it was on the other side, catching Maverick out by surprise. But
How is there a drone there? How is there a drone in Attic?
okay, damn, that's actually great though. They have the information though, but they could not find a way to get that player out. Look at the damage being dealt around here from Kira's side. Virtual already low on HP, but still, they're holding their ground. Ninja Freak has been flashed for his life, and there's nowhere for him to run. Oh no. And that has gotta hurt, and the
Yeah, that's
continuation of destruction continues as Fritz's LMG just destroys players one by one. Both the SAS operators, Rux and Ninja Freak, are down. They're angry. Mainly because of Rux did that 1v3 clutch. But all in all, Kira Esports, they've got the opening pick, and now they're here to end this once and for all. Or maybe we could see Airavath make that play once again.
Bomb located by attackers.
Really, no. They just need to work their way in. Virtual all the way back towards basement corridor. Makes his way from the laundry room up towards the staircase. But again, it's all about the timing. Staircase is present. He could have easily gotten one frag. He has the crossfire set up with Roxy, but I don't think it's gonna be enough for them. Looking at their positions, Kira, they have a lot more angles to work with and a lot more avenues of attack to play around with. Again, Stoneheart, he gave away his position, and because of it, the members of Kira, they have an idea and a picture in their minds of how this entire strategy is going to look like.
Yeah, you could see all that utilities being thrown around. Roximo Killer just dodging the frag grenades at the right time. He gets away with the kill. He gets away with another. What just happened? They even dropped the diffuser. Oh no, not again. 20 seconds and Kira Esports, although they had this thing under control, they still have though, as Fred gets a triple kill, but they still have control. Stoneheart UMP does wonders for him, and so does Virtual. 2v1, Deathammer left, he has to clutch this 1v2, the SMG-12 not working out! The super shotty from Stoneheart will steal the show away for Airavath Esports, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to overtime. Round number 13 is a go. We are not out of this just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Kira Esports, they've had so many chances. And next thing you know, clutches like this gave Airavath Esports the chance that they required to come back in the game. 6-6. The show's not over yet, folks.
I think they were a little bit too committed to just jumping through the hatch. At one stage, you're like, yeah, we lost out on 2 of our players. Why are we still jumping in through the hatch regardless when you have some time to work our way back over towards the tower entrance staircase and take a route from kitchen? There's a lot of different ways that Kira could have played that, but again, they committed to one strategy a little bit too hard and they paid the ultimate price for it. Not only losing out on the rounds, but being sent on over to overtime is not really a position you want to be in, because now they need to win 2 rounds consecutively to try and take this one away. Their attack notoriously has been a pretty rough one for them, and also they're starting off on the 2nd floor. So yeah. Ouch. This is gonna be a difficult
10
fight for
seconds
them.
to go.
Difficult fight for Kira.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Man. Never have I ever expected Airavath Esports to put themselves on OT 6-6. 1v3 clutch from Rux. And then we see Roximo Killer with the Jaeger gets 2 kills out of nowhere. All by defending him from the meeting side. There was a cooked nade. He ran away from the cooked nade. He gets 1, he gets the 2nd. And then Kira Esports just shattered. They didn't have they didn't had enough time to even process it, right? Oh boy. Early with the action phase already coming in play, you see how Airavath Esports, they just have the information on one of the players' whereabouts. That is on Flitz's whereabouts, on Flitz's location. He'll still be alive, and I'm pretty sure that he will get away from the garage place as best as possible and just roam around from the basement side and ensure that he won't be able to contest the angle being made from the armory side. But the main goal for Kira Esports is to ensure that they waste a lot of time, and I believe they succeeded in doing so. But losing players at an early round will give a major disadvantage to either both of these teams. So they've got to be careful and ensure that whatever roles that they're trying to do, they just need to give it their all.
And again, none of the players, they're going in for any form of an over-aggressive peak. They are not giving any bouts of information away. And even if the drones are getting the information, Airavath, they don't really have a lot of space to utilize that information to try and make a play. Yeah, small bits of map control to be gained all across, but the turtles all the way in towards one of the other cyclones. Ninja Freak giving a lot of information away that he is playing from the attic entrance with one of his teammates. And the grenades to just give that little bit of information and to try and clear out a couple of the Jaeger ADSs so that they can make their pushes a lot more simpler. But Stoneheart, okay, good for the first, catches out Copy completely off guard. And now, you don't have a mute to play around with. That's a massive hit for their end.
Yeah, even Shisha is slowly making his way upstairs, but will he get caught out from Virtual though? It's too late for the attack, for the defenders though, because they've got the site under control. It will be post-plant. There's no one to deny it. That Amar just running around the site, but he's quickly cornered. No, it was a team kill from Forger. No, that's not good. Not good at all. Airavath will get away with that win on round number 13. No, what just happened? That Amar just sprints all the way from White Stairs, hoping to get a kill or two. He could have just used that particular insight from below itself to take out the planter, but decides not to. And now they're just losing rounds one by one. Airavath Esports, they're on overtime match point.
I don't know what to say. Do you want me to say something or?
Go ahead, aggressive. Go ahead.
Kira, I honestly have to say, where's the team playing coordination that we witnessed from them in the last couple of rounds? It's literally one clutch from Rux, all that you guys can take. The man clutches around. Yeah, I understand. It's one of the most unconventional clutches that we have ever seen in the history of Siege, at least in TEC. And that completely shattered your team morale? Where's the level of communication? Kira, it feels as though their comms are just non-existent. Players are running into side, they're not clearing corners together, they're trying to make their own plays happen without
5 seconds
being a
left
complete
before
unit?
insertion.
I don't know.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is not looking good from Kira's perspective. They won map number 1. They were in the lead in Oregon. And now we see Airavath Esports flinging for a comeback. Although I'm not quite sure what exactly happened from Flitz's end though. 18 kills from that man right here, on the attack side. And yet he's still yet to make a response on overtime. You could say currently Kira Esports will be the one to, do the attack side. And that side for them to succeed has to be on Basement Church. Sorry, not Basement Church. Basement Laundry and Supply Room. I keep confusing myself with Basement Laundry and Basement Church. Basement Church is in Map Clubhouse. Again, apologies for that. But Kira Esports, they have got to pick up their pace. They've lost a lot of time on the initial rounds. Even though they have good early picks, taking out, maybe Ninja Freak or Rux, they still somehow lose when it comes to execution, right? When it's just all down to just 30 seconds. Kira Esports just took too much time knowing on what to do and what not to do, and when the time is right, it's just difficult for them to concede, to contest. Cooked nade from Flit, not being able to connect to take out the Jaeger's position. And now it's just the usage of utilities to determine whether if they could remove those important deployable shields or just remove players out from that particular place. But not a lot that you could see at this moment though. Hatch has been open. Kira Esports have control on the hatch on meeting. We do see a turtle hole being made from the defensive side. Now they're just waiting for an opening pick waiting to happen.
Might just be able to get this one early down as well, but again, look at the side of Kira. No, that's a kill. That's gonna be a big one. Flit's gonna be able to come in for the immediate refrag, but he's taking so much damage over from the side. The Danger Man's been taken out, and Flit caught between a rock and a hard place, and Rux is gonna be the Danger Man that they have to worry about now. The defenders, they're in the worst possible position for all of this. But again, Kira, they can't really work anything out for them now, can they? Completely isolated in so many of their fights. No one's really running back as well. They're not given a single avenue to work around with. Detamar is going to be good for another one, but Rux with a triple kill. The man is on fire. Someone put a dowsing rod on top of him. Something needs to be done about him, because he's just running amok, causing chaos all across, and this could just be the win that they would want. 3 versus 1, make it a 3v1 that could never be in his favor. Detamar, good for the double. Now, he's looking for a clutch. Immediate with the run out. He doesn't really have any form of information where the last player could be at. He needs to push this previous player to try and lift this through. Gets another one for himself, and the possibility of a clutch.
Operators, you are out of time.
They take map number 2 for themselves.
Yep. Airavath Esports, a hard-fought victory, 8-6. which means we are heading off to map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Decider map. Theme Park will be the final map for both Airavath Esports and Kira Esports to determine who will have the spot for the Community Cup. Man, what a way to end that second half on Oregon.
Honestly, dude, I have
Just
no
to
idea.
just a 1v3 clutch from Rux was more than enough to gain momentum from Airavath Esports and just ends up with a total of 5 wins back to back in the second half. Can you imagine that? 5 wins. The hands of Airavath.
Just because of one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just one guy causing everything to fall apart. And that's what Siege is sometimes. It just takes that one round to shift the dynamic of your team, shift the morale in the way that we're playing. And as we head on down towards the match highs to relive all of the incredible moments that we have seen and possibly the clutch coming in from Rux, that one man just changed in more ways than one as soon as he did get that clutch. He went from having a really horrendous matchup to being the best of the best when it came down to this occasion. He was on fire as soon as that first initial clutch came in for him. He didn't miss a single shot. He was hitting long range plays with the Bearing 9. And like I don't understand. The SMG-11 is not supposed to be a long range weapon, but he's making it work for himself.
Yeah, you've got to make your shots count with that SMG-11 weaponry. The more precise you are with your shots, the higher the chances. And especially when you play as the smoke, which the main goal for smoke is to deny the attackers arriving towards the side with the help of his smoke gas canisters. His main problem is the weaponry, the SMG-11. And somehow making it work for the team. Getting 3 kills. I'm talking about Rux on that final round. Making it work. Triple kill. Next thing you know, that would be more than enough for Airavath Esports to win map number 2 and secure deciders. And that decider map will be Theme Park aggressive. Theme Park will be the final map. And I've got to say, like, how did did Team Airavath get away with this? How? Just how? I am so. It's filled with so much questions. What happened to Flit in the second half? He was looking so strong in the first half while he was
He
playing
just got
as
shut down.
yeah from the Melusi, right, in the first half, and then we saw good presence being shown around from the Finca. And then suddenly we see Airavath Esports just started to rack up their wins on defense, winning so many rounds from their end. This was not supposed to happen. Kira Esports, they got on match point at round number 9. They could have finished it off. But I'm not quite sure what exactly happened after round number 10.
Again and again, it's just down to the worst of moments, man. I don't know how to even speak of this. You can't make up this storyline. Like, what? How does Rux get away with something like this? The
15
man
kills.
has 15 kills and 10 deaths. It's showing 1, but it's actually 10.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a horrendous start. The man barely got like what, four kills, and he was on like 7 deaths. One clutch turned this guy into a demon.
Yeah. 4 first kills from Ninja Freak on the side of Airavath Esports. That grenade, though, was it's just cooked to perfection. On the side of
It's like
Kira,
that
though,
medium
yeah.
rare steak that we all love.
Ah. And as the Gordon Ramsay would say, absolutely delicious. Flit, on the other hand, though, on the side of Kira, 19 kills, with a total of 86% cost. He was the main. He was the first, player who'd usually get those opening picks a lot, right? 3 early early picks. You could say does not beat Ninja Freak though from his end. 4 early picks and 2 of the gunfights which he lost. Virtual, on the other hand, also did his fair share of first kills. 3 kills from this, 3 early kills, 10 kills as well on the total KD score count. But there you go. That's the second match. 8-6 at the hands of Team Airavath Esports, which means that the show's not over yet. Map number 1 was at the hands of Kira Esports 7-3, and now Airavath has secured map number 2, Oregon, which means that on map number 3, whoever wins this has the spot on the playoffs. Will it be Kira? Will it be Airavath Esports who will get the spot? That is the biggest question that we've got to wait for now, folks, because we got to take a short little break and we'll be right back after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. Here we are back with map number 3. The game's not over yet. It's Kira Esports who will go up against Airavath Esports on the final map. It will be Theme Park. After Kira Esports winning map 1 on Cafe Dostoevsky, we saw our team Airavath Esports fling back, winning their map on Oregon, especially in the second half, completing their roundabout 8-6. And now they're here to see whether if they can snatch the spot onto the playoffs on map number 3. Aggressive. We saw map number 1. We saw map number 2, the way how Airavath played on defense. In Theme Park, who will it favor to?
Let's just say Theme Park is a very interesting. You know what happens on Theme Park, right? Theme
Yep.
Park, a map
sets
that is.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah, go ahead.
personally say it's a lot more attack favored. It's a little bit more leaning towards defense, but it's South Asian Siege. So you know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's one of
Uh,
those maps that you just cannot predict. It doesn't work.
I mean, this includes on every single maps, right? Aggressive. No matter how many times we try to make a prediction, it always ends up being quite the opposite. So let's not waste any time at all and just proceed with map number 3 itself. The final map for both the teams here, for Airavath and Kira Esports. And to just start off with the ban phase itself, I'm pretty sure it will be the same standard bans as usual. No changes being made. Thatcher, Flores maybe. And on the side of defense, we'd have Mira and Valkyrie being banned. So, yeah, map number 3, I've got to say, it could either be a, a theme for Airavath Esports, or maybe it could be a meme for Kira Esports. I know I was trying to
I think that
build
assassin's
up
getting
the
into your
joke.
head.
I guess I'm trying to. I actually tried to build up that joke, aggressive, but it ended up being not good at all.
Listen. Assassin
Yeah.
just got into your head. His
Yeah, I
really
guess
bad
so.
memes and his really bad sense of humor is getting to you, so it's okay.
Yeah,
You're
but
gonna
talking about
love
the
it when you
bans
see
though.
it.
Yeah, talking about the bans though for Airavath Esports,
No,
Nomad and
Flores
Mute
banned.
will be Nomad and Mute will be banned. So Flores is still available. And I'm not quite sure why I said Flores in the first place. On a map like Theme Park, the main thing that you should be banning has to be either Mute or Kaid on defense. And on attack, banning Finka would also be a good idea, but you know, on the side of the attack, they would love bringing in the Finka instead. So we'll see what will happen though on the first round itself. So it will be on Armory and Throne Room. So with Airavath Esports flinging back on map number 2, can they do the same thing on map number 3? Let's find out.
Should be the case for them. But again, it all comes down to the decider and the way that everything's going to be played.
Attackers
Again,
need to locate and defuse
Theme
bombs.
Park, a map that is quite well balanced in the long run in the way that you can play it. Each and every sideline can be easily taken control of by the defenders. They can easily get taken control of by the attackers as well. There's always a constant back and forth in the way that you can play around with this map. There's so many different routes that you can take to try and go in for entries. You can play from vertical, and even the players that are using Kaid in a lot of different cases can't easily get away with whatever they want to do. Plus, no reinforce is safe. Even if you have a bandit in your arsenal, you have to constantly worry about the grenades that could be raining down upon you because of the level of soft walls that are on top of the breaches. They're constantly opened up by the attackers, so
Defuse a bomb.
that the bandit doesn't really get much value out of it. With so many different problems coming into play, that Jaeger placement for the ADS is just so crucial to have. That's why we see these exact pickups coming in from the side of Gear Esports. They know what they want to do, and Ninja Freak showcasing his raw mechanical skill, playing aim labs while he's still in towards the game, but it's okay. Let's start for them. And now they're looking to get the second pro control before they want to hit this.
Yep. Not wasting any time at all, just pushing in towards the cash room as usual. But you forgot about Death Hammer is already in towards the hallway side. Guess
Wait, they have a
by
valve.
surprise. Can he get the second? No, an instant refrag from Raksa. And because of that, here comes the first frag already. Losing Sledge will be more detrimental for them because Ninja Freak
No
was
vertical.
heavily required to open up lines of sight. But that gunfight will happen nonetheless as Forger finds one more, and this time it's Rux who will be eliminated. Now, how can they open up that particular line of sight from the office side? They could use the Jackal's secondary shotgun. We're not quite sure it would be more than enough to handle out the situation because they just lost 2 players.
It's a big hit for them to get, especially losing out on your Sophia as well. You lost 2 soft creatures on your team. And now without both of them, what else do you have? You have a hard breach on the ace, was a couple of claymores. You have the grenades in the hands of the Finka, but again, what's the Finka really there to do? Give you a couple of adrenaline surges, and those grenades are not really going to be able to get the proper lines of sight that it needs to have the proper cook time for the hit. Again, problems just keep on arising. They're not going to be able to get much done, but with the entrance to the armory now opened up, what's the game plan here? How do they want to enter onto the throne room? Because they have one sightline open, but look at Flit. He's so pushed up for... That's it. Stoneheart casually just gets sent back to Jesus.
Yep, that's one more kill though from Fritz's side. As Virtual will join alongside with Stoneheart. Now it's just Roximo Killer being hunted from the yellow stairs, and he'll get taken out by Flit once again. Kira Esports, a strong start. This time they'll be able to win round number 1 without having any issues. But hopefully it should still stay the same in the next future rounds, and hope that it would not happen the same thing that it had happened for them on map Oregon.
Peak was just not as optimum as you could hope for coming in from Arvad, but I guess at the end of the day, it's Team Par. You're gonna have a slow start because you're not gonna read out exactly what your opponents want to do. Do they want to turtle in towards the side? Are they gonna play a lot more towards the map control? We're gonna witness that all out slowly but surely. But for Kira, they're constantly playing for very aggressive takes, especially because they have a Valkyrie on their team. And because of this Valkyrie, not only do they have a large amount of information to play around with, but they can also take the side and extend it to the entire floor. And that's what I love about Valkyrie. Valkyrie just gives you so much information that you can play as aggressive as you want, and you're not really gonna have a lot of drawbacks. You can give information to your team regardless because of the way that Black Eyes are placed. So, is there any wrong in just taking the entire floor for yourself, where the attackers have to clear like what, 15 different corners to try and even entry close towards your site?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
That's a strength that you
Bomb
cannot
located
get
by
that easy.
attackers.
And letting that Valkyrie go, yeah, they're gonna feel the pressure for that.
Yeah, they will. Knowing that you have so much information inside the building, they've got to find a way to, take them out at the earliest stage possible. Bringing IQ would be a good idea, but you have to sacrifice some of the major utilities. Would you swap it for the Sophia? Would you swap it for the Finka? Because most of the operators that you see on the attack side is so important for them to execute on that side, and without having those help, it's difficult. So if they have to remove those information cams, they've got to see it via from the attack drones. Some defenders, especially Death Amar, choose to go aggressive by contesting the angle from the cache place. Unfortunately, he won't be able to find a kill just yet. He will deal some minor damage towards them, which in fact would halt out the progression from Airavath Esports before making a push in towards cache. But once more, we still see Copy just surrounding around from the first floor side itself, making some... being a lurk as of now. He's just ensuring that no players would ever set foot from the stairs, but you forgot about the hatches though. That's exactly where Ninju and Virtual, both of them are here to contest this angle from Shisa's end. He will succeed. The second kill too. Ninja Freak just found the opening. Entire clearance, and now Rux and Stoneheart are just free to push in towards the office. Losing 2 players gets an instant control, but he forgot about Copy. There's an instant refrag from Stoneheart. And a Claymore to ensure that none of those flanks should appear. He still forgot about Fled. He sees the opportunity, but doesn't get the kill nonetheless. Losing a lot of chance. They've lost a lot of bodies. Although removing Finka could help the defenders into holding their ground out, but they've lost a lot of man count too. And in a span of 55 seconds, you see how Kira Esports are just barely hanging on. They're just struggling on every single utilities that the attackers are throwing around. there is still a chance that they could win it out.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Could easily be a hit that they can get, but again, Rizzo, okay, give it a couple of seconds though, maybe this could be different for him, but no.
Okay. Oh.
That was a lineup kill for them to find, but nope, not gonna happen, not anytime soon. Good God, man, imagine if he got that transfer.
Yeah, imagine that. Yeah. For a moment there, I thought that lineup could have given the clutch that Bandit needed. I thought that it would have happened, you know? That's the main reason why I just got excited for a moment there. But yeah. Well, unfortunate.
They're gonna draw out of that one though, but I guess it's fine. Come on. Give credit where credit is due.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Because at the end of the day, it's a 1-1 scoreline, nothing really out of the ordinary. It's completely fine intact. Because again, going on back towards the back end of everything, going back to the very cups of what really went on in that particular round. And here they just lost map control. It felt as though they were lost trying to hold the entirety of the side. The second floor, seemingly not their most favorite route, but again, they had the black eyes available. They had a lot of information to play around with, but they were not playing for info. They were taking a lot of unnecessary engagements, and that's how they just started falling apart.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Let's hope whether if Kira Esports can fix their mistakes in round number 3. The action phase coming in play, the information game, although working good from their hands, but when we saw Ninja Freak, you know, eliminating Shisha out from that initiation room, you saw a bit of resistance. You saw how all 4 players, 2 of them pushing from cache, 2 of them just dropped down from the hatch, and that push was more than enough to have an entire clearance from the second floor entirely. So for Kira Esports, they've gotta make sure that if they see a push like that, it would be best for them to fall back or just challenge it. Okay. Alright, while just Rux was just patiently removing the barricades, suddenly there's a down for some reason. But in the end, the trade games are just working out too much, so a refrag would come in the end, but wait a minute, Roximo Killer just picked out from his own nade. Alright. That just happened.
Self-righteous suicide.
Man.
Do you know why I said this? Because one of my friends, as soon as he died to his own grenade, he was like, don't say anything. That was just self-righteous suicide. And I'm like, sure, buddy. Sure. He totally didn't throw a nade into a wall and then kill himself.
Yeah. Sometimes when it comes to the nades being jumped around from the colliders, sometimes you don't expect it to throw in that place, but man, Roximo Killer is not gonna be happy about that.
Located.
Especially for Airavath Esports, who just lost the Finca. This will be dangerous for the attackers as of now. But for Kira though, all they've got to do is just stay patient, and patience will reward its kill. Especially that C4 from Shisha, thanks to that information from the Black Cat Camp, which was placed near the pendulum of the waiting room that they were placed onto. Now they're having a calm time. Copy is still here, and so does the final frag. Going at the hands of Death Armor, Kira Esports won't have any problems dealing with the side at all.
Yeah, and it's just so clean, man. The way that they're playing based upon the information was perfect. They worked on the flaws of the previous round. They're not taking any form of an aggressive engagement. And even when they do, the trades are present. Good play, good round, perfectly done to take the second one away. And now that all of the sides have refreshed, Armory and Throne Room. Now this is where things will get a little bit more interesting again. What's the adaptation play that we're going to witness from the members of Airavath? Are they still going to try and go in for the second floor take where they try to work their way in? Or will the grenade just choose another master in this case?
Could happen though, you know. A grenade. We've encountered a lot of grenade kills, right? Cooked grenades just worked out to perfection on map Oregon. Getting killed by our own grenade, that's the first, right? Especially from the season 3 of the Community Cup. Now you've got to wonder whether if Kira Esports can maintain this momentum in round number 4. The site though will be on Throne and Armory, the site where defenders have the highest when it comes to win rate. Now all they've got to do is to ensure that they wouldn't get picked out by surprise. And when I say by surprise, aggressive plays like Ninja Freak and Roximo Killer, who just made that play from the server's side. But all in all, you could say that Airavath Esports are trying to take this nice and slow, and with the required information that they've got from the attacker drones, they're here to at least find some good value out of it. There are some certain situations that where they found good values, and there were some which ended up having a lot of difficulties. And now you should wonder whether if Airavath Esports can handle out winning a lot of attack round wins, especially on a site like First Floor Throne Room, because it's a difficult one at that. It's a very difficult one at that.
We do see that the members of Airavath, they're taking a complete and utter back route for this. Again, they don't really have that levels of control all across the map now, do they? They have not worked their way in properly. They have some levels of control over towards the second floor, but again, they need to work their way down. Too many avenues still open for the defenders to play around when, and their positions are still so powerful. There's so much utility being placed by the defenders that they still need to clear out. And don't forget, the Black Eyes are all across the map. They have ample amounts of information. One player can just sit inside of the kitchen and they can just wait. They just found the bomb. They know the hits towards the throne room. But again, have they opened any vertical routes? Have they found any sort of avenue to play around with? No. There's nothing. And that's what's really causing them to fall apart. Very slow, methodical take coming in from the side of Airavath, but finally they're opening up the routes, and maybe, just maybe, that's a frag for them to find. But look at the positioning coming in from the defenders. They're playing this so smart. That just made me skip a beat for a second.
It could though, but it might be for a brief amount of seconds here aggressive, because it's 30 seconds. This is where Airavath Esports needs to make a play. They've got control on second floor. They're trying to use that vertical lance side to get an opening pick or two. But they're losing time, and they still haven't made any progress into the side itself. Here comes
I don't know
surge.
what's the plan.
10 seconds. They've got to make a push. C4 being tossed around. Stoneheart won't be able to remove it nonetheless, but Oximo Killer finds the kill nonetheless. Stoneheart still worried about the place. They're losing a lot of time. Stoneheart is still here. Can we see Forger deny this plant? All he needs to do is just remove the ace out of the equation, but he forgot about the hatch, and Rux was just waiting at the perfect moment. They took so much time. Yeah, it was a 10-second execute. 10-second execute, and somehow Airavath Esports gets the better hand out of it. 2-2, folks. And talk about round number 5. We have no idea who this round is going to.
A 10-second execute when they had no map. Where did the players even run into the throne room? Did they go out of the choke? Did they go out of the main entrance? Did they enter the site from there? What?
Yep, the IQ ended from the doorway. The hatch was open. They had vertical line of sight. Ace, while he was opening up the Son of Breach charges, they only had 15 seconds. He had to focus on Flit because if he was the Valkyrie and he was playing on the bathroom side. The C4 was out of range. Stoneheart manages to take out the Valkyrie, and somehow it ended up in the hands of Airavath Esports. How did they get the win? I'll never know. I will never know.
Felt like one of those miraculous rounds where their gunfights just started being in their favor. Kira, if they started hitting those headshots, this would not have been the case. Again, Stoneheart should have died to the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's swing was perfect, but Srisha just missed out on a spray. And that's a miss that you just cannot have in positions like this. Ninja Freak again, shutting down Flit. He had such an explosive performance in the last 2 games, but on this one, he's been very quiet. The Bandit just does not suit him, it seems.
Yeah, now you can see the pressure from Kira Esports slowly starting to rise up. Just trying to gain advantage already in the early rounds. The amount of miracles that Airavath Esports have on all these rounds, including on map Oregon, I'm still surprised in how many ways does Airavath Esports are always at a major disadvantage and ends up getting a victory somehow. And on round number 5, you saw Ninja Freak's early pick. He gets to take out Flit. Flit is currently staying silent for the past few rounds here on map Theme Park. He hasn't made any early picks just yet. He tries to make a spawn peek, but it ended up in the hands of Ninja Freak, who had to win that gunfight nonetheless. And bringing in Thunderbird might help them to survive and get more HP back if you do try to be aggressive most of the time. But now you've still got to wonder. Flit has been down. You see the attackers opening lines of sight. Shrish has been tagged a lot
Bomb located by attackers.
from the second floor itself. You see how Kira Esports are playing on first floor. None of the players on the side of the defenders have gone upstairs. They haven't decided to contest these attackers, and this grenade might be deadly. The copy, will he get caught out? No, he does not. Will survive. Ninja Freak also has one more grenade. He could use it once more to take out Copy once and for all. And I'm pretty sure that this will be the same repeat on what exactly is going to happen on round number 4 here, Aggressive.
And with 40 seconds still left on the execute, they're going to be able to open up the hatches just a little bit. And of course, with the hatches completely open and the vertical play already established, the Ace can just really open up the wall. He doesn't really have a lot of different angles that he needs to worry about here, but still, the armory corner, that is such a strong position to hold. Especially when it's already been naded. They're not going to expect anyone to play in that sideline, but Srisha, once again, he's holding from the top end, and the 7-second execute's coming in, and no! Yep, Death Amar. He just dies out in the worst possible of moments. Srisha again trying to hold down the fort. He's hitting his sprays, he's hitting his shots, 50 seconds left! And the man just could not survive. He nearly had it. He thought he lived through all of the danger, he lived through all of the fights, but on the last couple of seconds, Airavath, they win out the round. How fast was the timer? What was the timer at when they won it? I think 10? 0.10 seconds?
1 second, 0.36 milliseconds. 1.36. Last time I remember, that's the far as the naked eye could see from my end. Aggressive. 1 second, 0.36 milliseconds. Did Airavath Esports made the same thing on round number 4 and 5. No changes being made at all. The only difference was early peak at the advantage of Airavath Esports. Flit was already down, so they just had to focus on the side. And what's more curious is, why didn't Kira Esports challenge the second floor? Why didn't they challenge office? Why didn't they challenge initiation room?
10 seconds to go.
Shisha could have just gone upstairs and challenged those angles, right? Or maybe a C4 toss since he had all the information,
Bomb
right?
located by attackers.
Or maybe he did not. Yeah, I believe so. The IQ had... I mean, there was an IQ in the previous round, so maybe most of the information was just removed. Mainly because of that. But now as we reach to round number 6, second floor bunk and daycare will be the site. And oh boy, does Ninja Freak will have a lot of problems, especially at the hands of Flit. MX4 Storm. He gets his revenge on the previous round.
Speaking. That's the first kill that Kira have gotten after a pretty long time. For all Kira, they've been absolutely dominated in so many of these engagements. And this map, it shows its presence when it comes down to the attacking side. The teams just feel a lot more comfortable taking the map control away. But for Kira, now is the time to try and go in for a proper hold. The defender very close towards the bathroom angle. But the real question is, for how long can they survive this one? The alibi giving a good chunk of information away. They already know the last known positions. And Rux, they're gonna try to brute force their way in, but Flake is unrelenting. He's just gonna go in for 5-star death. He shoots down another one. And Stoneheart all on his own self spots out the head, shuts down Flit. But it's still not an equalization. It's a 2 versus 4 situation where they have no control across the map. They're still on the outside of the building here, mind you, Baba. And they have so many different routes to try and work their way through. The best thing is they have a hard breach, but I think he doesn't exist anymore, not in our world at least.
Yeah, maybe in a different place where we might see him stay alive, but I'm pretty sure that Airavath Esports won't be able to defend this round on round number 6. Great shot though from Rux, headshot, but he won't be able to find the snake. Death Armor proned all towards the cash room with an iron sight. You could say that the shots from the Thunderbird couldn't bear. Get it? Because it's the bearing 9, he couldn't bear the shot. So, anywho, round number 7, role swap has
You're lucky
come
that
to
I
a
wasn't
play.
in the ladder, but
Yeah, no one actually laughed in the background, so yeah, it's just
you're very lucky.
yeah, I'm actually lucky. Let's hope so.
For the side of Kira, I don't think luck is gonna save them from anything here. Yeah, of course, they did take the first initial round. That was perfect. But on the other side, Arvat, they did a pretty good job. They took 3 rounds on their own defense, own attacking side, so that's completely fine. They have a lot more to play around with. They have a lot more to work with here. So now that the swaps have come in, let's just see exactly how Arvat are going to be playing their own throne role. Maybe with a lot of map control, maybe not really turtling on over. They're going to constantly fight for that second floor control. That's what I'm expecting from this team. But expectations are meant to be broken, so let's just see what exactly could play around.
10 seconds left.
They're opting for a Kaid though over the Bandit, so I like this one.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, bringing in Kaid is a good way to strengthen your hold, especially on a site like Throne and Armory, so should be good for them. And I'm pretty sure that they would have mute. Actually, no, they don't have mute. But instead, they have some good ADS denials. And here comes the first frag, and it's Rux. Back again with the Valkyries
Finally.
and the X. He gets to take out Forza, an important frag at that too, because he just destroyed the
No.
important hard breach
Baba.
of Thermite.
He's been dying to spawn peaks constantly. He tries to go in for a spawn peak. The man just could not do it. This is the first time one of them worked.
Oh yeah, I just realized. Oh man. Oh boy. Man, you've got to wonder, out of all the rounds that we've seen through here, Aggressive, how many rounds did we witness a spawn peak in the early round? Every round, right? It was all rounds. Sometimes Ninja Freak would win that fight while he was on attack. And now talk about the second half itself. It's Rux who actually got that spawn peak. And taking out the hard breacher itself is an important frag at that too. Death Armor, ooh, takes a lot of damage, but he still gets the kill nonetheless. That too is a refrag from Rux. Death Armor is angry and he's searching for more. Can he find the headshot? Yes, he does. Beautifully done with the sledgehammer to take out both the players at the same time. And now they finally got to open up the maintenance wall. All they've got to do is get the confirmation on the armory side, see whether is there any defenders holding one angle, and if there isn't, they're just free to go in for the plant. They have all the time they need. All they've got to do is just hold their ground, but Roximo Killer just denies him like that. Although they still have vertical lines of sight control at the hands of Kira Esports, Death Armor is just trying to find one, but Ninja Freak, he just denies it. 2v3 and we see Kira Esports' attack coordination slowly starting to fall apart. And Roximo Killer, he's still playing towards the throne room. He doesn't want the players to just push in towards the maintenance. That information from Flit might give him exactly Jaeger's whereabouts. He doesn't need to be careful though because Copy isn't nearby. Because if he is, he might be more susceptible for a nade, but no, he actually kills him instead.
What?
Attackers
1v2.
have recovered their diffuser.
And Airavath Esports still has things under control. Flit has the diffuser. He could go in for the plant. They don't have any necessary explosive utilities to deny it, so they have to go in guns blazing for Airavath. And they're inching closer.
15 seconds remaining.
Oh, wait. Flit. What's the game plan here, buddy? He's going for the plant straight on the back end of the throne. And they're gonna wait this one out.
5 seconds to go.
This is not a bait. This is a full-on defuse. Oh, baby! Wait a second. Give Flit an opportunity. And he's gonna take a mile out of it. Ninja Freak. Beautiful when it came down to the pre-fire.
Defenders have
Expected
eyes on the
Flit to
diffuser.
go in for the
Attackers
crouch.
protected.
And his butt showed. And Flit, with surgical precision, is gonna be the thing that shuts him down. Nicely done from the play, but Airavath?
Mhm.
Seriously?
Yeah, they will. I mean, they will. Ninja Freak was just... And he had to take a breather, right? I mean, he did clutch out a 1v1, right? It was a very close round.
Defenders win.
It was a 1v3 and Ninja Freak decides to, you know what? Okay, breathe in, hold your breath, breathe out. And by the time it's done, he will have some necessary time to defuse the diffuser, of course. Round number 8 is a go with Airavath Esports succeeding their defensive hold on first floor armory and throne room, in which on round number 8, Kira Esports almost being so close on succeeding on that post plant. Unfortunately, Airavath Esports will still get the win nonetheless. Second floor, initiation room / office will be the site. So let's see whether if Airavath Esports can continue their reign of terror on the defensive round, or will Kira Esports come back
Attackers need to locate
and see
defuse
whether if
as
they
many
can salvage
bombs
some
as
of the
they
rounds
can.
on attack.
No, how they're gonna salvage this one even, because Airavath, honestly, tell me something here, Baba. After what happened in the first initial map, did you expect Airavath to even have this in them?
Bomb located by attackers.
To make a set this close, did you expect it?
Attackers have discovered the location.
You
of
know,
the bomb.
aggressive, every match I cast
10
for Rainbow
seconds to
Six
go.
Siege, I'd always expect map number 3, so...
Yeah, especially after what happened for the last 2 days.
Attackers objective.
You know, if I have to be honest, I did expect Airavath Esports to at least put themselves on map number 3. But I did not expect it would go out like this, you know? Map number 1, it was
Yeah, the map
so-
number 2 was
Map number 2 was looking good on Kira's end, right? And then suddenly we see Airavath Esports on second half on Oregon. That I did not expect.
Yeah. That is something that no caster can ever analyze. Those are the type of plays that happen when a miracle just pops out of absolutely nowhere.
Like a
Death,
genie,
though.
right?
He's making his way up with a little bit of utility to open up the first initial couple of floors, try and get some bouts of information for his own squad, but that's pretty much it. They get the first levels of information. They can already spot out one of the players holding from the back end corner. He's checking out the cams, so he doesn't really know that he's been spotted just yet, but with the drone broken, they're going to be jumping straight on in towards the site, clearing them all out one step at a time. Grenades thrown in to try and clear out the push that is going through over onto the side of the castle entrance, and Flit, okay, good shot. And then, did you try to actually hammer your own drone?
Yeah, I guess he did. Although he will finally get the kill nonetheless, you know? 2 kills at the hands of Kira as they slowly started to gain their momentum by getting control on their respective sides. And Deathammer finds one more by getting control nonetheless. Ninja Freak not having any problems on taking out the players, and so does Virtual, who gets to fling back and equalize it 2-2. The main problem here is that they don't have the diffuser. Well, they have now. Miss Forger, Misro Forger has defuse. Post plant will be in. Now Airavath Esports needs to figure out a way to bring this match back on track. And with Deathammer still being alive and the grenades which will pose a threat for the defenders, they've got to find a way to bring this back. Grenades being thrown around, Deathammer still alive. Okay, the impact nades will get one, so does the grenade, and Forger wins the gunfight amidst all the utilities just thrown around the site. impacts, frag grenades, every single utilities that you can think of in a game of Rainbow Six Siege is just dumped down on the initiation room. And finally, it's all that chaos, it's all that smokes that you see from the impact nades. We will see Kira Esports succeed, and they will equalize it 4-4. My goodness, what is just happening in round number 8? To be honest, when it comes to making predictions aggressive, I just cannot predict that.
You can, especially if it's our sites. Just
Attackers
lean
need to
back
locate
on
and
your
defuse
chair,
the bomb.
just lounge there and just have fun as you're going to be going in for the cast. But again, I have to give credit towards the side of Kira. The way that Misro actually played that was insanely beautiful. He used all of the noise distortion being made by the grenades to go in for a push. The Melusi had no idea. Virtual had no idea where he wanted to go in for a push. Because Fortune could have easily peeked out on the back end of Throne. He could have pushed himself back on the main entrance to try and play for a possible post line where he can be a lot more safer. So with the noise being cut off, that allowed Fortune to go in for that aggressive play. That was smart. That was clean. Using the situation to the best of its own abilities, he used the distortion of sound to the best form. And because of it, they had the control that they wanted. But now, though, Airavath, what's the game plan here for the second floor office? It's not going to be as clean for you in this engagement now, is it? But starting off on the second floor is a little bit questionable, especially in this scenario.
Yeah, looking on the great side though, aggressive, you could see that Flick has finally woken up in the second half. Early peak it is, as Virtual gets picked out quite early in round number 9, with Flit having his own major problem because he's left on 30 HP. So he needs to make his shots count, and he needs to ensure that he gets headshots wherever he does. It's going to be a lot of problems for him if he loses. He could use his Adrenal Surge to get some of his HP back, which at least would put himself back on 60 or 70 HP. But would it be more than enough to succeed on, eliminating players out from the side? That would be the bigger question. You could see how Airavath Esports are just waiting for the attackers to make their move. So it's more of like a chess move from the defenders. Once Kira Esports make their plan, Airavath Esports will come back with their own plan too. So just gotta wait. Still use some necessary utilities, the smoke gas canisters, and Srisha, oh man, he almost missed an opportunity to take out the smoke. And I'm pretty sure that he won't be able to find one. Oh no, he does not. Rocks. Back again with the SMG-11, finds the headshot at that too to take out Srisha. Cooked the nade.
Oh, the grenade!
He just gets away at the right time, and Rux somehow survives. Whips out the shotgun and his Death Armor, who's just so powerful with his L8, the assault rifle. Copy is still afraid, but here comes Flit. Going so aggressive, and Rux is somehow alive with that dangerous peek, but not at the hands of the grenade. It's just Ninja Freak left in a 1v3. He needs to find 3 players. He will find one, but it won't be more than enough. Deathhammer has the diffuser in hand. Go in for the post plant. Impact needs being used, see whether if he can get a kill or not, but he does not get the kill. Just so low on HP, and Ninja Freak needs to find 2 more. 2 headshots would be more than enough for Ninja Freak to get this match back at the favor for Airavath Esports. But that deployable shield will be a huge menace, especially for Airavath Esports, especially for Ninja Freak. They have the information on Ninja Freak's whereabouts. They won't have any problems in dealing with the main cause of the threat. Kira Esports back again, as they will put themselves back in the lead in round number 9. As they will win 2 attack rounds back to back in the same site, which means that Airavath Esports will go back to Armory and Throne Room. With Kira Esports being on the lead this time, will we see Airavath Esports come back?
A good chance. Because of the way that Airavath are playing so many of their engagements on Throne Room, that Kira, they're just not able to get through any of their defensive lines again and again. The utility is not being put to the test. They are not constantly being pressured in such a way that they have no way of getting themselves out of the sticky situations. But looking on back towards this engagement, I really want to see them use their utility over towards a couple of more different avenues. You have the second side control. I get that. You have second floor for yourself, but where's the utilization of that? What are you really gaining by getting that second floor if you're not utilizing it down properly? Yes, you have a couple of sidelines opened up over onto the top. Yes, you're able to play the vertical, but the thing is, whenever you're playing vertical, you need someone to create pressure over on the bottom floor, don't you? Otherwise, why would the players in towards the side even worry about the vertical play if they can just openly hold a corner where the vertical players cannot even get them? There needs to be pressure from two different sidelines that will allow the vertical players to have even more room to play around with and just cause the defenders to be extremely uncomfortable playing the most unconventional positions where they are guaranteed to die to at least one form of attack, either from the top or from the bottom. I need to see that from the side of Kira, because otherwise, Airavath, they have the much more stronger side hold for this particular side.
They have a stronger hold. That I can guarantee that aggressive. We have the way how Airavath Esports just held their ground, even though the entire maintenance wall was opened up. And now I'm pretty much sure that Kira Esports will just play for vertical line of sight
A bomb has been located.
as it is. For now, you could say that Airavath Esports doesn't have any information on players' whereabouts, so it could be best for them to check out their default cams, see whether if they can get an information or two. But their objective will still be the same. Open the maintenance wall, just push in, maybe open barrel wall as well. That could at least open up major avenues, but it could help for Airavath Esports as well if they do decide to open up both of the walls. But Flit is the major deciding factor here, because he did change the operator from the Finca to the Jackal, so he'll mainly be playing for information gain. The more information that he has, the better it is for Death Armor to open up a lot of avenues and take out players one by one. So it always requires
That's
on
the
that
pincer.
coordination. Yeah, it just requires that communication, and hopefully
Oh, that's
this
so
should work
perfect. Look
out.
at that.
Man, look at that.
Didn't I call it? Tell me, did I not call it? They
Yeah, you
went
did.
in for the play, and they got the threest kills for this. Again and again. It's happening to them constantly, but where's the pressure? There's no double-sided pressure, and the players playing vertical or the players playing from the bottom end, they're just gonna get caught. Okay. Misro gets a freebie, and Kira, they're turning things around in their favor. Didn't really expect this to happen, because after losing their first two players, they're still somehow getting this one done.
And even more so, you can see the way how Kira Esports have been pressured. But oh, that's a great shot though from Flet. Finding the head of Stoneheart, but is it more than enough to hold that ground? I think it can happen. 2v2, both of them are so low in HP, but Virtual still stays alive, but not for long. Triple kill for Flet. He could end this out, but he doesn't have much time. He gets it anyways. Oh, baby. Flet the man. Match point for Kira Esports. 6-4. And they're here to end this on round number 11. They are this close of winning it out. And look where we are right now, Aggressive. We are back at the same score count where we were on Map Oregon. 6-4. Remember the 1v3 clutch? Remember the PTSD that I'm having right now? I'm guessing it's going to happen
God.
the same thing on map number 3, Aggressive.
Where can the diffuser even fall that you can get to on this particular map? Don't answer that question, please.
I'm not answering it, don't worry.
Kira, just don't answer that question in no way.
Wait, what was the
Good
question
God,
again?
man. Where could the diffuser fall that you can't really get to as an attacker? Like, yeah, it fell on tower on Oregon, so of course there's no way you're gonna pick that up that easily, considering how many different lines of sight you have to worry about. But here on this particular map, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Airavath, again, they're trying to play for the throne room, not really switching anything up. So, what's the game plan for them here? The reinforcers are already in place.
Attackers must
They
locate
have
and
some
defuse the bomb.
control over towards the second floor. They are working their way up, but at the end of the day, they're also anchored in towards the side. But for the attack, how do they want to approach this? Because the last couple of rounds that they did win was down to the wire. It was not because of strategic play that they won everything out. It was pure grit and passion. Because there's no way a team is gonna win something out like that. Not that simple.
This could be a potential final round for Kira Esports if they don't make their mistakes. But for Airavath, they still have a chance though. And if they make a mistake
Bomb
right
located
here,
by
then it's
attackers.
all over. You could see the players on the side of Kira Esports just constantly having control on that second floor, and yet no resistance is being made from Airavath's end. Not a challenge, not any holds, but a C4 will happen though from Rux's side that will claim Fritz's life. Which means that Jackal won't be available to scan or give useful information on the defender's whereabouts. So this is looking good from Airavath's end. Now all they've got to do is to ensure that they would save at least one of their C4s. One of the C4 has been pre-placed from Ninja Freaks' end. So maybe it's kept in a place that they want to trap Death Armor. Oh no, it's a bit too close and Ninja Freaks barely survives the grenade. But you could see the tension has been rolling around from Kira Esports' end. They've already lost one and yet they don't have the recovery. How can they come back to this?
Now though, we're looking for another one for this entire squad. 5 versus 4. Flit getting taken down early. That's gonna be a pretty rough hit, but gotta love those impact tricks. Not really gonna be able to get the catch on the secondary though because of how low the ace charge placements were at. But Detamar again is coming in down hot with this one. Gets the equalization play for their entire squad, but without the Jackal to just give you that first bout of information.
Oh boy.
Oh god, Forger. What's the game plan here, buddy? You already know! Okay, good shot coming in, but again, it's a 2 versus 1 situation. A double kill coming in from Forger. That's another one for his squad, and Virtual just could not find the secondary. Those are the fights, those are the plays, and those are the rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the side of Kira Esports to take this one away. They had to fight through a lot to try and get this one back. But hey, the scoreline that they were at earlier on this stage for the map of Oregon came into fruition. And they got it at the very end, so give them props for that.
Well, credit where credit is due for Team Airavath Esports as they made their biggest fight all the way to map number 3 Theme Park, but unfortunately it was Kira Esports who will win it out in the end. 7-4 with 4 back-to-back attack round wins at the hands of Kira Esports on attack. A job well done for them as they'll be the one who will get the spot for the group stages. And I'm not the group stages, for the playoffs for the Community Cup Series. So congratulations to them. And there you have it. We have all our 4 teams qualified for the playoffs. We have team... Okay, I'm just trying to get the info here again. Apologies for that.
Yeah, let's
We
head
have
down
Team
over to
Kira
the highlights
Esports.
first.
We have Team Built Average, I'm guessing, who just won this first matchup. Actually, no, it was Team North Star. It was North Star. So Team North Star, Team Kira Esports, and on the side of the first qualifier side, we have Team Uvu, Noah Killer Warriors, G2 Esports, and Waterbuys. There you go. We have all our 8 teams set up and ready for the adventure. But for now, let's just take a look at the highlights for the final match that we've had on map Theme Park. It was mainly just usually the most ones that we'd seen from Airavath's end. The first half was usually a back and forth plays being made from both Airavath and Kira Esports' end, which eventually ended up on a 3-3 scoreline. But on the second half, we saw Kira Esports starts to, get their momentum back by winning most of their attack rounds in the second half. That's mainly how it happened. We didn't get to see Airavath Esports make a lot of clutch situations from their end, but we did get to see how Flit who was a bit silent on the first half, but suddenly when we saw him, bring in the Finca on the second half, you saw how much changes that we've seen from Kira Esports' end when they were on attack. So, all in all, it was looking too good on the attack from Kira Esports' end. The same thing could not be said on defense, though.
Just couldn't really be said there. Again, Arva, they just lost too much control again and again. When they have the advantages in a lot of these different rounds, it just really didn't come out for their end. Split though, he started showing up though. You have to give him that credit. The man just pulled off miracles again and right at the very end. He hit the shots and he got a round that he really shouldn't have gotten at all. Did you see the play where he ran into throne room, got the first kill? There was what, like 2 seconds left on the clock, ran all the way to armory and got the player who was hiding over to the corner. Honestly, tell me which team will not have their morale just be sky high after a play like that?
Yeah, absolutely aggressive. Although for Airavath Esports, the amount of exceptional plays that they did on map Oregon was just fascinating. It was an amazing plays that we've seen from Rux's end while he was playing as the smoke, right? 1v3, he somehow gets away, and next thing you know, Airavath Esports wins map number 2 Oregon like that. That has got to say something from Airavath Esports. But knowing about the second qualifiers, unfortunately, not being able to succeed, not being able to get a spot into the stages will be a bit of a tough moment for Airavath Esports to go on to. But you got to give credit where credit is due. I'm glad that I believe they've had their best journey in those qualifiers, but will come to an end for them, unfortunately. But for Kira Esports, though, they will be happy knowing that they did secure a spot. And now all they've got to do is just make sure to prep themselves and get ready for the main event, and that is the Community Cup Series. They are here to get that first spot. Get a total of 6,000 credits per person. That is 30,000 R6 credits to all 5 players. 30,000. That's a lot. You could say you could say that you can get an entire cosmetic skins from that R6 credits itself. But yeah, what amazing matchup though. Both of the matches that we've
So,
what an amazing match that we've had from Kira and Airavath Esports. But yeah, there you go. That was both of our matches completely done. And it's already 12 a.m. today as well.
yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
been
what
a
a match.
long day.
Yeah, what a match. What matches did we have in these two matches here, Aggressive?
Yeah, that's for certain. Honestly, a lot of highs and lows, a lot of ups and downs. But hey, both of the teams they delivered right up till the very end. Very fast, very execution heavy coming in from the members of Kira. They had a lot of control in their arsenal and they were utilizing it to perfection. Again, sometimes it really comes down to the team, which are a lot more sound when it comes down to their experience, who are the ones to play the best under the high pressure situations. Again, you have to remember, you stated it yourself, it's already 12 a.m. The players were starting to feel fatigue and probably they haven't even eaten as well. And when you're playing in such a condition, you need to be on the top of your form in more ways than one to try and figure stuff out. And again, we saw Kira just utilizing so many of their own tactics to completely bamboozle the members of Airavath. But again, at the end of the day, Airavath, they're a really good team. They were playing out of their minds. They were consistently getting all of the frags. But to go up against Death Amar and Flit on this particular instant, really no one is able to outshine those two when it came down to the serve.
Man, there you go. As we take a look at the match summary itself, Rux in the top of the leaderboards, 11 kills with a cost percentage of 82%. And on the side of Kira Esports, we have Death Amar and Flet, 14 kills. Balanced, as all things should be. 64% cost, and first kill, 3 kills at the hands of Flet. We almost saw Flit make an attempt of a spawn peek while he was on defense. Apparently, it didn't work out well in his favor though, because Ninja Freak always, he'd always shuts those spawn killers out immediately if he sees one. And once they get that information on the attack drones, it was just difficult for the defenders on the side of Team Iroh to just hold their ground. But all in all, what a match that we've had for the second matchup. And that would be the end of the second qualifiers, Aggressive. So, out of all the teams that we have right now, we have all our 8 teams here in the Community Cup. And I seriously can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next future matches that will happen in this season. 7-3, 8-6, 7-4 will be the final match results for both Kira Esports and Airavath. Kira Esports will get the spot, just like you said. Second qualifiers is done and dusted. And there you go. That would be the end of today's stream, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed this. We did too. And also, don't forget to check out the game Rainbow-Six-Siege. It's in the description below. Get your game, and hopefully you will be having fun alongside with us. The Community Cup is always a place where we get to see new players head on into the action for Rainbow-Six-Siege. And if you want good high-tier graphic cards, you have Zotac Gaming. They're here to give you the top-notch delivery when it comes to giving you that performance, high frame rates, and also how can we not forget about our broadcast partner Loco with great content, good entertainment, and even more so, such amazing contents that we've had. But for now, folks, we are going to end the stream for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This is me, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster Aggressive, and also on the admin side as well as the production side, Assassin47, as we will bid our goodbyes, and we will see you guys in the next matchup. Until then, good night.
through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red